Hey, how's it going? My name is Esteban, and today we are going to be building a clone of Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it. And I've been working on this project for the past month. Every day is a really good project if you want to really know how to deploy a real production application that has many features. As you can see, there are 10 hours of content. And now let's just review what's the project about. So here we have the home screen. First, let's see what we can do if we are not logged in, because right now we are not logged in. And as you can see, we can explore different hashtags. Like we can see the content, even though we are not logged in. We can click in the post and we can see what's in there. We can go to the profile and see what's also in there. But the moment we try to click follow, we have this notification that we should log in to be able to perform that, because for following someone, you actually need to be logged in. And yeah, the same if you want to like or comment posts, you're going to be prompted to the same. So let's sign up to create a new account. So this is going to be Bill, and we can test email for this and a password. Once we sign up, we are now able to actually like and comment other posts. So you can see that now we can like the post, we can open the post, and we can reply to the post. That's going to show right away in here as we clicked. And for the likes, we are implementing something called optimistic updates, so the update happens right away. Now we can also follow other users, and we can click here and follow. And now if we go to the home page, we are going to see the post of that user that we are following, just as you will expect that. We also have the ability to see other people's posts and replies, because the replies are different. So we can see the replies, and also we can search any hashtag that we want right here, and we are going to have that response right away. Another feature that we have is that we can share links by copying the link. We can also make posts from every part of the app. We're going to go step by step. And why this tutorial is different is because we are actually going to implement all the best practices that we can. So we're not just going to do the basics, and we are going to use all the Next.js features, the latest features like server actions. We're also going to use React server components, all the latest features of Next.js. We're also going to be using Drizzle ORM for our database ORM. I prefer this instead of Prisma. And we're also going to not just go through the code, but explain every part of what we are doing. We can see here the architecture of the app. We're going to go step by step. We're also going to have many diagrams to explaining how things are going to work in very detail. And yeah, for every part that's very complicated, we are going to try to really understand what's going on. We're using also Supabase with Postgress, and we are also going to be exploring all of the Postgres features that we need to have a really production ready Next.js X clone. So before starting, this video is sponsored by me. All the content of the video is free, or what we see in the demo, but if you want to have access to additional content, like being able to post images in your post like this, or also be able to have client-side pagination, where you can have this infinite scroll pagination, the ability to delete your own post, and also the ability to change your profile picture like this, please check the link in the description where you can support the channel and purchase this additional content. And additionally, the source code for this project is also available there. Okay, let's start by creating a new Next.js project. For that, we're going to go to the Next.js documentation, and we can just copy this command into our terminal. Make sure you are in the place you want to start this project in the folder. Then we paste the command, and this is going to prompt us to install the latest version of Next.js. So we are going to give it this name. I'm just going to call it x-next. Then we are going to use TypeScript. We're going to use ESLint. So enter for all of these. We're going to use Tailwind. We're going to use the source directory, the app router. We're not going to change the default alias. And then this is going to install all of our dependencies that we need for the project. Then we are going to open our project into VS Code. So first I need to cd into the project. Then I have the shortcut. If you don't have the shortcut for VS Code, you can just open VS Code and open your folder. So this is going to open the current directory in VS Code. So let's quickly review what we have on our project. We have the basic skeleton from Next.js, has the layout and a page. Oh, and before we start actually coding, let's review the extensions that I have installed for this. So you kind of have the same experience as I do. You don't need these extensions, but these are the things that I'm going to use, and it's useful to know which they are. So first we have Prettier. Prettier is going to take care to auto format our code for us. Then I have auto rename tag. This is just to rename the tags when we need to change them. I have some spelling checking. I have these snippets, which allowed me to, I basically just use it when I want to create a new React component. I can just type it quickly and I got a new React component. I have ESLint, which is going to check for the errors that I have based on the ESLint configuration. I have Copilot, but I'm not going to use it for the tutorial. Then the other thing that I have is this pretty TypeScript errors. It's just a way to format the TypeScript errors in a nice way. And I also have Table CSS IntelliSense. Yeah, this just auto-completes and gives you preview of the Tailwind classes that you use, and this also allows you to auto-format auto-sort the classes with a configuration in Prettier that we're going to do later. I have this to-do tree to show the to-dos, and this SQL formatter that is useful when we are seeing SQL files. So those are the main things that I have in my extensions. So now let's move to some extra configuration that we are going to do. So I'm just going to add this prettier rc file, and then I'm going to use, you can use this terminal or you can use the terminal in VS Code. I'm just going to use this one because it's easier to have it here. Okay, so now I'm going to add our first dependency. We are going to add the dependencies as we need them. So the first one is going to be a pretty plugin for Tailwind CSS. And this is just going to sort all of our all of our classes for us. Just add this to our C file. So it's just a JSON file that has a plugins key, and here we add the Prettier plugin for Tailwind. Another thing that I have configured in my project, and it's also not mandatory, but it's just something that I like to have, And I'm going to configure that in VS Code with Command comma in the settings. If I go to workspace, and this is just going to be for my workspace. You can have it as global, but I prefer to have it just for my workspace. And this is save actions. Yeah, and we can edit this into the settings.jsons that got created. And the thing that I like to do is remove organize imports. So every time we save the file, it's going to sort and remove the imports that we don't use. And also the other thing that I like to do is fix all, so an slint, and it's going to try to fix if by default when we save if we have any slint errors. Okay, now that we have our basic configuration, let's continue with our basic layout. So in Next.js 14, we have in the app directory is where all of our routes and our pages are going to be rendered, displayed. And the first thing that's going to be rendered is the layout. So the layout you can think as the shell that contains our application. You can have many levels of layouts depending on the app that you're building, but in our case, the layout just is it's just going to be one. And we want to have a layout because there's certain things in our applications that are not going to change, like the header, the footer, the sidebars. So that's the purpose of the layout, to keep UI there as we navigate to other pages. So for application, we're just going to change the title. And this is the metadata object that we can export. And this is just for the head of our application. It's a nice way to declare the head, so the title. And if we see here, we can have many things that we can add, keywords, open graph, which is what social media app uses for displaying previews, which is going to change the title. And let's call this app Sparkle. Yeah, that's going to be the name of our app. And now we can also add so I'm going to add a head link here for our fav icon. We can also add a head here. It's not usual. Usually you have all of your head in the metadata, but I want to add this because this is a special link that basically works as a fav icon. You can see that it's an icon, and it's just a nice way to display an emoji as an fav icon. I don't want to import any assets for this, and this I grabbed from here, from CSS tricks fav icon emoji. If you want to copy it and find it, so you just copy this line here, and then you have the fav icon as an emoji. So now we can also start our server. We can run npm run dev. This is going to open a development server on localhost. And now if we go to our browser and open localhost 3000, it's going to have our basic app. So it still has the default boilerplate, but now we can see our title and our emoji there. So let's go to the page. So the page is basically the container. You can see that this root layout component that's on the source receives children, and the children is going to be actually what's inside there, our application. So in the layout, we can keep our headers and sidebars, and here is where we are going to display our page. And since this is in the root of the app directory, the page.txx, so it's going to be displayed on the root of our URL. So we can just change and remove all of this that we don't need. And if we save, you can see that the image got removed. We can also remove this from here and just say hello world for now. And if we see now, that's what's being displayed there. Of course, we can see that there's some styles. So if we go to the layout, we can see that by default it's importing this globals.css file. That's also in the root. And here we have many styles that we don't need. I'm just going to remove all of this, and we're going to keep the Tailwind utilities. So this is very important. We don't want to remove this from here. So now let's go back to the layout and let's start shaping or layout for this application. So first, we are going to declare a div that's going to contain all of our application, and let's start with the class name. So for this, we're going to use a margin of auto, because this is going to work as a container, right? And we are going to have a max width for it. That's going to be only on large screens, and that's going to be of max width. And this is just our Tailwind classes that we all know. And this is going to give it in the largest screen. That's why we prefix this with LG. And that's the max width of 1024 pixels. So that's the largest that this app can get. And that's important because if we are in a very large screen, we don't want the layout to go all the way there. So we have that. Then we're going to say that this is a flex layout with a flex call direction. So the rows are going to be not in row, but in column. And we're going to give it a background of white. We're also going to have a main height of a screen. And if we save all of our, this is wrong. This is BG white, like that. All of our classes are going to, I'm going to close this. All of our classes are going to be auto sorted because what we added. So this is the container. So we want to have it in here, right? Our children is going to be inside this. And now we can start with, we're going to start with the mobile version of this. And we are going to add a mobile header. For that, I'm going to create a new component in the source directory. I'm going to say new component, new folder components. And then here we are going to add a component called mobile header.tsx. So actually this is going to be in another folder called layout, because we're going to have many components. It's good to have them organized. So I'm just going to move this here on our layout folder. And here I'm going to type rfc from our snippets. And this is going just to create this boilerplate for me, which has the name of the function that of the component that we want. If I go back to the layout, I can auto import this. So I'm just going to type mobile header, and this is going to auto import the component for me. It's going to use this like this because this is an alias that we configured. So it's going to go to the root of the source directory and direct it to the components folder. Then I can close this and I can open now the mobile header. Here in our mobile header, we are going to rename this to header because this is a header. It's a better way to have this, and we are going to start giving it some styles. So by that we just use a class. So this is going to be a fixed header. So it's going to scroll. It's going to scroll independent of the rest of. It's going to break the flow of scroll of the body. So it's just to make it sticky on the top, and that's why we use fixed. And then I can give it a full X direction, and it's going to be a fixed height of 14, which is about 56 pixels. It's going to have a width of full, and everything's going to be in the center, item center. Then we are going to also justify this to the center. And then we are going to add a border at the bottom and a border gray of 200. This is just the border, the color of the border, right? Then we're also going to make this white, bg white. It's going to have some padding of 4. And a very important thing, this is going to be hidden in MD screens. So screens that are greater than this is not going to be shown. So that's why we prefix this with mobile header, because we just want it to be present there. If we want to take an early look and we refresh this, we don't see it here because this is a large screen. So now I'm going to right click, inspect. So we have the developer console, and we can click here, which is going to give us a mobile view of this. We can have this on the right, and here we can actually see our mobile header. So for now, it looks very simple. It's just a header. But we're going to add a link to the home page, and this is going to have our logo. For our logo, I'm just going to use an icon. So let's start with a link. We're going to import the link from Next link. So this is just a wrapper that Next provides for all links, and this is good because now this can use client-side routing, so it doesn't actually do a full page refresh when we use link. And we also have other features like prefetch and other things that are nice there. Then we're going to add an href of home. So this is just where this links points. It auto closes. And then here I'm going to add an icon from Lucid React. And this is an import from a React icons library. And I haven't installed yet that library. So let me just install it. I'm going to open a new terminal. And here I'm going to npm install React icons. So those icons have been added. And now I can just import the icon that I want. Give it a time so it indexes the new library. And if it doesn't index the new library, I'm just going to reload the window like this with Command Shift P reload window. Then I can just import what I want, and this is Lou Sparkle. This is the icon that I'm going to use as a logo. And here I can give it some height of 8, a width of 8, and it's going to be text gray 800. We can auto close this. And now, because we're using item center and justify center, this should be shown in here like this. And if we click, we go back to the home. Because we're already in home, this doesn't take any effect. And also we're here below our link, we're going to add a div for our avatar. So this is just going to be a placeholder for now. And this is going to have, so I'm also going to use Emmet. and emmet, we can just type that, and then we can say as, and this is going to create a div that has this class in it because we use that as aspect square. It's going to have a height of 12. It's going to have a width of 12. It's going to be rounded full, and it's going to have a BG of gray 200. So this is just a placeholder for our avatar, and this is going to be in a div that's position absolute and has a left property of 4, and this is going to position this avatar in the left in position absolute. So we want it to be absolute because now we're going to fix this because we want it in the top, but because we want this centered, we don't want to interrupt with that flow, and we position this in position absolute. So we're going to say top 0, and I think this is too big. We can just make it a height of 6. Well, no, it's too small. And top of 4 maybe. Well, this is just a placeholder. We're going to replace this with the right thing later. We can just leave it like this for now. And then we are going to continue with our layout. But now that we have our header, we are going to have our main desktop layout. So below our mobile header, we're going to add a div, and this div is also going to contain the content of all children, which is our app. And inside our div, we are going to have the following classes. So this is also going to be flex. Oops, let's turn off this, disable completions. Then we are going to have a flex of 1, which means it's going to take all the available space. And we are going to make this on medium screens. It's going to have a height of screen, so it covers everything. And now inside this, we are going to have a sidebar. So this is just, it's going to be our desktop layout. So I'm going to create a new component, which is going to be called left sidebar at tsx. Here I'm going to use my snippet. So I have this basic thing there. And now we are going to start creating the layout for the sidebar. And this is going to be hidden in mobile. So we first declare the variable for model, and it's going to have a width of 4, which is 25%. Then we are going to say overflow y auto overflow. So this is just so we have a scrollable section there. We want to make sure it's scrollable there, a border right, and a border gray of 200, just giving it some color, padding of 6. And then on empty, which is medium screen, we're going to make this sticky. So the sticky is just going to have position sticky, which means that our sidebar is not going to scroll with all of the screen. And then we are going to keep adding more MD properties that are just applicable on medium screens. And that's going to be that it's going to be displayable on medium screens, because on by default is hidden, but in medium screens is going to be on a block. Then we can also give the height of screen, and in very large screens we are going to decrease the width. So it's going to be a width of 1/5. It's just going to override this. By default is 25%, but in very large screen is going to be 20%. Then we are going to add here our logo, and here I'm going to use emmet with a margin bottom of 8, or container for our logo. And here I'm going to auto import the new sparkle icon. This is just functions as our logo. Class name equals height of 8, width of 8, and a text gray 800. We're going to close this, and actually we're going to make this a link, right? So we're going to replace this with next link, and we need an href, which is going to be again the home page, right? So we have our logo there, and now we are going to add navigation. So before that, let's take a look how it looks. We can see that nothing shows here because we are in mobile view. Now if we refresh this, oh, we don't see anything because we haven't used our sidebar. So I'm going to add it inside here, inside of our container, and let's auto import this. So now it's present there. If we go back here, we can see we have our sidebar, and it has a link. So now we need our navigation. For that, I'm going to create a new file called nav.tsx. And I want another component for this, because I'm going to use the same navigation for mobile, but in a different layout, because we need a different layout for mobile, and navigation is going to be on the bottom. So if we go to the navigation component first, mockup or component, and then I'm going to declare some links. So I'm going to declare them here, and this is links equal, and this is just an array, so it's easier to see, and we don't have to repeat the links all over again. We can use map for them. We're going to have an icon, and we're going to have a text and a link. So first, let's start with home. It's going to be Lu home from React Icons Lucide. Then we have some text for it, which is just home. And then we have a link for it, which is like this. That's the first item in our array. Then we need an icon with loose search. That's for our search text. Explore. We need to wrap this into an object, and the text is going to be explore, and the link is going to be /explore. We save it. I'm just going to copy this here. Now for this is going to be new user, so I'm using auto import. Here is going to be the link to our profile, and finally we're going to have a login route and a login text and a login icon. oops, login. Let's type it here, login. So we had it's with capital I. That's why it wasn't showing up. So we now have our links, and now we need to display the markup. So first we're going to replace this with a nav tag, and we are going to give it some style. So our nav is going to be flex by default, and then it's going to, everything's going to be justify around. So because we're targeting mobile first everything's going to be around, then we're going to overwrite this. And with some padding on the y-axis of 2, then in medium screens, we're going to have a flex of call. We are changing the flow of direction of the flex in medium screens because we want it from top to bottom there. And in medium screens, we're going to add some spacing between them with gap. Gap adds spacing between flex elements. And also in medium screens, we don't want padding in the y-axis. We're going to remove that with padding of 0. And of course, we need to close this. And now we are going to define every item for it. And for that, we are going to use our array of links, and we're going to map through them. So here we have an item and an index, right? Those are the parameters from map. And here we are going to return JSX for each item. And this is going to be a link element. We import link from next link. And I'm going to close this. Let's start with the properties of this. So we need href, and it's going to be item.link. This is our links there. And we are going to define the children of a link, which is going to be item.icon. We can display them like this. Then we're going to have some span element, and this is going to be item.text. So the other thing that we are missing here, and why slint is completing, is because we need a key property for each item. So we're going to say key equals index. We can use the index, but it's better not to use the index. Better to use something that's unique for each of the real items. Let's say item.text. That's going to be our key. So if we take a look, again, nothing shows up because we are not using. We're going to go back to the sidebar, and here we are going to render of nav component like this. And now if we go back here, we can see our nav component. So we have the components there, but we need some styling, of course. So let's go back to the nav, and here we're going to first start with the style of the link. And here I'm going to add a class name. Okay, so first we have the base styling for this, and we are also going to add later dynamic styling for the active items. So because of that, we are going to use this as a bracket, like a variable, and we are going to use backtildes to concatenate all the styles. But first, let's start with the basic styling, which is going to be, this is going to be also display flex. The width, we are going to limit the width to the maximum of the content. So it's just going to expand on the maximum of the content. And this is because in x.com we do it like that there. Flex call, because we want to have them as a column in mobile, as a flex direction of column in mobile. Then we're going to overwrite this again. And now let's continue with the mobile version, which is items center, gap of 2. We're going to make this rounded, and tricks. This is just some rounded version that I picked for this, which is around 24 pixels. The text is going to be extra small because we're targeting first mobile, and then we are going to now use the MD styles. So for that, we need MD flex row. So it's going to be flex row on medium screens. Then we are going to have padding here with 3 MD padding left of 4, MD padding right of 8. So we're just going to give it more padding to the right so it looks nicer. MD, the text is going to increase of size. Text XL, so it's bigger. And then also in MD, when we hover, we are going to have a different background of gray 100. All right, so we have our base style for this. And now let's take a look. So now it looks way better. And once we hover, everything looks nice. And you can see the spacing is different for each one. That's what we wanted. So now let's add some style here for our icons. So first the mobile styles. Oh, and we didn't take a look at the mobile version. We are not displaying it yet, so we will see soon how it looks like. So now we need NB of 1 for the mobile, age of 6. We're limited the height and weight to 6. So in medium, we don't want margin at the bottom, so we reset that. In medium, we also going to have a margin right of 4. And in medium, we are going to have a height of 7 and the width of 7. So now we have our icon stylings. Just some separation there. And now we need to tell how every item is active. So for that, we are just going to compare the current route, this route, with the value of each item. And that's as we can do that. But so now first we're going to transform this into a client component. So why we need to use a client component here, and what does that even mean? So it means that we need to use client-side JavaScript. And that's something that, of course, the server cannot do. And because of that, we need to label this as use client. So that's the way we do it. And why we need client-side JavaScript? Because we're going to use a custom hook that's called path name. No, the hook is called use path name like this. And this comes from Next navigation. Because it's a custom hook, we need to use client. And also because this uses JavaScript, it's just to tell the current path name and that's how we are going to compare this. And now we are going to declare a function here that's going to say is active. So this function is going to take a link as a parameter, which is a string, and then it's going to return a boolean. So for that, we're going to return and compare if the link equals this, which is the home screen. So for this case, then the path name, needs to match the link. So it has to be exactly the same. Otherwise, we can say path name starts with, so this is a method inside path name, which is a string, starts with our link. All right. So that's how we check if this is active. So if the current link is this, then it has to be exactly the same. Otherwise, we just check that the path name starts with link. So now we can pass that into our function. So it's getting a little bit big here, but outside the inside our backtill, we are going to use some JavaScript, and for that we use this right here, which means that we now can have custom JavaScript here. I'm going to have this in a new line, and we're going to say if this is active and this active needs a link, we have access to that link here. I've eaten that link. We're gonna ask if this is active, then the font is going to be bold. And if it's not active, the font is going to be medium. And this is just font weight properties from Tailwind. Now, if we go back, we can see now that our home is in bold, which is what we wanted. All right. So we have everything for our nav. But now we need to display that nav also in mobile views. And for that, we're going to place that below this, right here. And for that, we are going, we first going to define the layout for our children, for our main content, which is going to be what's inside here. And let's add some classes for that. So this is going to have a margin at the top of 14. And why 14, you may ask? So remember that our mobile has height of 14 and is fixed. So we need to make space for the rest of our content because this is fixed. We need to push all of our content below it. But again, this is just for a mobile view. For desktop, we're going to override this. So for now, we're going to have this as with a full. We want all the full, all the width. And then we have our flow Y auto again, because we want to scroll through it. And it's going to have a border right and a border gray to 100. And then we are also going to add some padding at the bottom of 16. So why again we have padding of the bottom of that amount, which is a lot? That's because we're going to place our toolbar, which is also fixed, below this, and we also need to have some space there. So now we can start with our mid of desktop view, and here we are going to reset the margin top So here we have the margin top, but in mobile we don't need that because we don't have that header there. Then we are going to define the width of this. So this is going to be width of 1/2, which is 50%. That's going to be the default for medium screens. And we're also going to clear the padding at the bottom that we added here. And for extra large screens, we are going to have a different width. So this is going to be 3/5, which is around 60%. So in extra large screens, going to be a bit wider. Yeah. So we have our main content markup, and here we need that toolbar below this. So here we are going to add, we don't have the component yet, so let's just create the component. We're going to use this to quickly create it, and we are going to insert the component right here. Now, if we go to the toolbar, we going to use, let's use footer for this. It's just another way to name a div. And here we're going to insert our nav. And this footer is going to have these class names. So remember that I said that this is going to be fixed. So now we have it like that. Then we have a bottom of 0, left of 0. It's just to place it at the very, very bottom and right of 0. Then we are going to give it some border at the top, and we are going to color that border with gray 200. The background is going to be white, and in medium screens we don't want to see this, so that's why we hide it with MD hidden. Now in here we don't see anything, but here we have our navigation, our toolbar, and this scrolls independently all of this. So this is what we wanted here. Now we are just missing one last thing for our layout, and that's a right sidebar. So I'm going to have this as right sidebar.tsx. Oh, and for this I want to use the aside markup for the left sidebar. It's just a better way to let the DOM know which element is which. And if we go here, I'm also going to use an aside for this. And let's start with some markup. So here we're going to have some dummy data, which is going to be top hashtags. So this is just temporarily, because later we're going to replace this with actual dynamic data from a database. So let me just add a to-do comment, and it's going to say replace with real data. I'm just going to copy this data. You can pause the video and copy it yourself. It's just an array with an object for every item that has a name for the hashtag and a count. So this means how many times has been used. We're going to do the same for our profiles. And here it's also going to be like that. But here we are also introducing an ID. And again, this is just temporary data. We have the username and a follower count that's used to visualize how many followers this user has. And so now let's continue with the markup for this. We're going to add a class name. And again, this by default is hidden and has a weight of 1 over 4. That's the default width that we are going to replace in different screens. Overflow on the y-axis of auto, some padding of 4, and in medium screens it's going to be sticky. It's sticky like that. And in medium screens we are going to display this as a block. Then we're going to have a height of a screen. And in extra large screens, we are going to have a width of 1 over 5, which is around 20%. And it's very similar of what we had here, but without the border, because we added the border on the main component, on the main all right, so now that we have that, we are going to have a section for our hashtags. I'm going to remove this. And here I'm going to have an H2 that's going to say what's happening. We have an error here. That shouldn't count as an error. So we are just going to wrap this into a dynamic tag so we don't have that error. And then we are going to have an unordered list that's going to have our hashtags, right? So here we are going to loop. We need to use curly braces for dynamic content top hashtags that map. We are going to have the hashtag, and for each hashtag we are going to return JSX as always. We have an li for each item, list item, and here we are going to have a link. We import the link, and here we have an href of explore. Oh, so that this is going to be dynamic. I'm using backtills, and the first part of the link is going to be explore. We don't have this route yet. We're going to create it later. And then we're going to use search params. So search params are variables that we can embed into our routes. So the variable is going to be h, and this is how we start the search params, and equals $signs, because this is the dynamic part, and here we are going to access the hashtag .name. So this is our link, but we need the displayable part of it. Oops. And for this we're going to use hashtag name. And this is complaining because we need a key, which is going to be hashtag .name. And here we also going to display the count with span, and this is going to contain like this the hashtag .count. Alright, so we have our basic markup for this. If we look here because this only shows up on desktop. Of course, we also need to actually use our sidebar. So we are just going to place it over here like this, right sidebar. And now we can see our sidebar, and of course it needs some styling. Oh, and this is not right because here we want the count. So if we go here, we can see that here we want the count. And now we see the count. All right, so let's add the styling. So let's start by our section div. We can call this section so it's easier to read. Section, class name, and here I'm going to give it some margin at the bottom. It's going to be rounded LG. It's a bit rounded, and just some background of gray 100 with some padding. All right, and then for our H2, we're going to give it some margin at the bottom. It's going to be rounded LG. And, oh, no, this is not right. The margin at the bottom is of 2. And the text of this is XL, and the font is going to be bold. Then for each link item, we are going to display this with a text of blue 500. And every time we hover, we want this to be underlined. And for the count, we are going to have text gray 500. So now it should be looking much better. Like this. So it's a bit overflowing, as you can see. And for that, what we can do, and this is because, let me check, our width is a bit like that. So we want the padding to be visible. And let's see what we can do. So I guess we can just place this below. For that, we can add div. And now this is below it. Yeah, that's good enough. And now we have our hashtags. So we only want to make clickable the hashtag itself, not the count. For that, we are going to place this below the link. Like this. So now only this is clickable. And for our top profiles, we're just going to copy all this section and replace it with new values. I think this is way too much padding, so we can just say padding of 4 for all, and for this we can say who to follow, right? Then we can also change this link to be profile, but here we are not going to use search params. We are going to use, we first need to change this. So this is now top profiles, and this is a profile. And here the key is going to be profile.id. And here the link is going to be profile.username. So this is not a search param, this is actually a path with some value here, and we don't want a hashtag symbol there. We're just going to say profile.username, and here this is profile.follower count, and this is how it looks like. So now we can click to all of this. So right now it doesn't work, but it should work once we configure the rest of the routes. So here, this is a bit weird. It's too close to this. Let's add some spacing here now that we are here. So that's our left sidebar. And here, supposed to have a margin of 8 at the bottom, since that's not working or something, because this is not a block element. The link is not a block element, it's an A tag, so we need to make it a block element. And now it actually works. Yeah, so I just changed this to be a block element, and now we have some spacing. All right, so one good practice to do is to commit our changes, because this is a very big project. It's good to have checkpoints where we can go back if anything fails. A good option would be to use branches, but we're just going to use commits because that's not the purpose of this video. I'm going to use the terminal for that. You can also use VS Code. Just make sure you have a Git installed in your system and also Git configured with a name. And then we can say Git status to see what's pending, so we can see all of this has not been committed. Then we can add everything, and now we can say git commit with message. So this is going to stage all of our changes. So now we can commit them, and I'm going to give it a name, a number, and what's this about? So layout. So yeah, very simple commit. You can have a more descriptive one if you want, but now we have a checkpoint. So now every time we do a change, we know what changed, and we can revert these changes in case something fails. Okay, now we're going to review the architecture for this app. So it's a very simple architecture, but it involves many parts. Even though it's very simple, we still have various flows that I have in this diagram. So first we have like the base of our architecture is Next.js 13, and this will handle the client and the server for us. And the way this works is that in the client, if we load the page, we'll have a regular get call to the server, and the server we are going to have server side render server components. So these components are going to fetch data, also check if there's a user using Supabase in the server, and then those server components are going to use Drizzle or ORM to connect to the database. We are not going to use Supabase in the client. Supabase is only going to be used, the database of Supabase. It's only going to be used in the server using a direct connection. We are not going to use the client, Supabase client, for making calls. We are going to use a direct connection to the database that's hosted in Supabase using Drizzle. So once the server fetches what we need. It returns HTML to the client, and then the client takes over with JavaScript when needs this. And all of this happens seamlessly. We don't have to worry about too much about this. Only when we need to use JavaScript, we use client, and then we use server components for that. And we also going to have an API route. So Next.js also can, in Next.js we can also create server-side API routes like get, post, like API routes. And we need one. We're just going to use one because we are going to implement pagination. And in order to get new pages, we are going to invoke an API route for this. Then we also have actions like the user can update, create, delete things in the client, right? So for that, we are going to use server actions, which are just server-side functions that we can invoke directly. And those server actions, so this will be a replacement. Instead of using API routes, we're just going to use server actions because they are more convenient. And for that, again, we're going to check if there's a user using the Supabase server client. And we also going to connect with Drizzle to make API calls when we need to. So then we are going to use the Supabase client in the client, but only for authorization. That's the only reason that we are going to use that there. So for checking if there's a session, to creating a new user, to update a new user. And that Supabase client connects directly with the Supabase out server. So we don't have, this is managed, we don't have to do anything here. I just included this to visualize what's actually happened. And this Supabase out also connects to the database using a different schema. So yeah, this is a very large overview of how things are going to work in our app. So it's basically, we have Next.js and we have Supabase, which provide us with a database, and that provide us with authorization. And then we are going to use all the Next.js features to implement our full stack application. Then now we are going to review the database schema. So I have the schema right here in Supabase. We can visualize it. So this is the schema that we're going to have. It's a fairly simple schema for now. It can grow, but let's start with the users. So first, the users are created in a different schema. We have different schemas in Supabase. So this is the public one. We can take a quick look at the out schema. It has many things that we don't have to worry about. But we have a users table, and this users table is going to be connected to our public schema through our own table called profiles. So we need this to visualize and link posts and link users in our app. We don't want to expose or have in this schema all the other information. We're just going to connect the profile ID. It's going to be connected to the out users ID. So in that way, we have a connection between users and profiles. And this is a foreign key relationship. Then every profile is going to have a username, and this created add property that's going to be auto-populated from Postgres. Then the second most important table in our schema is going to be the posts. So the posts is where we store all the posts for each tweet, post, whatever you want to call it. And this we have an ID, which is an UUID. We're going to use UUIDs because those are simpler. They're also, well, it's I just prefer to use them. You can also use sequential numbers for these, but I just prefer to use UIDs. So these are uniques, auto-generated. Then we have a profile ID that's connected to our profiles table in the ID column with a foreign key relationship. Then we have a parent ID that's linked to the post ID. So this is a self relation in the table. So it's a self relation. So the parent ID foreign key is connected to the post ID, and that's because we're going to store posts and replies in this table. So that's the best way to do it, because a reply is basically a post that has a parent ID, and the parent ID is if this is a reply, the parent ID is going to be the post that we are replying to. Then we have the content, which is in text, and we also have a created at default. Then we're going to take a look at the likes. So the likes are going to be stored in this table, and each like is going to have an ID. So every time a user likes a post, we are going to store a row in this table which has a profile ID that's connected to the profiles ID, and also a post ID. So that's the relationship that we have between these two tables. Then in the same way, we are going to store a follows relationship between a follower ID and a followed ID. So every time a user follows a user, so if I'm the user and I'm following another account, so my ID is going to be follower ID because I am the follower, and the account that I'm following is going to be the followed ID. So every time I follow, and if I unfollow a person, so then the row is going to be deleted. Then we have hashtags. So these ones are going to be auto-struct. We later are going to review how this works, but every time we post in a secure transaction, we are going to extract all of the hashtags of this post, and then we are going to store them in this table. If they're not, if there doesn't exist yet, we're going to create a new hashtag. And not only in this table, because this table only holds the hashtag, but also in the post hashtags table. So this table holds the relationship between hashtag and post. And we have two different tables for this, because those hashtags are going to be global. So they don't belong to a post or a user. They are global, so everyone can search for them or reuse them. And the post hashtags just holds the relationship between the post ID and the hashtag ID. So that's how we know which post has every hashtag. So yeah, this is all the schema that we have for this application. We later going to review it in the code. We are going to use Drizzle for defining the schema, and Drizzle is going to generate all of the SQL that we need, and then we are going to also use Drizzle to migrate this into Supabase. So Supabase is for the database is only going to provide us with a database, a managed database. So now that we know the schema, there's one additional part that I want to explain, and that's that every time a user is created or updated, we are going to have a trigger that's going to automatically create a profile ID. So we don't want to, we can do it manually, right? We can await for the user creation, and then we can manually create this row here, but it's better to use a trigger, because in that way we don't have to worry about things failing, because triggers are performed in like a transaction, which means if something fails, it auto rollbacks. So this is the flow that I have for the triggers that we are going to have. And then I want to explain it in a flow, in a chart, because if we just look at the code, it's going to be very hard to understand. So it's better to have a visualization first, and then we can jump into the SQL, because for this, we're going to use raw SQL. And so first, every time in the client, we call Supabase out for signing up a user or updating a user. We trigger, this is going to try to insert or update the out user's table. So this is the table that we reference here. That's in another schema, right? So now there's another important thing that our application has. So by default, if we use only email authentication with password, we don't have a username, but we can enforce a username adding additional parameters to these functions. So we can add any other property that we want. And that property is going to also try to be stored in the out.users table. So if we look at the out table, so here we have something called raw user metadata. So this is the column that we are going to use to store any additional metadata. So now, every time an out users table update happens or sign up or insert happens, we first, if it's an insert, we're going to check if the username is present, because by default, the username is not enforced by Supabase because it's just an arbitrary value that we just created. So we are going to actually enforce this. So we're going to check in the trigger if the username is present. If it's not present, we are going to raise an exception in the database. If it is present, and this is also true for the update of the table, if it's present, in the insert is present, then we're going to check if the username is unique. Because in our schema, if we go back to the schema, we have here in the username, you can see we have this unique markup. So this is going to be unique. And this is important because the username has to be unique across the platform so you can visit the username. So before trying to insert anything into the out users table, the trigger is going to check if it's unique. If it's not unique, it means someone already has this username. We're going to raise an exception. And if it's unique, then we perform the operation. If it's an insert operation, so if it's a sign up, we just create the profile. It means we create a row in the profiles table. And then if it's an update, then we update the profile username there into the public profiles table. So yeah, that's basically the flow that we're going to have for authorization. This is a very convenient flow that you can use in productions app. It's very important to keep things consistent and very. But since if something fails here in any of these, all things are going to roll back. So the user is not going to be created, the user is not going to be updated, which is great because we don't want to end in a situation where we have users that are missing properties. So now that we have these diagrams, let me explain everything in the code. And we're also going to set up a Supabase for this. Okay, now we are going to head to supabase.com, and here we are going to create or sign up to an account. So I'm already signed into my account. That's why I see this dashboard button. If you're not signing, you're probably going to see a sign up button here. So once you're in the dashboard, you're going to be prompted to be to create a new project or a new organization. In my case, I'm just going to create a new project for my existing organization. So we have organizations, and then inside of organizations we have projects. Just make sure you have an organization, and then we can create a new project there in your organization. So this is going to be the same for everyone. And now we are going to give it a name. So just give it whatever name you feel is appropriate for this. Then we need a password. And here I'm going to create a new password in the internet. Just make sure it's a secure one. You can use whatever tool you want for this. And the most important thing here is that you save your password, so you have it for later, so you can use it later. I'm going to actually store it in the code in the meantime. Then I'm going to change it a bit. So for having secure passwords or things that are secure, we are going to create a new file called .env.local. And the name is important because by default, if we look at our git ignore, and env.local files are going to be ignored from git. And this is very important because we don't want to commit this into our git repository. We want to have this only locally. So for now, I'm going to say dv password equals, and this is going to be my password. And because this has a special character here, I'm going to wrap this into like this. Okay, so we have our password. Then we can just pick a region and just choose the thing that's closest to you or your customers. So I'm just going to use the default one. Then we don't need any of this, and it's going to create the project. All right. So now the project is created. If we click here in connect, we are going to see how we can connect to the database. And here we can just copy this. This is an URL, so this is the thing that we are going to use. And we are going to say TV database URL. So this is what we are going to use for the variable. And then we are going to copy and paste the configuration here. So again, I'm going to wrap this into curly braces. And here we have this thing that says your password. So we're just going to copy this and replace even the brackets like this. And we are going to delete this. And also we are going to go here where it says app frameworks. And here are the keys that we need for Next.js. By default, it has all what we need. And we're just going to paste that. So one thing that we have here in authentications, URL authentications, is the URL that we are going to use for allowing redirects. We are not using redirects, but it's important to know. And by default is localhost 3000, which happens to be the port that we use to run our application. So that's In case you have a different port, you'll want to add a different port. Okay, now that we have our environment set up here, we are going to install the dependencies that we need to connect to Supabase and also connect to the database with Drizzle. So if we go to the package.json, we see we don't have any of that. So let's start with Supabase. So for that, we are going to npm install, and here we are just going to say add Supabase /Supabase-js. So this is the main SDK for JavaScript, and also because we're using a server-side render app, we are going to use Supabase/SSR. We are going to add both of those packages first. Here we have them. We have the Supabase SSR and the Supabase JS. Now we are going to also set up Drizzle, install Drizzle. So it's npm install Drizzle, that's how you spell it. And we add -orm. Now, I think I'm running into an issue here because Drizzle doesn't like the versions of React that I have. For some reason, at this moment, like you can see, I have all of these errors because it doesn't like the React version. You probably will not have this issue depending on the time you are installing this, but if you do, the only thing you have to do is update all of your packages before installing Drizzle. So you're just going to say npm update -save. That's going to update all of the packages that we have here, including React, React DOM, so now that's updated. I think I'm also going to update the dev ones, the dev dependencies. So everything is updated. We can see that we have the latest versions here. Now that we updated everything, we're going to install Drizzle ORM. There we have it. And we are going to install Drizzle Kit as a dev dependency, save-dev. So this is going to install it here. And it's a dev dependency because this is just only used to do migrations into our with our schema. So now we have all we need for the next steps. So let's start setting things up. The first thing that we are going to set is Drizzle and our database. So for that, we are going to create a new Drizzle config file. So this is going to be drizzle.config.ts. And here we are going to import config from, so let me see. So we also are going to use .mb. We don't have it yet, so let's install it. npm int .env, and also this is the dev dependency. And we are going to use this to import the .mb config into this file. So here we are going to import config from .env. And here we are going to say config, and the path is going to be .env.local. So this is going to load this configuration in this file, and then we can say export default define config, and we can import this from Drizzle kit, define config from Drizzle kit. And here we are going to have a path to the schema, and the schema is going to be source /leaf/db/schema. We don't have this path yet, but we are going to add it soon. And the output of this is going to be in a folder called Supabase/migrations. So very important to add this dot at the beginning to tell it's in the current directory. The elect, it's going to be PostgreSQL, and then we have DB credentials, and this is going to have a URL, and the URL is going to be taken from the environment, and for that we are going to use process.env, and this is going to be the name of this variable. And it's complaining because it says that this cannot be undefined. So we can just overwrite TypeScript for now with this. So we tell it that's actually not undefined because we already know that's present there. So we have our config file, but we actually need our schema and our connection to the database. So for that, we're going to add a folder in Leaf called Leaf, and here we're going to have a DB folder. So let's start with the schema.ts. All right, so here we are going to define our tables that we previously reviewed, and let's start with the profiles, right? So for that we're going to say export const profiles equals, and here we're going to use pg table from Drizzle, right? And that's how we define a table using Drizzle. Here the first parameter is the name, so the name is profiles, and the second parameter is the definition of the table. So each column is going to have a key, which is the name of the table, and then we are going to use different types to define it. So for the ID of the table, we are going to use UUID, and this is a type that we import from pgcore. Then we give it a name, and this is, so there's a difference between this and this. This is the name that we are going to use in our code, and this is the name that it's used on the actual database. So this is usually snake case, and this is usually Pascal case. It's just how these conventions are. For some reason they're different, but we will see soon how that. So we can say that this UUID is the primary key of this table, and it's not nullable. So yeah, it's just the primary key that we use for indexing and searching into the table. Then, as you remember, we have a username, and this username is type text, and we are going to import this from pgcore. Then we give it a name, it's also a username. Then we say it's not null. So this is not the primary key, but this is unique. and this is going to create a unique index for us. Then we have created at, which is the timestamp from pgcore, and the name is created. See here, I'm using a snake case, so these are different, but that's all right. That's the conventions from this. And we are going to have a default, and the default is now. So it's going to use the current timestamp in the database for this value. And this is also not null. So we have our first table. That's how we define the first table. Now let's go to the posts table. And again, we export const posts like this, equals pg table. We give it a name, which is posts, and then we give it the definition. We start by the ID. I'm just going to copy this because it's kind of the same. The only difference here is that this doesn't have a default because this is going to be created with a trigger, with the database trigger. But here we are going to have a default, and default is random. So because this is a UUID, the default is going to be generated for us, so we don't have to provide an ID every time we create a post. Then we are going to have a profile ID that's type UUID, and the name of the table is like this, again in snake case. Then this is also not null, and for creating a foreign key here we are going to use this reference helper, and this is like a callback, and this is going to reference profiles. So this is a nice thing about Drizzle. So we use this as objects. So because of that, we also have IntelliSense for this, and here we can reference the column of profiles. So that's how we define this foreign key. And then we are also going to have a parent ID. And this is going to be an UUID that has a parent ID, of name of parent ID. And this is nullable because not all posts will have a parent ID, right? This also has a connection with ID, right? Because this is a self-referenced foreign key. But we are going to do that later because we have to do it differently because it's the same table. Then we have content, and content is typed text, and here we use the name content, and a post needs content. It cannot be null. For created ad, we can just copy this. This is exactly the same here, so we just copy it. So here the pg table function can accept 3 parameters: the name, the definition, and the third one is where we can have more indexes if we want. So the indexes work like this. We have a callback, and this callback receives a table, which is the current table, and here we are going to return an object from that callback, and here we are going to create the parent reference. So it's just a manually way to do the reference, and for this we use the foreign key from pgcore. So foreign key, this is just a helper function to create a foreign key, which receives an object that has many keys. So first we need to define the columns. So this is just the column on the current table that's going to have the reference. So we define it can make many columns, but in this case it's just one. And this is the current table that and this reference the same table. That's why we have this, and the table is the parent ID. And then for the foreign columns, and again this is just one, we are going to say table.id, which is the same table. And we can give the name, because this is a index. We can just say post parent id /f key. So one thing to know is that this also has a name. It's just that we don't define it. Is auto-created, but that's okay. We don't have to worry about that. And now we're going to have some other indexes. We're going to have a created at edx. And why we have a created at index for this is because we're going to use, in the very future, we're going to use pagination, and we're going to use cursor-based paginations, which is a different kind. Is a different kind of pagination that uses a sequential column to make the pagination. And created that is our sequential column, because we don't have numeric IDs. The column that uses sequential values is created that. And it's best to have an index for that. You don't need to have an index for this, but it's just best for performance. So we use the index that we import from pgcore. I'm going to close this because it's taking too much space. And here we pass as the first parameter, we have the name of the index. So it's going to be post created at edx. And then we can call on, and then we can reference on table with table that created at. So this is where the index is going to be created. We are also going to create indexes for profile ID edx. And the reason for that is because we are having that column as a foreign relationship is better for performance. Again, you don't have to, but it's just nice to have parent ID edx. So I'm going to update. I'm just copying them, but of course we need to change, because this is profile/id, and then parent \id, and this column is parent ID. All right, so we have our posts. We're not going to have more indexes here. Now let's move to likes. Export const likes, which equals pg table name of likes, and here we have our schema. We have an ID, which is UUID, and for this we can just copy this from the post, because in this case it's exactly the same. Then we are going to have a profile ID, and guess what? This is also the same as this one, because it references the same thing. And the other column is post ID. And I'm going to copy this, but for this one we need a different thing, because this is post/id, and this is now reference posts or previous table. And we need our created at column. Now let's move to the follows column. Export const follows equals pg table, and the name is follows. Then we are going to have a follower ID, and I'm going to copy that from here because it also references the profile, right? But the name is different here. So this is follower ID. It's not null, and it references profiles.id. Then we have the followed ID, which is again UUID, followed dash ID, not null, and references the same thing. Oops, like this. And we need our created add column. We just copied that from the previous. Here we are going to have, so in the likes table, I'm also going to add some extra indexes for the foreign keys. So remember that we have the third parameter, and here we can say table slash and returns an object. We're going to say profile ID edx equals index slash likes profile ID edx, and this is going to be on table.profile ID. That's for the profile, and we are also going to create another one for the post. And this is going to be post ID edx. So this will help us to fetch. We probably not going to use it, but for it's just best practice to have indexes in the things that you can query, or all the likes that the user has, or all the posts that this likes belongs to. So it's just a nice way to have all of that. So this is for the profile ID, and this is for the post ID. And we are going also to do the same from the follows. And here, so we have an ID here, right, for the likes. But for the follows, we are going to create a composite ID, which is going to contain a primary key. In this case, this primary key is here. But for the follows, we are just going to have a composite primary key. And for that, we again use the third parameter. We define our function, and here we are going to have a primary key as pk, which is primary key, again from pgcore. Make sure to import that, and here I'm going to use an object, and here we're going to define the columns that have this primary key. So that's why I declare it here, as that's because that's a really easy way to and that's because this is a composite is made of these two. I need to add the primary key here, so don't forget to add the primary key. And here we use table.follow with follower ID and table.follower ID. So the primary key, it's going to be a composition of these two things, and this will help us also to query this table easily. And then we are also going to have indexes for the other things, so we can query them easily. So we are going to have follower ID edx, and here follow with ID edx. So this is going to be on follows follower ID edx. I'm going to copy this here, but this is follow with, and here is follower ID, and this one is follower ID. All right, so we have our follows table. Just going to double check that everything's all right. Then we have the hashtags table. Export const hash tags equals pg table, and we give it a name, hash tags, and we give it the schema, and a hashtag has an ID. So this one I'm going to copy from our likes. And this one has also name, which is text name, and this is not null, and this is unique. So every hashtag needs to be unique on the name. And then we have created add, which is the same as this one, so I just copied. And for this, we don't have any additional indexes. Now we have the last table, which is post hashtags. And this is going to keep the relationship between the post and the hashtags. Post hashtags. And here we need a post ID, which is type UID with the name post hash ID, and then that's not null, and also references. What references this? This reference the posts.id. We have one. What also we need the hashtag ID. Hashtag ID. And this is also an UUID with the name hashtag ID. Is not null, and references like this. It references our hashtags ID column. Finally, we need the created add. And as you can see, we also don't have a primary key here, so we are going to define it here, very similar like we did it in the follows, like this. I'm just going to copy, and then I'm going to rename everything. We need a comma here. So primary key, post ID plus hashtag ID. And this is for the table that post ID, and this is for the table hashtag ID. So this name changes, and now is post dash hashtags. I'm going to replace this here, and then I'm going to change this from follower ID to post ID, and this one to hashtag ID. And again, I need to change this to post ID edx. hashtag ID EDX. So we have all of our tables, but now we also need to declare the relationships that exist in all of these tables. And this is not strictly related with our schema, but it's just a way to tell Drizzle how our relations work. And for that, we are going to start with the post relations. So we are going to say export const posts relations, and here we use the relations helper from Drizzle ORM. Yep, and as you can see, this is imported from here. This is not related with Postgres. This is something specific to Drizzle. And here we are going to declare our relations. So we first pass the table that needs the relations. So this is the post. And then we have a callback that has the relations that we can have. So we have one and many. And both of those relations are the ones that we are going to use. So for returning an object, we are just going to use this like parentheses of and then braces. And this is an easy way to just return an object here. And we are going to start with a profile relation. And this is a one-to-one relation. So every post is just going to have one profile. That's why it's a one-to-one relationship. Oh, and here we reference the profiles table. And here we say what are the fields that are related. So we say fields. And the fields is the posts that profile ID. That's the one that's that references the profiles.id. So we have our first relationship, which is with the profile. Then we have the relation with the parent. So again, this is a one-to-one because only one post can have only one parent. Posts. And then we have the fields. And these fields are post.parent ID. And then we have references post.id. So our post.parent ID reference the same column. Then we have children, which means these are arbitrary names that we are giving these relationships, right? And this a post can have many replies, many children responses. So that's why we use many, and here we just use posts. And a post can have many likes. So we just reference our likes column, and a post can have many hashtags. So we have our post relations. Now let's go to the likes relations. Export const likes relations equals relations, and this is for the likes table. Relations, and here we again have a callback. Don't forget to close this correctly. And well, in this case, we only have one-to-one relationships in the likes. We don't have many relations. So we have one for the profile. So one like belongs to one profile. Here we have the fields. And those fields are in the likes that profile ID, and then it references the post that posts that no profiles.id, and this is profiles. Okay, we have the profile relation and we also have the posts relation. So again, in one-to-one to posts, the fields are post likes that post ID, and this references the post.id. Okay, so we have the likes relationship. We need the follows relationships. Export count follows relations, and this equals relations which are with follows, and this one again is just reference one. So this is very similar to this. I'm just going to copy the parameter, but here this is not related with the prof. Is the follower, and for this we again use the profiles, but here we use the follows that follower ID, follower, and reference the profiles.id. Oh, we can also give it a name if we want. So let's call it following. And here we also reference the profiles, but this column changes to follow with ID, and this references the profiles.id, and we can give the name follow with by, and this is follow with. All right, we have the follows relation. Now we need the hashtags relations, which equals relations hashtags, and here we have a many relation. So there is only one, and that's the one hashtag can have many posts, right? Many post hashtags. So post hashtags. Now let's go to the post hashtags relation. Export const post hashtags relations, and this is the last one. Relations, and here we are going to reference post hashtags, and here we have only many one-to-one relationships, and here we are going to return an object, and the first relation is with the post. On the posts, then we have fields, and the fields that we reference are post hashtags that post ID, and that references the posts ID. And the next one is for hashtags. I'm just going to copy and paste this here, but this is called hashtag, and this reference the hashtags, and this is post hashtags ID, and this is the hashtags.id. Right, we have all of our relationships and tables. This is basically a representation of our schema. And we have the schema, but we need to connect that to a database connection. And we also need to migrate that schema that we are going to do it in a bit. So I'm going to create an index file in the DB folder, and this is where we are going to have our connection. And there's a very simple way to declare this, but we're going to make it a bit complicated because every time we save a file into Next.js, it's going to do a hot reload, right? That's great. But because of that, we can create, it can create a new connection every time with the database. And this only happens on development. This doesn't happen on production. But because of that, we want to avoid that. And because of that, we're going to use as a pattern to make sure that we don't recreate, we don't create new connections every time we save a file. So for that, I'm going to use Drizzle from Drizzle or ORM Postgres. So this is the connection that we need, and then I'm going to say const db equals Drizzle, and here we are going to pass a connection that's not defined yet. We need to define it. I'm going to define it soon, and then we can pass the schema, and the schema we can import that from our previous file. So we can say import everything as schema from schema, and here that's where we pass. So we have an error because this is not defined yet. So that will be like the very simple way of doing it, but we're not going to do this because this connection can be created every time. So after that, before that, we are going to export everything from schema. And also we are going to export the DB connection. Okay, let's define this connection. So we're first going to declare it here without any value. Connection, but we are going to give it a type, which is Postgres, and this we need to import Postgres from, and now I'm realizing that we don't have the Postgres installed, so we need to install this. This is very important. This is the driver that we are going to use with Drizzle to connect to Postgres. So we are going to say npm install Postgres, like that, Postgres. So that's installed, and now we can import it, and here we have a type that we can use for it. It's called SQL. So that's the type that we are going to use for the connection. Now we are going to check if process that env that node.env equals, so if we're running node in production, then the connection equals Postgres, and here we are going to pass the URL of our database. Remember that we have this in our Drizzle file, so we can just copy that. We're also going to copy this with this, so it knows that it's not undefined. And then we are going to use prepare fails, which is important for connection pooling. Connection pooling is a way of allowing serverless functions to many serverless functions to connect at the same time. Because once we deploy this to production, this runs in a serverless environment, and that's why we need database pooling connection. Else, if we're not in production, we're going to say global connection equals global, which is the global object in Node, and we are going to extend the type of this as global this, and this is just for TypeScript, equals, and we are going to have a connection here in the global object, which is the same type of this. And again, this is mainly for TypeScript. Now, because it's like we use the window object, we're going to use the global object here to keep track of our connection, so we don't create a new one every time. So if there's not global connection, that connection, which is the property that we just created, if that's not available, we are going to create a new connection using global connection equals, and guess what? It's the same as this. And finally, we are going to assign our connection to the global connection. So yeah, it looks kind of weird. So usually you will just pass this right here. You will just pass it here, right? And forget about everything. But because of the reloading, we are going to do this so we don't saturate our connections. So we have our connection. That's great. We have our Drizzle file where we are going to migrate. But if we go to Supabase, there's nothing in here, right? And that's because we need to migrate our files. Okay, before doing the migration, I'm going to fix some typos that I did in the schema. If you have the same typos, also make sure you correct them. So this is the first typo that I did, which is this needs to be created at, right? That's the name that we're giving it. So created at, and I did the same typo in all of these places. So I'm going to fix all of them. Created at, created at. Let's just find all the instances where I made this typo. Created at, and we have last one here, created at. So we fixed that mistake. The other mistake that I made is right here in the follows primary key. So here you can see that we have the same here. So this is follower, but this is followeth. Okay, make sure you correct that if you had the same mistake. And here it says follower, but we are using followeth. So we want to correct that with the right names. Follower, and this needs to be followeth IT. The other mistake that I make is that here we have post ID 2 times. So we want to correct that to only have one ID. And finally, this is not really a mistake, but it's very better to keep things consistent. So when we create a key, we are using the name of the table, and here I'm missing an S because that's the name of the table. And this is also important. Here we have a mistake in the post relations. Post doesn't have many hashtags. It has many post hashtags. That's the relation that we have. Before doing our migration, I just want to correct this. So here we have an issue with this character, and that's because I'm using double quotes. If I use single quotes here, we are not going to have that issue with our connection. So yeah, make sure again that you have your password here. So this is my password. So make sure you have the one that you created for your project. And now we are going to start doing migrations for these SQL changes. So for that, I'm going to open the terminal, and first I'm going to run npx, which is how we can use the command line from Drizzle kit. And after this, we are going to type the command generate. So generate is going to read our schema, it's going to read everything that's in there, and it's going to generate a migration for us in the file that we have defined here. So it's going to do it in this file. So let's hit enter, and that created the folder, and it also created a bunch of files that we're going to take a look. So these files, actually we want to commit them to GitHub, because that's how we keep track of all the changes that we are doing into our database. So if we open this SQL file, I'm going to close this for now. We can see all the SQL that has been generated for us. So this is just the definitions for all of our relationships, all of our indexes, all of our tables. That's how they're defined. And here in metadata, we can see that we have a snapshot, and this is just for Drizzle. That's a snapshot that keeps track of the migration at this point. That's how it knows which files and which migrations to generate the next time we change something in our schema. So we have the migration file. Now we need to execute this migration. So for that, we open the terminal, and then again we run npx drizzle kit, and then we run the command migrate. That's how we apply this migration into our database. And for that, it's going to grab the database URL that we defined in the Drizzle config, and that's going to take care of all the migrations. So let's hope everything works out. And all the migrations were applied successfully. So now let's take a look of what happened in Supabase. So now if we go back to our table editor, we can see that now we have all of our tables here. So there's one problem with our tables. And if we go here to database and we go to policies, we can see that row level level security is disabled. And what this tells us is that everyone that has access to our public keys will be able to see and modify all the data in the tables. So we don't want that. We want to enable row level security, but what we are going to do is just going to enable it without having specific rules to access them. So which means is that the client, the public keys that Supabase manage, is not going to be able to change this database. Only the direct connection is going to be able to change this. So there are many ways that we can use the Postgres database, but this is just one way of doing it, and that's that our server or secure server is the only thing that's going to have access to this. So one way of enable row level security will be to do it through the dashboard, but we don't want that because we want to keep track of all the changes that we have been doing to our database. This is something that we can do with a migration. So let's do that. So for that, we are going to go again to VS Code. In our terminal, we are going to write npx drizzle /kit, and here we are going to type generate. But this time, we are not going to use our schema. We are going to use this option -- custom, which means that we are going to write a custom SQL migration. So now if we take a look here, not in meta, but here, we have our auto-generated migration and we have our custom migration, which we can write SQL here. So it's very simple SQL for this. We are going to use alter table, and the table is public, and here we are going to list all of our tables. So let's start with this one, follows, and here we're going to say enable row level security. That's a very simple statement, and this is an SQL statement that we can do for all of our tables. I'm going to copy and paste this for the following tables. So we have our hash tags table, we have our likes table, we have our post hashtags table, we have our posts table, right, like this, and then we have our profiles table, and then I think that's all we have. Profiles, posts, likes, follows, post hashtags. We save this file, and again we can just run npm drizzle migrate, and this is going to migrate this into our database. And that's it. That's how we have enabled row level security. And if we see now, it's enabled, but they're not policy sets, which means that queries will return an empty array. We could go further than that and create a special role. We're not going to do that. I'm just going to point out that there's something that better that we can do. We can actually create new roles, and roles that have a specific access to certain things, but we're not going to do that for this. I'm just letting you know that that's something more secure. But for now, we are good. We can also take a look at what that there was created a Drizzle schema. So this is where Drizzle keeps all of the migration information that it needs to know which migrations have been triggered and which have been not triggered. And if we go back to database, we can also see our schema right here. And there's the things that are missing. So the things that are missing are this relationship with ID with the auth schema. So because we are not keeping track of this auth schema and we don't need to do it in Drizzle, we also have to write a custom migration to link this ID right here with our public schema. And we are going to do that. And we also are missing our triggers that we are going to have every time a user is created to populate this table. As you can see, we don't have triggers yet. So we are going to do that in a migration. So we're going to create a new migration. We could use the same one, but we want to keep things separately. So for that, again, we're going to use our terminal. We're going to write npms npx Drizzle -kit my generate --custom, and this is going to create a new file like we see in the migrations folder. And here we're going to start our new SQL. I'm going to close the terminal so we have more space. And here we are going to start with alter table. So we are going to alter the profiles table. And here we are going to add a constraint on which with the name profiles ID f key. So this is the foreign key that we are going to have in the profiles table, and this is going to be a foreign bear with me, I'm not an SQL expert, but this is for the ID. This needs to be lowercase, and these references or out.users. So that's the table that we reference there in the out schema, and this with the ID of that table. Now we're also going to add an onDelete cascade. And we close our statement, very important, with semicolon. And we add onDelete cascade because every time a user it's deleted there in the out users table, we also going to delete that from our table. Then we are going to create a function in SQL, and for that we use a SQL language for that. So just bear with me. That's the only part of this project that we are not going to use TypeScript, and I have not created these functions myself. I've used Sonnet and ChatGPT to help me, but they're very readable, so we can understand what they do. So we are going to create or replace a function, and this is going to be on the public schema, and then we need to add the name, which is going to be validate username before change. So that's the name, that's how we define this function. And then we add returns, this function returns a trigger, and then we need to define the language. So the language is PLP, Gym, SQL. So I guess this is the language for this function. And this part is for security. And the security is definer. So this is just a way to tell the Postgres engine that even though the user might not have access to run this function, we are going to bypass this because this is a function that doesn't need access, it's just a trigger. And this part is also for security. We say search path equals like this. So in case someone hijacks this function, we are not allowing that. And this is just for security, don't worry about that. Then we have this as $, like this. And here is where we start the function with begin. And first, I'm going to add some comments. Oops, like this. So check, oops, if it is an insert operation. So remember our flowchart. So if it's insert, we are going to check that the username is present. So that's why we need to first check. So this is going to run if it's going to be inserted. So if it's insert, and how we do that? So we use, I'm going to use spaces for instead of tab, I'm going to use spaces for this, 2 spaces. If tg op, which means trigger operations, equals just one equal insert. If it's an insert, then we are going to perform something there. So I'm just going to type what we do, and that's ensure username is present, right? How do we do that? So we say if new references what's going to be inserted is the object. So remember that we have in our out schema, we have a row, where's that? Raw user metadata. So we are going to check that. Let's go back here and we are going to say raw user dash meta dash data. Let's double check if it's the right name. Yeah, user metadata. And how we access properties inside JSON objects in SQL is like this. We just add this syntax, which is dash, this sign, this one, and another one. So there are 2. That's how we access properties inside JSON, because this is JSON. And we say username. That's how we access the username. If this is null, or I'm going to copy this again. or if this is an empty string. So why it's important to explain why we're doing this into a trigger. So usually you can enforce this in your database or in the schema itself, but we don't have directly control of this schema or this backend, because remember, if we go to our architecture, the Supabase client, when we use it directly, doesn't tag to our backend. It uses his own server and it uses his own schema. It connects to the PostgreSQL, but it uses a different schema. That's why we use this for. Then I'm going to use 2 spaces. If this is true, right, if the username is null or it's empty, then we raise an exception like this, and we just give it a name. And we can say username must be provided when creating a new user. We close this statement, we go back here and we end this if like this, and we end this other if and if like this. Just make sure you have the right spaces here. I'm going to change this to 2, so we have a better look of what's happening. Now we are going to check for username uniqueness. This is for both insert and update, right? So if we go back to our flow, for both insert and update, we are going to check if the username is unique. And how we do that? So we first check if exists. So we are going to do a subquery here. And for that, we just use regular SQL. So we are going to select 1, which is how usually we do when we want just to check existence. We use 1. That's the most efficient way to do it, because we don't really want to select anything. We just want to know if that exists from public.profiles. So we're going to select from our profiles where an username equals new. We're going to select this and copy that here, where the username equals what's trying to be inserted, updated, or created, and ID is different that new.id. So we are going to this is a comment, exclude the current user when updated, right? We want to exclude the current user. Then if this exists, it means the username is already taken, right? So then we raise an exception. I'm going to copy this. And this is at the same level of the then. And we can say user with username already exists. So why did I add it at this here? This is a way that we can insert a variable. We just add a command and we are going to insert this variable here. And we are going to close this line. Then we can end or if like this. And we are going to then return new. So that's how we're just returning what it's being created, and then we can end this end pairs with this begin, and we end it like this. And then we can end this function like this with this. So we have our function. Okay, we created the function, but we haven't created the trigger. For that, we are going to go down here, and we are going to do it like so. Create trigger. We are going to give it a name. Check username. Before this is going to be for the update out users. And here we are going to say before update on. So that's how we know where this trigger is going to happen. Before update on which table out that users. That's the table where the trigger takes place for each row. For each row, we are going to execute. We can also add a condition. So we are just going to do that for updates when the old, so we check the old value, row user. Again, I'm just going to copy that from here, like so, where when the old value is distinct from the new value. So only when it's different, we are going to do this, because if it's the same, we don't have to check it. That's wasting resources. So we have the condition, but now we have to define what to do when this happens, and we are going to execute the function, and we are going to grab the name of the function like this. And of course we need to invoke the function like this, and we can now close this trigger. Now we are going to do the same for insert. So in this case, we're going to change the value, because this is not for update, this is for insert. And we change this to insert. That's the operation we want to trigger. And here we are going to remove this condition, right? Because we want to run this every time a new insert happens. Not only, we don't have old here because this is an insert. All right, so those are the two triggers that we have for insert and update. Now we are going to create another function, because if we go back to our flow, we are just checking, making validation, but we actually have to perform the update or insert. So for that, we are going to create a new function and a new trigger, because this is before and the new trigger is after, right? So let's do that. Create or replace function, which is public, that update profile username. So this is going to be for updates. I'm going to copy the same. This is the same. We don't have to change anything here. Just make sure you have a valid syntax. And here we can do the function. And this is way simpler than the other one. So we are just going to perform an update on public left profiles, set username, and the username is our new raw data username, like this. And we need a condition, so that's going to be where id equals our new.id. And we return new, and we can end this function, and we also close the function with this. So we have our function. That was simpler. Now we are going to create the trigger. For that, I'm going to copy this trigger because it's going to be kind of similar. So we have to change some things. So I'm just going to say, change it the name of the trigger on out user updated. So this is not before, this is after an update happens for each row. And again, we have the same condition because we only want to do this if it actually changes, but the name of the function is different. So this one is update profile username. So we have that for updates, but we also need one for inserts. So I'm just going to copy all of this. Just be really careful with the syntax and with the changes. So here it's going to be handle new user, handle new user. This is the same. So the thing that changes is our body. So this is not going to be an update. So I'm just going to remove all of this and start with an insert into public profiles. This is our table. So we're going to insert an ID and a username. And values, the values are going to be our new.id. So that comes from the schema table. And the other thing that we insert is the username, which is new raw user metadata username. We return new like this. And I'm going to copy this trigger and of course change it. So here we have create trigger. We need to change the name, and this one's going to be on out user created. This is after insert. We have this for each row, execute function, and we changed the name of the function, public. So those are all our functions to do this. Which is nice because now we don't have to worry about handling this in ourselves. It's going to have securely in a transaction, and we just worry about creating the user. We don't have to worry about anything else. Before running this migration, I have an error here. So we don't want to compare all of this. We just want to bind the value with the username. We need to correct that. This is in the validate username before change function. Yeah, just make sure that we're just binding the value. And also here I'm just going to add a space just in case. And yeah, that should be all that we need. So now for applying this, we just run npx in our terminal, drizzle kit generate custom, oh no, npms drizzle kit migrate, and then we hit enter, and we have an error. Let's see what's the error. We are missing a then at the end of the SQL expression. Let's see where that error lies. So that has to be here, because that's the only place where we use if. But let me double check. So yeah, we are missing a then here, right? So when we use if, we have to use then to tell that we have finished this. Yeah, so just make sure all the ifs end with then. Let's double check again. We have a then here and we don't have any other if, so let's just try again. So we have another issue here. Let's check what that is. It says that's near return. Return new, that's correct. Return new, that's correct. Return new. So yeah, the issue is in here. And the issue is there that we haven't closed this statement. So you can see that it's just open but hasn't been closed. So we just close it like this. So yeah, just make sure you close your statement. So I'm just going to, in case you need to, I'm just going to go all over this code. So I think this is the final good one. And you can take a screenshot or anything you need to make sure you have the right code. I'm just going to go all over the code. And now we can try again. Yep, this time it succeeded. So if we go to our database and we go to triggers, we can see now we have triggers, but in the out schema. Those are the triggers that we have. Before insert, before update, after insert, and after update. So as I said before, we have done many changes. We are going to review them see that everything is right, and we can create a checkpoint for all of this. I'm going to say git status. I'm going to check my history with JLOL, and here I'm going to add everything to git add that, and then I'm going to commit with a message. So this is not mandatory. You can do it without this, but it's a good practice. And here I'm going to use 2, and I'm going to say db setup. This is what we did here. Now we have everything secure in Git. Okay, now we are going to set up the authentication flow for the application. So for that, we first need to set up the Supabase client. In the Supabase folder, we are going to create a new folder called clients, like this. And we are going to have many clients for the backend, for the server, and for the client, which is the browser. So let's start with that, with browser client. So we're just going to say browser.ts, which is the name for this client. And this, if we go to the Supabase docs, we can find how they do it. We type Supabase SSR. They tell you how to do it for different parts of the app. We already have this right here, but remember that we need these variables. So we already have the variables, I believe, because we just copied that from Supabase, and then we need to create the clients. So let's start with the browser. For the browser one, we are going to type use client at the top, which means that this client is going to be using JavaScript. That's why we need to enable use client. And now we are going to say export default, create browser client. This is what we import from Supabase SSR, and we are going to rename it because you can see they have the same name, or variable or function. It's going to be a function. So we're going to rename this as create Supabase browser client. So this is what we actually going to use. And here we are just going to return. We are going to consume this, and this takes 2 parameters. If we hover, we can see the parameters, the Supabase URL and the Supabase key. So we just need to access that from the variables. We do that by using process.env. It's just one C. .env .public Supabase URL, and then we also need the process.env public. I'm going to copy that from the ORM variable. This is the variable that we need. Public next public, so it's next. Remember to add next, and we add next public in front of this because that's a convention. That's how we tell the Next.js project that this is actually a client variable that can be exposed. So that's why we use next public. Now we have an error because it expects this not to be undefined, and this can be undefined, so we can override that by using this, right, like this, and that's how we tell TypeScript that this isn't undefined. And yeah, that's how we create this browser client. We are also going to now create a server client, and it's very similar to the well, it's not similar. So the difference here is that here we are going to read and set cookies. So we're going to have two versions of this client. We're going to have a read-only server client, which means that this only reads cookies, and we also have the normal server client that reads and writes cookies. And why we need to? Because the server components cannot actually write cookies, they can only read cookies. And that's just how Next.js works. And the middleware, the server API routes, and also the server actions can write cookies. So that's why we are going to create two browsers, two clients. And let's just create read only server client. That's just the name that I'm giving this. And here I'm going to have so for this we need a cookie store. So cookie store, and this is going to come from the cookies function from Next.js. So Next.js has a function that we can use here, and we need to call it like this, and then we can return this like using the create server client from Supabase SSR. So again, I'm going to rename this as create Supabase server client, just to name the other one. And this one is going to also use the same variables that we used in the browser. So I'm just going to copy paste that here. And as a third parameter, we need some configurations. So this is just an object that takes the cookies, and here we have a function that says get all. And how we define this is just using our cookie store get all function. Yeah, so this is just read only. That's why we only have the get all method. As you can see, we also have the set all method, but this client is only going to be read only. And then we are going to say export function create server client, and here we are going to do the same. So we have the cookies. I'm just going to copy this like this, but the difference with this is that we also have the set all method, and this takes a parameter which is cookies to set, and here we can say cookie store for each cookies to set, because this is an array to set like this. We can say that, see that this is an array. So for each one of these, we are going to deconstruct the name, the value, and the options of the cookie. And then we are going to, for each one, use our cookie store. And here we have a set method. And here we are going to set the name, the value, and the options of these cookies. That's how we create these clients. And finally, we are going to create a middleware client or helper function middleware.ts. So what is a middleware in Next.js? So let's take a look. Middleware Next.js. So the middleware is just a function that runs on every request, before every request. It's just a function that intercepts and runs before every request. It uses the edge runtime, which means it's going to be faster than the other functions. And this is how we defined the middleware. We are not defining the middleware yet. This is just a helper function, because here, if we look in the Supabase docs, we can see that this is how we can set up how we should set up the middleware using their products. So we have the default middleware, but we extend that by having an update session function. So we have this because we want to update on every request. We want to update refresh the session before it expires. So here you can see that since server components can write cookies, we need the middleware to do this. So I'm going to just copy this util. That's the first thing that we are going to have here. And we need the TypeScript version, but it seems that there's not a TypeScript version for this. So we're just going to update this. So this is a request that comes from next request from next server. This is, as we know, this is not, we override this, and that's how we are going to refresh the out token on every request. But this is how we create the client. So this client is different. It uses the next response. So we don't have to worry too much about all of this. Just take in mind that this is going to update the session, and that's how we can access and create a new response after we update the session in Supabase. So yeah, just feel free to pause and copy this code, or you can just grab it from the documentation of Supabase. But we are going to actually do something else. So here we can have an object as a response from the getUser method. This is going to call to the Supabase server, remember, or chart. So the Supabase client calls the server, and also the server right here, which is the one that we are using. Oops. The one that we are using is the one that in the server also calls the Supabase out server. So that's what it's doing here. And here we can have a data object, and after it gets the user. So this function gets the user and also refresh the session if it's about to expire. And this method can have a data and a user object. So we're just deconstructing this object, and here we are going to say if there is actually a user and the request that next URL, which is the URL path name starts with login. So what we are going to do here is, if there's a user and it's already, and they're trying to access the login page, we are going to redirect the user to the home page, because we don't want to show them that page if they're already logged in. So we are going to do that for the login route. or the sign up route. I'm going to copy this, and here I'm going to change this to sign up. We need to use the slash because that's how we know it starts with that. So, and also I'm going to wrap this in another parenthesis because we want to check if user and the URL is either this or this. Then what we are going to do, if that's true, we are going to grab the URL from the request, that next URL. Then I'm going to clone that URL. I'm going to say URL path name, and this is just the path that I'm going to redirect to. And then we can say return next response. So that's a response that we have here. Oh, well, it's just the next response. And we can say redirect to our new URL, which is just a clone of the request URL, but the path name equals this. So that's how we update the session. But now we actually need to, this is just a helper function. If we go to the docs, you can see that we actually need to implement this into our middleware. So for that, we go to source app, source middleware. This is the place, middleware.ts. And I'm going to just copy this and paste it here. We're going to double check if that's the right path for the middleware. So yeah, I think it's in the source. Yeah, inside the source directory. And here we are going to type this as next request from next server, and this we are going to import from our utility. So that's how we update or redirect the user in the middleware. And this is just a regex that is used to tell the middleware where to run. So this is by default, and this, I think this is also how they suggest we have this matcher, which it means that it's going to match all requests with the exception, and this is how we do it using regex, with the exception of next static image or favicon. And yeah, we don't want to run this code when the client is trying to request any of these static files. So this is just for everything else. It's just regex that we tell the middleware where to run and where not to. So we have the middleware. Now we are going to set up a provider using React context for that. So before starting our provider, we are going to install another package into the project. Open the terminal and type npm install Sonar. So Sonar is just a library to manage those notifications. It's a library just to render toast, and it's really easy to set up, and we want to use it for authentication notifications in case something goes wrong. If we go back to our terminal, we type that, and we are going now to go to lib, create a new folder called providers. This is where all the providers that we need are going to be stored. Then we are going to have an out provider.tsx, and this is the main provider that we are going to use for authentication. So why do we need a provider? It's actually not mandatory, or it's just a nice to have for our app, because if you don't know what React context is, we can just take a really quick look of what it is. So yeah, it's just a way to create shared methods, variables. It's just a way to have state management, yeah, through your app. And for that, you wrap all the apps, all the components that want to share this context, and then you can define the context value, and you can pass the value, and then you can use that value inside the trigger components. And in Next.js, we can just wrap server components with the context. That's the way we can do it. And well, yeah, yes, let's just start and we will see how we use it. So we are going to first define an interface for the context value, just to type things out. So this context is going to have a user, and this is going to be the type user that comes from Supabase.js, or null. So it's going to be null or user. Then we are going to have a loading state, which means the user is being loading. And we can type this as an empty, as a function that returns void. Well, no, as a boolean. This is a boolean. And then we are going to have handle sign out. And this is going to be a function that returns void. This is going to be an async function, so promise, and this is how we pass a parameter to that function. And in this context, we're also going to have all of our out methods, so we can access them through all the app, and we can manage the state of the users inside here. So remember again our diagram, we use the Supabase client directly. We call this directly in the client. So let's go back here, and then also create a handle login, which is going to take an email, which is a string, and a password, which is also string, for logging in a user. And this also returns a promise void, which means an empty promise. It doesn't return anything. Then we have handle sign up, and this one is also very similar to the other one, but we pass email and we pass username, which is string, and we pass the password. And then we also have update user, and for this one we pass the username, which is the type string, and here we are going to return a promise, but this one actually is going to return something which is just an object with the property success. And yeah, and the username is the new username that we are going to update the user. So this could have other properties, but for now we're just going to focus on updating the username. So we have our types don't forget to keep running the server. We have our types for the context. So now let's actually create the context. We are going to say out context equals, for that we use create context from React. That's how we can create the context. Then we can pass our type, and we have to define a default value, which is going to be an empty object, and we are going to assign this as this. So that's how we create the initial context. And now we can define actually the provider. So we're going to say stored default functions out provider. So this is the component that's going to provide the context to the children, and this just takes children as a parameter, and this children is of the type children react at react children react node. Now we are going to start with all of our code for this. So first we are going to define the state of the user. We are going to use user and set user, and for this we are going to use the React useState hook. We are going to pass it an initial value of null. Remember that our user can be null, but our user can also be the type of user from Supabase.js or new. So these are the two types that this state can take. So we have the state. Now we need the loading, and we are going to say set loading, and this use state, and the default value is going to be true. So by default, when the app loads for the first time, mounts for the first time, the loading state is going to be true. Then after that we are going to invalidate that loading state. Okay, now we are going to set up a listener on a useEffect hook. So this listener is going to be for setting the user when the state of the authorization changes. So first we need to import the Supabase client. So we're going to say Supabase equals create browser client, and make sure this is imported from the util we created. Next, we are going to set up that listener using Supabase .out .on out state changes on out state change, and this is going to be executed. This is just a listener that's going to be triggered every time there is a change in authorization. And now we can pass a callback to that listener, and that callback is going to have two parameters. So first is the event, and the second is the session if there's one present. And then we can execute that callback and check if the event equals signed in, or if the event equals initial session, or if the event equals user updated. So in those cases, we are going to set the user, and we are going to grab the session inside the session using the knowledge operation. In case this is undefined, we are going to access the user, and inside that user, that's the user that we might want to assign. Or if there's not user, we use this to tell that this might be null. Then we just set this as null. So that's how we can set the user on these events. But we're also going to check if the event equals signed out. So for this case, we are going to set the user to null. So we just resetting the user. And the other thing that we want to do is here we want to set the loading to false. So this is no longer loading once it's finished. Then we also going to have this in a const, because this listener returns a variable that we can use to unsubscribe. So it's just a subscription. And how we do unsubscribe using useEffect is we just need to return a function from the useEffect hook, and that function is going to call data. And if there is actually subscription, then we are going to unsubscribe from the subscription. So now we have our useEffect, and now that we have this, we can actually return the provider. So we just have to declare the context, but we need to return the provider. And for that, we can use the auth context, and here we have the provider. And here we have the children that comes from the props. So now this is throwing an error because this provider expects a value and we are not passing any value to it. So let's do that. And for that, we just use an object, and here we need the user, and here we also need the loading. So we have the user, the loading, and we're missing all of these methods. So those methods, we are also going to create them. That's why it's complaining, because we are missing all of these. So let's start with the sign out. So for that, we can say async function handle sign out. And first, we are going to set the loading to true. And then we are going to call the Supabase method. So from that, we can say await, because this is an async function. We need to await the Supabase sign out method. Just like that, we can sign out. And then we can read from that result the error. And if there's an error, we're just going to say toast. Remember, we have the toast from Sonar. So just make sure that you have installed Sonar like this, npm install Sonar, and that should take care of installing Sonar, which is just the toast manager. And then we can say if there's an error, we can call toast.error, and here we can call error.message, and we report that to the user. Otherwise, we are going to reset the router. So the router is just a client-side router that Next.js manages when we use link or router. So it's just a good to have to invalidate that router. So we are going to use router from Next navigation. This is important. We want to import that from navigation, which is what we want for the latest version, because there's also router from router, next router. we don't want that. We want it from navigation. And here, if this is successful, we are going to router that refresh invalidate that router. Then we can say set loading false. We restart the loading to the original version. Now we can pass that handle sign out. We can pass this like this, and it's complaining because I think I did a typo. So it's actually hiding. Yeah, this is a typo. It's not sync, it's signed. So it's signed like this. Sign out. So now it's the right value. We have the sign out method, but we need the login as well. So we are going to say async function handle login, and this one takes an email, which is a string, and takes a password, which is also string. Then we can define the function. We're also going to set loading to true. We also going to read the error from Supabase. And here the method that we call is Supabase auth that sign it with password. We have many other methods for authentication that we could use, but this is the one that we want for this app. And this takes two parameters. It takes the email and it takes the password. And this parameter is an object, so we need to pass it as an object. So once we sign in, then we can say the same. If there's an error, we can notify that to the user. Otherwise, we're going to refresh the router, and then we can set loading to false. Then we also have the sign up method. I'm just going to copy this method and paste it and change some things here. So we need to use signed up. We change the name. Here we are going to receive an email, but also an username, which is the type of string. And here we also set loading true. We call sign up like this. That's how we sign up. We pass the email, the password, but we also need to pass the username. But the username is not a property that's required, so we need to use the data, the options object. There's an options object that we can pass here, and this object can take some additional data. And this is where we pass the username. So this data could be anything. So it's just random data that we define, but as you remember, we have here, well, in our diagram, we have how we handle this data in the database to make sure it's present and to make sure it populates to our database. So now we can read the error. So one additional thing that we are going to do here in the error is that we can actually check for a specific error, that if the error message equals database error saving new user, so this is going to be thrown by our triggers, and in that case we are going to have a slightly different error because this doesn't make sense to the user, right? They don't know what they did wrong, but we know what they did wrong. They actually trying to enter a username that's already taken. We don't have to check for the error where there's an empty username because that's taken by client-side validation. So that should be fine. But this is important because here's what's probably happening in this case is that the username is already taken. Then we can say else, and for the other cases that might fail, we can use the generic message that comes from Supabase. So that's all that we need for that, and then we can pass this like this. We are passing this variable, And we also need to pass the login, handle login. And now we're only missing one function, which is the update user function. Async function update user. And for this, we are just going to take the username. So there are many things that we can change. We can change the email, we can change the password. But let's just keep this simple and let's then allow them to change the username only. So I'm just going to copy all the body of the previous function. I'm going to paste it here, and here I'm going to change this to update user. We don't have an email or a password, so we remove that. And here we don't have to pass the options. We can just pass a data of a key with the username. That's what we are going to update. And for this, we are also going to return something. So if we take a look, we are going to return a success object, and we want to do that because we actually want to read to know if this is successful, to do certain actions when we call this function. So for that, we know here this is an error, so we can just return successful true. And for this case, we know it's an error. So, oh, this is an error, so it's false. And this is success, return success, and that's true. And we can add this here, set loading false, after we update the user. So now we can take this and pass that to the context. And we no longer have that error because we have provided all of the methods that all of the properties that we defined for this context value. Now we have our provider, and we can access this context in our children using useContext. But that's a little bit tedious, so we can actually create a custom hook for accessing this provider, this context, in any part of the children of the app. So we can say export function, and we are going to define the function like this, use out. We use, so that's how we tell React that this is a custom hook. Then we can say context equals, and we have the use context hook from React right here, use context. So here we need to pass the context value, the context, and this is just auth context like this. And we are going to check if there's not context. So this could be undefined if we're trying to access in this outside the tree of that has access to the providers. But because this is the whole app, we actually not going to face, this is going to wrap the whole application. This is actually not going to trigger. But we still want to do it because it's just the best practice to have it like this. So we throw a new error, and we can say use of must be used within an out provider. And otherwise, we just return the context. And now this use out hook has access to all of these values. So we have our provider, but we actually need to use the provider in the app. For that, I'm going to create a new index.tsx file in the providers folder. And here we can, and this is just a place where we are going to have all of our providers. We're not going to have many, but it's just good to have it in one place like this. And because these are JavaScript functions providers, we need to use the client. And then we can import the, so one of the providers is not really like a provider, but it's a good place to have it is the toaster from Sonar. So if we go back to Sonar, we can see that we need to add the toaster in some part where we are going to use the toaster. And so let's just add that here, and then we can say export default function providers, and these providers take a children, and that's the type of children, which is a React and a React node. And here we are going to first return the out provider. So this is the one that we created. Here we can pass the children. So that's how we wrap this. And here I'm going to use the toaster, like this toaster. So we have our providers. Here we are going to add any other provider that we're going to need in the future. And now we can use this providers component, and we are going to use it in the layout.tsx. And we want it here because we want to wrap the whole app. And this doesn't mean that the whole app is going to be going to be rendered as a client. It's just the providers that are going to interact with the whole app. Not the app will still going to be server-side rendered, but we need to wrap the providers. And we are going to do that after the body tag. So here, I'm going to call providers from leave providers. And it just goes to the folder because we are using the index file. And here we need to wrap this on the whole app. So that's how we wrap. So now the provider children is the whole app. And we can access the methods that we need in the app. Okay, now that we have our providers, we're going to change some code. So the nav, in the nav, this link is going to be dynamic. If the user is logged in, we are going to display the sign out link. Otherwise, we display the login link. So that's why we have the context, because now it's really easy to know if there's a user in the client. We can just use our custom hook, use auth, and that comes from here, like you remember. And now we can access the properties of the context. So we can access the user, and we can also access the sign out. So we are going to sign out the user from the nav. So that's why we need this. And then we can also add the loading state. And yeah, that's really easy. So now every time we want to access user data, we just call this hook. So let's actually use that. So for that, we are going to have this dynamic. So how we do that, we could use a function, but we can use a trick. Well, it's not a trick, but we can spread an array, but that spread is going to be dynamic. And for that, we use parentheses. So it's just to have an expression here, and here we check a use. If there's a user, with using a ternary operator, we are going to return something here. Otherwise, another array here. And we use the spread operation to actually make it an item. So we know that if there's not a user, we display this, right? If there's not a user, we display what we already had. But if there's a user, so we can say icon. And the icon is going to be log out from our icons. The text, it's going to be log out. And here we are not going to have a link because we don't have a page to perform that, but we can have an on-click handler. On-click, and that handler is going to be our handle logout sign out function. Now we have an error, and that error is correct because we cannot have the link is not always present. So the link could be string or undefined because of the nature of our new array. So how do we handle this? Just really simple. For the links, we are going to use the link, and for other things, we are going to use a button, and those are going to share the same class. So I'm just going to have a constant here that's going to say common class name. It's because those are going to share the same class name. I'm going to copy all of this, cut all of this, put it in here, wrap it into quotes, and now I can pass this variable inside here like this. So that's how we share these classes, so we don't have to write it twice. Now for this right here, I'm going to wrap this into a fragment. And we need to do it in a fragment because React doesn't allow two children for this kind of functions. So that's why we use a fragment like this, React.fragment. And now we can pass the key to the fragment. And we use it like this because if we use the fragment shortcut, it's not going to work. So that's why we use it like this. Then we import React, make sure we import React.fragment. So this is not going to display anything, it's just a way to wrap this. And now we are going to have a condition. And for that, we can use this to have custom JavaScript. And here we are going to say, if there's an item.link, if that's true, we are going to copy this and put it in here. After the parentheses, after this, because the parentheses wraps the JSX, if that's not the case, we are going to have our button. So now you can see that the button is using the fragment is using the logic, and this no longer complains because now the link, we know that's actually defined as a string here. But what do we do with the button? So first we're going to pass the onClick handler from item.onClick. So we already know that we are passing the onClick here, so we passed the handler. Then we can also pass the class name, so we don't have to write it again. And the class name is going to be our variable called common class name. Now we have a style for that, and then we can copy the same markup for the icon. It's going to be the same, and we can copy this as well for the text. And that's how we have the dynamic way of rendering the navigation depending of if the user is sign in or sign out. And yeah, is because the user is not signed in, we see the login. But now we're not using the loading variable, and people don't like to do this. For me, it's fine, but we're going to wrap this in another ternary operator. If you don't want, you don't have to. This is just a nice to have in case you want to add a loading state. So when you click log out, you actually see some feedback that's actually loading something. So what we do is we check if there's a loading state. If there's a loading state, we are going to have an icon of loader, and we are going to have a text, and the text is going to be like this. So if this is true, we have this. Otherwise, we have our other condition. That we check for the user. And that's how we can handle the loading, just like this. And if we take a look, you can see that for a second we have the loading state, because it's actually loading that in the client, the user. Okay, now, but if we click here, we have a not found page, and that's because we haven't defined those pages yet. And for that, we are going to, in the app directory, we're going to have a new folder, and this is going to have parentheses, and it's going to set auth. So what does it have parentheses? Because we are going, this is a group, so we can grab group routes like this, and this doesn't have any effect. But how we actually create a route in Next.js is we just give it the name of the route, so in this case login, as a folder, and this folder needs to have a page.tsx component, and this is going to be the login route. And this login route only just returns a component, so we're going to export default function, and we can say login page like this, and this returns a page. Return login. That's how we define a page. And now if we click here, we can see the page. But for this, we are going to render another component, and that's because we want to share the same component for login and for sign up. So let's just create the sign up route as well. And here we also create a new page.tsx. We are going to copy this, and we are going to change this to sign up page. And for the component, we are going to have it here in components, new folder, and we are going to call this folder auth. And here we can add the component that we want. That's going to be called auth form.tsx. And this component is going to be shared between the login and the sign up pages. And then we can create a component user using the snippet auth form, and we can now pass this component here like this, auth form, and the sign up, and also here in the login. Then we are going to define some props that this component can receive, and for that we use a TypeScript interface, and it's going to say auth form props. We have curly braces, then we use type, and this is going to be either a login or a sign up. signed up like this. Then we can read that from the function like this, and we tell the function that this comes from the out form props. We have the type, but now we need that to pass that in every component. So here we are going to say type, and this one is the login type, and type here, this is the sign up case. So we have the component, we can see it right here, and we go here, we can see that we have also there the component, but now we actually have to build the component. So first, let's start with the methods that we need for this. We're going to use the auth. We use auth from the or custom hook, and here we have all that we need. So we have handle sign up, we have handle login, and we also have the loading state that we can read. So that's what this component is going to do, right? It's going to log in the user, or it's going to sign up the user. So now let's render a form, an HTML form. And we also want to keep track of the state. So you can see that we have an error here because we are using a custom hook. And because of that, we need to define this as use client. Now this is a client component and we don't have that error. And we need to keep track of the username, the password, and the email. For that, we can just use state. So we can say username and set username equals use state from React. The default value is going to be an empty string. We need the same for the password and for the email. So let's do that. Set email and password. Set password like this. So this is going to be, let's start with the class for the form. So we are going to have a flex, but flex direction of column. We're going to have some space on the y-axis of 4. So we have separation between items. We have a padding of 4, but in medium screens we are going to increase the padding to padding 6. Then this form is going to have a handler on submit. We can define the handler on submit like this, or handle submit. We call it handle submit. This takes an event that comes from React form event. And here we first are going to prevent the default action. And now we can check if the type equals login. So in that case, we are going to handle the login, and we pass the email and we pass the password that we are keeping on our state. And if the type is sign up, we can use the other function, handle sign up. And here we have an error because we also need the username. So we read the username like this. And remember, the order is email, username, password. Email, username, password. And now we can pass this here on the onSubmit handler. And that's for the form element. Now we are going to have an h2. And here we are going to check if the type equals login, then we can display using a ternary operator sign in, and otherwise we know is sign up. Now we can see that this is sign up because we are in the sign up page, and this is sign in. Let's add some styling. The text of 2XL is going to be a bit bigger, font of semi-bold, and the text is going to be gray 600. Now we are going to start with the username input, but this is just only going to be shown if the type equals sign up. Only in this case we are going to display that. We first start with a div that has a label and has an input. And the type of the input is text. The label, it's also username. Now let's give the class of this, and this is going to be flex call, and gap of 1 to have some space in there. Gap is also to add a space between the flex elements. So this HTML4 is going to be for username. And now here we are going to give it an ID of username, an autocomplete property. This is for password managers. So we're going to say username. The name is going to be username. The value is the username state. And once this changes, we can read the event, and when we can set the username with the event that target that value. That's how we set. We're also going to say that this is required, and we are going to give it some styling. Rounded to XL2. It's going to have a border, and the border is going to be of grade 300, like this, and it's going to have some padding. So we have our username input, and if we go to sign up, we can see that we have our username there. So now we are going to continue with the other ones, and the other ones that are going to be present for either login or sign up. So we are going to kind of copy all of this, paste it in here, and we are going to change some things. So this is going to be for email. So we change HTML email. We change the label. We change the type. We change the ID. We change the autocomplete. We change the name. We change the value. We change this to set email. And that's it for the email. If we look, we have now the email. Again, we copy all of this. We paste that. We change the password. This to password. This is also HTML2 for password. We change this type to password, ID password, autocomplete. So here we are going to use some dynamic. So if the type equals sign up, the autocomplete value is going to be new password. And if this otherwise is the current password. So this is just some helpers to help password managers. The name is password, the value is password, and this is set password of this. Now we're going to have some servers, so some client-side validation. So the min length of this password, we are going to have it at 6. And you can change, and it's 6 because if we go to our database or Supabase, we go to authentication. If we go to, where is that? I think it's here. In project settings, authentication. Yep. We can see that we can enforce a min password length. And this is enforced by their backend. And we can also change these requirements. So there's no special requirements for this. You can change it if you want, but if you do change that, it's a good practice. Like let's say you pick letters and digits, so you want also to provide feedback in the client to let the user know that they have to enter those requirements. So we have our password entry here, and now we can use the submit button. So for this, we are going to create a button that we can share between forms. And that's just, yeah, because we don't want to repeat the same code in all places. We are going to go to components. We're going to create a new folder called UI. And in this folder, we are going to create the submit button.tsx component. We use our snippet to create the component, and here we can have some properties. So we have interface for submit button props. We are going to have a class name, so we can style it from the outside, which is of type string. We're going to have a children, which is the type of React node. And we're also going to have a loading, which is going to be a boolean. So we can also control the loading from the outside. Make sure to add this, and now we can read all of that, the class name, the children, and the loading. We read that from our props. Okay, let's start with the button. So we change the label to button. Then here we can pass the children. Then we can say, because this is a submit button, we are going to change the type to submit. It's going to be disabled if it's loading, so the loading property. And let's add some styling to this. So because we are going to merge that style with our class name, we are going to use curly braces here with backtilt so we can concatenate everything. And the default style is going to be flex. The items are going to be on the center. We are going to have a gap of 2 to have space between the other thing that we are going to add here. This is going to be rounded 3XL. It's going to have a background of blue 500. it's going to have a px of 4, padding of the x-axis and padding of on the y-axis of 2. The font is going to be bold, the text is going to be white, and then we have some properties once we hover. So here we are going to say hover. So if the user hovers, we are going to decrease the background to blue 400. If this is disabled, we can access that with this. If it is disabled, we're going to say cursor not allowed. And if it's also disabled, we're going to change the opacity to 50. So we have our base styling for this button, and now we also want to merge the custom styling. So we add this, and we can pass the class name right into here, like this. So now it's going to use our default styles and the class names that we passed in here. And so we have that, but we also want to display a spinner if the user if this is loading. So for that, I'm going to create a spinner.tsx component. And for this, I actually just uses this markup. I used this markup. It's just an SVG that has everything that I want, and it looks like this. So I'm just going to copy that and paste that here. We have an error because we need class name here, class name here. We have our spinner, but we also going to have some custom CSS in case we want, and we are going to change. We don't need the dark filter here. We're just going to remove that. And what we are going to do is have a class name property. We have to define the properties in an interface. Interface spinner props class name string. This is like this. We tell that this is of type of this, and now we can concatenate this using curly braces. We change this to have backtill, and now we can pass the class name right here, so that way we can control this spinner style in other places. And now we can go here and set that if this is loading, we are going to display that spinner component that we just created. We imported that, and then and this is not mandatory, right? So we use this to tell that this can be undefined, but in this case we actually have some style and a height of 3 and a width of 3. So we have our button. We control that like this, but we also can control the status of pending using use form status. And this use form status is a form state. Use form status, like this. This is a new hook that is available on React Canary versions. And actually the latest version use action state, but for this version we use form state. And is yeah, just be aware that this can change. So right now it has this name. It can be that in the future has a different name. And this just checks what happened with the form submission and when we use actions. So because we are going to use actions in some places, we just want to check if there's a form that's pending. That's an easy way to check that. So here we can check the loading prop, but if that's not present, we can also check the pending prop, and the same here. For this state, we can check the loading, and if that's not available, we check the pending state of this hook. Because this is a hook, remember that we need to use the client directory. Use client like this, and now we have our submit button. Now we can use this anywhere in your app, which is really nice. We go back to the out form, and in the out form we are going to use our submit button like this, submit button, and we are going to pass the loading state. So this comes from the hook. That's another way to control this. And now we can pass a class name, and this is going to have a width of max, so only it's going to grow with the content, and the padding is going to be of 8. Here we are going to say if the type equals sign up, then the value of this button is sign up, otherwise is sign in. We have an error because this needs to be like this. And that's how we programmatically check this status. So now lastly we are going to have an option, a link. Let's go back. We have our button, that's great, but we also going to have an option that says, like, if you're in the sign up page, this is going to say something like, if you already have an account, please log in. And the same for the other page. That's what we are going to type here. So if the type, for that we use curly braces. If the type equals sign up, then we are going to say already have an account. Otherwise, we are going to say don't have an account, like this. And then we, depending on the case, we are going to use a link component from next link. We are going to say that the href is going to be dynamic, right? So if they have an account, this is going to check for the type of our component. If they already have an account, if they don't have an account, we are going to say sign in or login. Otherwise, sign up. So there's some errors in here. We need to close this. Yeah. We also need to close this link like this. So that's where the user is going to be redirected to the login or to the sign up. Now we check the type. I'm going to copy this, and here we can do the same. So let's change any part that says sign in and just replace that with login, because that's the actual word that we are using for that. Here we also have login. Yep. And we have the link. Now let's give it some class. We are going to have some margin of on the left of 2, and the text is going to be of blue 500 because this is a link. And let's check it out. So yeah, that's what we wanted, but this word is not right, because in this case we want to display login, and in the other case we are going to display sign up because we want the opposite. So now it should look right. Already have an account, login. Don't have an account, sign up. So let's just test this. So before testing, we are going to go to Supabase, and in the Authentication tab, and then on the providers, we're going to make sure that email is enabled. Well, it's enabled by default. And we're also going to disable the email confirmation. So by default, the user is going to receive an email where they have to confirm their direction. For this app, we're not going to do that. So we disable that, make sure we save. And now we go back to the app and we can start testing. So the username, then we use the email. So because this needs to be confirmed, we can use whatever email we want. And the password, just a random password that has at least 6 digits, because that's the validation we have. Now we sign up and we can see that we are logged in. And if we try to go to this URL, it's actually going to redirect us to the home, and we see now the logout button. And also we are going to see a user was created with the email of that we want. So we also want to check if the user actually has the properties that we defined it. Like we can see that we have the username, which is alright, and we also want to check that in the table. So we go to the table editor, we go to profile. So that's how we can make sure that it was actually created, the profile with the trigger. And yeah, it was created. Here we have the ID, we have the username. That's all that we need. And we can also see the logout button. So if we click in the logout button, is also let's make sure that if we go to sign to login, it actually redirects to the home page, which works. Now if we click this, now we can actually go to the login again, and let's test this with this and enter our password. So we want to make sure that the login actually works. and we can see now that the login works. So now we want to fix this issue that even though we are logged in, we can see still the login path in the URL. For that, we are going to go through the methods that we have for login and sign up. And what we are going to do is make this return a success boolean like this, and also the sign up a success object there. Now we have an issue because neither the login or the sign up are returning that, so we can just say move the loading here in the login function, the loading, and if there's an error, we return success false, otherwise we return success true. And we do the same for our sign up. So here we return success false, and here we return success true, and we move that up here. So now we are returning something from these methods, which means we can now perform actions after they happen. So we can deconstruct that from in the out form. We're going to await the handle login, and we need to transform this into an asynchronous function, async function like this. Then we can use await. Now we can read the success object there, and here we are going to do that the same for the sign up. And only if this is successful, then we are going to use our Next.js router equals use router. Make sure that the router comes from Next navigation like this, and then we can do router that replace. So we use replace because we actually don't want the user to go back. That's why we use replace here, but only if success is actually valid, we are going to do this. We do the same here, and now let's check it out. So if we log out, we're in the login page. We use our credentials. We log in, and now we have the right URL in here. And if we go to the login, we are going to be redirected because we already have a user here. Okay, the next part is going to be, we are just going to add 2 more utilities that are going to be useful from when getting user data. So the next one is going to be, we're going to create an out folder in the lib directory, and here we create a function called getServerUserID.ts. And this function is going to be used to, as the name suggests, it's going to be used to get the server user ID, the user ID in the server. So that will be either in route handlers, could also be on server components or server actions. Then we are going to say export function get server user ID. And this is an async function. And this, what's going to do, is going to use the Supabase server client. So we're going to create a read-only server client. And remember that we have 2 clients, the read-only and the server and the full server client. So we only need the read only for this. And then we can call here await supabase.out.getUser. That's how we can get the user, and we get data that can be undefined. So we can say data knowledge operator user .id. So that's how we can return the user using the knowledge operator. So we either return the user ID or undefined. So we're not going to use this right now, but it's going to be used very often in the future. We're just finishing up with all the authorization things that we need in the app. And then we're also going to do another thing here in the components. We're going to have a new component that's going to be called requires out. So this component is going to be used as a wrapper. So for example, when you have to post something in the app, you have to be logged in, or when you want to like something. So the app is still going to be working if you are not logged in, right? But if you want to do something that requires authentication, we're going to wrap the component that performs the action into this requires out component. And this component is going to redirect the user to the login page and show them a message that they need to be logged in to do that. So let's create the boilerplate for the component, and I'm going to show you how we do that. So how do you think we are going to do this? Just think yourself what you will do to enforce this. So we can pass a property here in the component with the user ID that we can get from the server, but remember that we have our provider. So the provider is mounted in the whole application, so we can know in the whole application if we have a user. So for that we can use auth from the providers, and we can check here and if that's a user. So that's pretty straightforward. We want to check for the user, and then if the user tries to click this, then we're going to do something interesting. So we are going to add a click handler, and this is going to have a function called handle click with that event of React mouse event. We can pass this into this function, and inside here we are just going to check for the user, right? If there's not a user, then we are going to do the following. We're going to prevent the default, because this can be in a link tag, and we are going to stop the propagation of the event. Then we are going to display a toast from Sonar, and here we're going to say you must be logged in to do that. All right, and then lastly we need to actually redirect the user to the login page. So we are going to set up a router with use router from next navigation, and here we are going to router.push, and this is going to redirect them to the login page. So this is going to happen when they click, but this handler could also have a default on click event, right? So we are going to have some props as requires out props. We declare an interface, and the props are going to be the children which is a React node. And we also have an onClick event. That event is not mandatory, and we are going to say that this event takes an event property, which is the type of React mouse event, and returns void. And now we can also check if there is an onClick. And how we check that if there's an onClick, we need to deconstruct that from the component properties, and we are going to assign the interface here, and then we can check for this onClick method, and we can do something. If there's an onClick, we are just going to do the onClick action with the event. That's how we can call the event here. So yeah, we're just preventing the user to actually performing an action that they cannot do, and we redirect them to the login page if they cannot do that. If they can, we then execute the onClick property that comes from whoever is using this component. So we're going to do something extra here. We're also going to allow for a class name, which is the type string. So whoever uses this can style this whatever they want. And we are also going to have an as property. So this is just to tell this component what this should render, what component should be rendered. So this could be a button, or could be a div component, maybe also a span component. So yeah, we are just telling React how to render this component. We need to read these properties. So we are going to read the class name. We also need the children, and we also need the as property. And this one, we are going to have a default value. We can add a default value like this, and the default value is going to be a button. By default, this is going to be a button. Then we can say const component equal as. So that's how we can define this component. And then here we use that custom component right here, which can be a button, a div, or a span element. We now have to pass the children right here. And now every time we want to perform an action that requires out, we can use this component to prevent that from happening and protecting the application from and the user to have a bad experience, because we want to provide a good experience for the user. So now that we have most of the authorization things in place, I'm going to do another commit here. I'm going to add all of these new files that we have added. We are going to be committed, and for this I'm going to call it, this is the third step, so it's going to be commit with a message that says 3 out. So now we have a checkpoint for these new changes. Okay, now we are going to start shaping the actual app. So we're first going to start with a header. We're going to add a nice header for the desktop. We're also going to add the text area where we can create a post, and we're going to update this right sidebar with real data. So let's start with the header. So for the header, we are going to go to the components folder, and in layout, we are going to add a new component called header. We set up the boilerplate, and then we are going to define the properties that we are going to use for this header. So this header is going to have header props. It's going to have children, which is the type React node, and it's also going to have a has back button boolean, and this is going to control if this header has a back button. We then can assign that to the component. We can read the properties, and now we are going to start with the styling. So it's going to be a div. Here we are going to pass the children, and we are going to add a class name, which is going to be flex with a width of full, with the items on the center, with the gap, a gap of 4, so just some space in between flex elements. And then the border B, in the border in the bottom, then we have a border gray 200, shows the color of the border, some padding, the text is going to be extra large, and the font is going to be bold. Now we can have the following logic here. So first we're going to check if it has the back button, and if it does, we are going to render a button component, and this is going to have an icon that's going to be blue arrow left, and here we can have an on click event that's going to have an, and because we are going to use the router, here we decline this as a client component with use client, and now we can say const router equals use router from next navigation, and then here we can say router.back. It's just a back button, and let's add some styling to that button. Class name text blue 500. Okay, so we have the button, we have the children, and we have the header. Now we can go back to the page component in the app right here in the source app page. So we used to have this, but now we are going to remove that. We have now a React fragment because we are going to add other children here, and here we can have our newly created header, and this one is going to have a children of age 1, and it's going to use the home. So it's complaining because it's missing the type has back button, but we actually going to make this optional like this, because not all the places are going to have the button, and this is how it looks like, and this is how it looks with the button. So it doesn't make any sense to have it on the home, so I'm just going to remove it from there. So we have our header, and now we actually going to have the component that renders a form that we can submit a new post. For that, we are going to create a new folder in the components folder called post, and inside this new folder we create a new component called new post form.tsx. We set up the boilerplate, and inside this component, this is where we are going to handle the creation of new posts. So first, let's start with the properties. So we have an interface with new post form props, and here we are going to have a class name, so we can control the class name outside this, and this is optional. We are also going to have an optional parent ID, which is a string. And remember that a post can be a reply to another post. So we are going to pass the parent ID here, because in that case, this form is going to be different. It's going to be targeted to that parent post. So it's just to know if this has a parent, so it can become a reply. So then we can say autofocus boolean. So this is in case we want to autofocus the form. And now we're not going to do that, but when we have the modal for clicking here, we want to autofocus this form. But for now, we just defined the property, and then we are going to have a function that's going to be invoked when we create a new post. Again, this is not actually going to be used for now, but in the future, when we have the post button here and we save, we actually want to perform something when the post is created. Then we are going to define this with our interface, and then we can access all of our properties. We can have a default value for the autofocus property, and we have the class name. Now we can start defining the form. So this is going to be a form. And let's start with the styling. So we're going to have a div, and this div is going to have inside the text area. So this is where we are going to enter the information for the form. And this is going to have a name of content. So it's important that we give it a name, because that's how we are going to control this form. For this form, we are going to use the new server actions feature from Next.js, from React. So we are not going to use state here to handle the creation of this post. We're actually going to use the server action and the form action that's going to read from this. So we don't have to use state. And that's why it's important to have the name there. Then we are going to say that this is required, and the autofocus is going to come from the property that we defined. We can actually self-close this, and we can keep defining more properties, and it's going to have a max length of 250. So we do it client side, but we are also going to enforce this in the server. And then we can have 3 rows. We are going to have a placeholder of what's happening. Let's display that here. Of course, we're going to add more things to it, but just displayed like this for now. And now if we go to here, we can see that we actually have the text area, which looks really bad for now. So let's add some more styles to it. So the styles that we want first are going to target the form. So here we are going to have a dynamic class. So the static classes are going to be border B and border gray 200 with a padding of 4, and then we can add the additional class name. So in that way we can override this. Then in here we are going to have a margin bottom of 4. It's going to be flex. It's going to have a width of full, and the items are going to be in the start with a gap of 4. Like this. And that's because here we are going to use an avatar. We don't have it yet, but we will add it soon. So then we can style the text area with a width of full, rounded LG, padding of 2, text XL. The placeholder, we can style the placeholder. We can do it like this with gray 500. And then we also going to add some styles when we focus on the input. We're going to disable the outline, and we are going to add a ring of 2, and we are going to color that ring with blue 500 like this. So now it should look a little bit better. We are missing the avatar, but we are going to add that later. Now we also want to include another property. So this one is just going to be present if the parent ID is present. Then we are going to render an input, and this input is going to be hidden because it's just going to be to carry data. That's how we used to do it back in the days with forms, with frameworks like Laravel. So if you want to pass data to the server, that's not visible. We will do that. And now we can have the name. The name is going to be parent ID, and the value is going to be the parent ID. And this is to pass that to the server. So we have this, and now let's add another div, and this is going to be for the submit button. Submit button, and this is going to say post. And we can see our button there. It is complaining. Let me restart the TS server. Okay, so it was submit button, class name. Oh, so we actually want to make this optional in the submit button like this, because it's not going to be present all the time. And also we are going to use flex items on the center with a justify of end. So now it looks on the right there. And also remember that we have or requires out component. We are going to wrap this button inside that, and we say that this is a div. And we want to do this because in order to post, we need to actually make this a client component, because we are using a client component there. So we can say use client. And we want to do that because we want to make sure that the user is logged in before posting. So if we log out and now we try to perform this, we get this message that the user needs to be logged in to perform that action. Okay, so now we are going to display an avatar for the user in the post, and for that we are going to create a new component in the UI folder, and it's going to be called avatar, like this. And we can set up the boilerplate for the component. Then we are going to define that component. Let's define the properties for this component. It's going to have be an interface that has avatar props. It uses a profile ID, which is a string. Then we are going to have a username of string and a size, which is a number. So these properties are not mandatory because the username and the profile cannot be present. So that's why they're all optional. We assign that to our component. Then we can read that from there. And here we are going to default the size to 48. Now we can check if there's not a profile ID or not a username. Then we're going to return something there, which is just going to be a placeholder. So that's why we use the Loo user icon. And let's give it some styling, which is going to have a class name with a height of 6 and a width of 6. And the text is going to be gray 400. Let's also add a style, and we're going to use style because we want to pass these numbers there. So the width, it's going to be that size, and the height is going to be that size as well. Then we can add some class name to the container. So this is going to have a flex aspect square. So we're just making sure that this is actually square. And because we want to round this as full, so it looks like a circle, the BG is going to be gray 200. And we are justify everything to the center. So that's if we don't have a profile ID or username, which should happen if we don't pass anything here. In the new post component, let's take a look. So let's fix this because it doesn't look right. So I think we only need the width here, and we have height of 6, width of 6, aspect justify center, and we also want the items on the center. So items center and justify center. So now it looks how we want. But here we're actually going to pass something into the avatar, which is going to be our properties from the user, right? So why don't we use that here, the use out? Because this avatar is also going to be used in in the posts is going to be a reusable component, and the avatar could be any other avatar, not specifically the one that we have in our user store. But for this, we actually need that one, so we passed the username, which is going to be user, and we need to access this like this because it can be null. User metadata. So this is an object in the user that can also be null. And here's where we have our username in the user object from Supabase. Now we also need the profile ID, and that's just the user.id, like this. So now we pass that here, and here this is if username is not present, or the user or the profile is not present, we return this. And now it doesn't return anything because we are now in this case. So for this, we in this version we are not storing images, so that's why we are going to use called dice bear, which are really nice avatar placeholders. You can see that we have many styles, and the one that we are going to use is this called bots. And here's how we use that. We give it a URL like this, and that's what we are going to do. So here we are going to say avatar placeholder equals, we use backtildes to have a template string. We want the one that has the seed. So the seed, what the seed means is that it's depending of this value, the avatar is always going to be the same. So that's why we want a static value, and the seed is going to be our profile ID. So in that way, we are making sure that we always have the same URL for this specific user. Then we can add that source here as avatar placeholder, and this has to be an image. So we pass the image here, and we can already see that so this cannot have children. It's just like this. So now we see the avatar, but it's way too big, so we have to style it. And let's do that. We can here say width, size, height, size. We need an alt name for accessibility. The alt name is going to be the username or the profile ID. And then we need a class name. We are going to add some margin on the right, and this is also going to be rounded full. So now it should look great. So it looks how we want it to look. And this is complaining because they recommend you that you use image from Next.js, so that automatically optimizes the image for you. The problem with this component is like that it costs you money. So it's not free. And you can see that we only have one optimizations. Then you need to pay for the optimizations. And also we don't need it. Why we don't need it? Because this image is made, like if you have a really big picture, it's going to resize that for you in the viewport that you define it, in the width and the height that you define it. So it's really nice because the user doesn't need to download the whole picture. But this is an SVG, and this SVG is really not that hard to load. Like, it doesn't weigh too much, and we can shape it wherever we want it because it's an SVG. So we don't need that, but just forget about this warning. So now let's go back to the form and let's actually submit this, because we are not creating the post yet. So for that, we are going to use the server action, which means that we can call this action attribute in here, and we are going to have a handler, which is going to be an async function handle form action, and this is going to take form data, which is type of form data, and we can pass that function here. So one important note is that this is not how regular form actions work. This is a new feature from React. And yeah, you can see that that's how we use it. We pass this here, and then we can access the form data. And this is just one way of using server actions. There are many ways. So let's explore this first. So this is going to be executed when we submit. And because this is of type submit, so every time we submit, this is going to be executed. And the form data is just going to be the data that we are having using the names. But for using server actions, so the idea is that we can call directly the server without actually using API routes. That's how you will usually do it. You will have some fetch function that you can call, but what we can do is have the actual server call be called from here. And how we do that, we create a server action. So let's go to lib, create a new folder, and create a new folder inside lib called actions. And we are going to have this as create post.ts. And for having server actions, we can use the use server directive. Remember how we used to have use client. So for this, we can have use server. And now this whole function, this whole file is going to be executed in a server. So it's actually going to deploy a serverless function for us that's going to be called from this function, which is really nice because now we can access the database in here. So remember that we are not using Supabase in the front end, we're using Supabase in the back end. So we can call Supabase from here. So let's start with that server action. So first we are going to install Sode. If we don't have it yet, we don't have Sode. So what is Sode? So let's make sure we npm install Sode. Sode is a TypeScript validation library, schema declaration that we can use to make validations in the server. So it's very important. Why do we want to do validation? Because once we call the action inside here, this just becomes a server endpoint that anyone can hit, and we want to protect this endpoint with authentication and also with validation or whatever we need to do there. So first, let's create an schema. Create post schema. So we use Sode for that, and this is what we're accepting as the payload for this. And here we can use Sode. We import C from Sode, and we say C that object, and then we can pass the properties of that object. So first we're going to have the content, and the content is going to be C type, the type string, and it needs a min length of 1 and a max length of 250. Remember we had this validation here, so that's why we also have it here, because this is just for the user. This doesn't protect anything. It's just to tell the user that they cannot type more than that. The real validation happens here in the server, where we actually enforce that the length is just 250. Then we have a parent ID that's going to be type string, and this is also going to be an UUID. So this is a special type that we can use inside the string, so just to validate that's an ID. And this is going to be optional, and this is also going to be nullable. Then we can transform. We're going to transform this value after it performs the validation. We can actually transform the value to something else, and we are going to check if there's a value. We did return the value, otherwise we return undefined. And the great thing about Sod is that now everything is also type safe, creating the schema. So how do we create the post? We are going to export an async function, export async function, and it's going to have the name of create post. And remember that this receives form data. And here we are going to use a try catch statement. And first, let's start with the user ID. Remember that we created this await get server user ID function. So we're going to make sure that there's a user ID, because if you don't have a user ID, you cannot create a post. And we are going to say if there's not a user ID, we are going to throw a new error. It's going to say user not found. Right? If you don't have a user, we cannot create a post, because we cannot associate that post with anyone. And then we are going to read the content from submit. Let's call it like this: content submission. And we don't use the content because we are going to read that from the schema. So that's what we have a different now. And how do we get the content? So this is the input. This is what we want to get, this content. So because this is some form data, we need to use our form data that get. That's how we get the property, and then we can use the content. And then we do the same for the parent ID submission, which equals form data that get. And here, remember, we give it this hidden with the parent ID. So that's what we use here. So now we can parse the data, because as you can see, it has a type of any, basically any, because we don't know what this is. So we are going to parse that using our schema. So we are going to say create post schema parse. And here we need to pass what we are going to parse, which is going to be a content, which is the type is this right here, and the parent ID, which is the parent ID submission. So now submission. So now that we parse this, we can actually get the data parsed. So we know for sure that this is a content that's no longer the 250, because it was parsed by Sod, and then we can also grab the schema, and the schema is going to be either be a string or undefined, and the content is going to be always a string because we already validated. So what happens if this doesn't pass? So let's say the user sent a content that's a number. So this is going to go to the catch because there's two methods, the parse and the save parse. We're just going to use the parse and then we can catch the error later. And now that we have what we need, we actually can create the post. So let's use a different function for that. That's going to say create post record. And here we can use, this function doesn't exist yet, so let's create that function. And again, it's going to be an async function. And this is a local function, that's why we don't export that function. And this is going to take a user ID, which is a string, and the content, which is also a string, and the parent ID, which is also a string. And this parent ID is optional, so we make sure that use this. So we have our function. Now we need to pass what we need. So we are going to pass that user ID, we are going to pass that content, and we're going to pass the parent ID with the right types. So before doing the implementation of this function, let's take a look to a diagram that I created to visualize what we're going to do here. So this is the flow that we're going to have for this insertion. And I have this because a bit, it's not complicated, but it's better to have a diagram to see what's actually going on. So we are going to use a transaction. So first, why don't we just insert the record? Because remember that we have hashtags, and we need a way to search them and classify them and access them quickly. That's why we need this flow. So we're going to have a transaction. A transaction is a DB operation that basically takes care, like, let's say we're going to do many processes in this transaction, but if something fails, all fails. So that's great, because we don't want to end in a state like we inserted the new post, but something else failed here, and we now have a post that doesn't make any sense. So that's why we have a transaction. It's just a way to keep everything secure. So first, we are going to begin the transaction, then we are going to insert the new post. The new post goes to the post table with a random post ID, the profile ID of the user, and the content. After that, we're going to extract the hashtags from the content. So we're going to look in the content, the text of the content, and we are going to extract those hashtags. For each extract hashtag, we are going to do the following. So we are going to insert the hashtag into the hashtags table. So there could be a conflict. Why? Because the hashtags need to be unique, because we have enforced that the hashtag table, every item is unique. So what happens if the conflict? If we have a conflict, we just update existing hashtag. We don't want to throw any errors, because we don't want that. So it's just the case that someone reuses the same hashtag. So we just update the existing hashtag. We don't change anything. And then if there's a conflict, we just create a new hashtag. Then we need to link that post to the hashtag, because let's take a look at our database schema again. So here we can see that we have the hashtags table and we have the post hashtags. So the post hashtags are linked to the post and to the hashtags. So that's why we need to link the two of them. And we need to keep the hashtags here so they're easy to search. So now let's go back here. We linked, and there could also be a conflict in linking. If there's a conflict, we also do nothing because we don't want to throw an error. And then we do the same for all of the hashtags. When there's no more hashtags to link or do anything, we just end the transaction and return the new post. And also, if there is no conflict linking, we just create the link. That's how have the flow for this creation of posts. So now let's do it in the code with Drizzle. So in Drizzle is really nice because we can have an SQL-like syntax. So it's actually very similar to SQL. So let's start with return await. And how do we use our database? We have our DB object that we created way before, and it's right here. And this is just how we can start querying and doing things with the database. So here we have the transaction object that has a callback that has a transaction parameter in there, and then we can execute the callback. So this is how we start the transaction. Now remember, we need to create a post. So we are going to say new post equals await, and we grab the transaction, and with this parameter we can perform any operation from the database as usual. So the operation that we want is an insert, and we need to pass the table. So again, this is very similar to SQL syntax, but we use our schema. So here we need to pass the table. So where we are going to insert this? In the hashtags table that we import from our database that comes from the schema. And this is just our table definition. Then we are going to insert values. So this is just what we are going to insert there. And we just going to use the name. And the name is going to be the hashtag name. So before doing all of this, oh, well, wait, I'm in the wrong step. So here we need to insert actually first in the posts, not the hashtags. And here we have the properties that we need, and that's the other great thing about Drizzle, that now we have type safety for everything, which is amazing. Then what we need the profile ID, which is the user ID. We need the content and the parent ID. And we can just pass the parent like this because we know that's present or not. So this is going to take care of setting null or the real value here. And now we can say returning. So this is going to return that value that was inserted. And because this returns an array, we can deconstruct that array here. And this is going to be a new post that was created. We don't pass the ID because the ID, remember that the ID is auto-generated. If we go to the posts, we can see that the ID is auto-generated. We have the default value there, so we don't have to create a new one. Now that we have the post, we are going to extract the hashtags. And for this, we're going to have another function right here. Let me close the terminal because it's taking too much space. And we are going to create a new function called extract hashtags. Function extract hashtags, which takes content as a string. And then what we are going to do for this is that we are going to have a regex that we can use to check where do we have our hashtags. But that regex is going to be reused in other places. So I'm going to create that in a different file called constants.ts. So this is just a way to have this regex in a place that we can import from other places. Constants, and here we can export that constant as hashtag regex, like this. And what's that regex is very simple. I don't really know anything about regex, but this is the definition of the regex, like this. So I just copy the definition, don't worry about what it really means. Well, it's just grabbing anything that's below after this string, and that's how we can grab that hashtag. So now we can go back to the regex, the function, and we can say content, and here, because this is a string, we can use the match method. Here we pass the hashtag regex, like this. And then if there's actually something there, we can map that, and we are going to grab every tag. That's how we extract the tags. And then we are going to remove that hashtag from there, slice like this. And then we are going to normalize this hashtag. We are going to say to lowercase. So in that way we know that's always like this, and we can also trim any spaces on the end or on the start. And if this is not defined, we just return an empty array. So it's just going to return an array of strings. And now we can call that function like this, extract hashtags. We pass the content, we have our hashtags, and now it's time to execute our little function. It's just going to be a for loop, and that for loop is going to be executed for every hashtag extracted. Hashtag like this, hashtag name of extracted hashtags is just a for loop. Then for each one we are going to insert that into the hashtags table. So we do await tx, and then we can do insert values. Insert into hashtags, and this is the hashtags table. Make sure to import that. And here we are going to have values, and the value is just going to be the name, and the name is going to be this hashtag name, like this. And then we are going to have our conflict do update. So this is what we are going to do if there's a conflict when the uniqueness, and that's going to target, we need to target something there, and that's going to be the hashtags.name. That's the column that we want to target in conflict. And in conflict we are going to set, and we basically just going to re-update that hashtag name. like this. And then after we do all of this, we are going to return what we just created, which is going to be the hashtag. And again, we deconstruct that from this, because this returns an array. So after we insert that, we can actually await and insert into the post hashtags table values of post ID. And the post ID is going to be our new post.id. And we also need the hashtag ID. And that's going to be our hashtag.id, like this. And if we have a conflict here on conflict, do nothing. So we don't want to do anything in this case. Then after we have done all of this, we can return the new post. And that's all the process to creating that post. Okay, so after we created the post, we actually want to do something else, and that's path revalidation. So why do we want to do that? Is because in Next.js, once you do an operation in a server client, in a server action, we can actually force a new update into the router. So for example, if we were displaying the posts here, and here we have the count of everything. So we want that to be up to date. So we can revalidate those paths and show the latest information there. So for that, we are going to use revalidate path from next cache, like this. It's a function that takes an argument that's just the path. So here I'm going to pass the path, but we are going to add an additional condition that if there's a parent ID, so if this belongs to the post replies page, because we're going to have a page just for a post, in that case we are going to do a revalidation on this route that we don't have yet, but let's do it that now, which is the post parent ID. This is where we're going to do the revalidation if we have that parent, which is just the page of the post. Otherwise, we do the revalidation on the home page. And now we can return something. So we're going to return success true. Very simple. We could do something more complicated, but let's keep it simple, like just success false. So we can have some user feedback once we call this. So we have the definition, but how do we actually call this? For that, we are going to go to the new post form. We're going to the handle form action, and here we are going to say result equals await, just like that. We can just directly call the create post function, and here we need the form data. So as you can see, it's really simple to call that. And here we can deconstruct the success from the function, and we are going to do some basic stuff here. So if there's success, we're going to toast the user with a message that says post created successfully. And otherwise, we are going to say post that error and just generate generic messages. And we also going to call it, check if there's an onPost created function. We are going to call that in case there's something in there. And we also need to reset the form, because by default we are not using any React state, so we need to reset the form to the initial value. How do we do that? We can just set a ref here and for the form, and we can call ref equals use ref, and the initial value is null, but this also takes an HTML form element. So that's how we can pass a ref to this form. And now after all of this, we can say ref.current, and if this is present, we can call the reset function here, like this. So that's how we reset our form. So we have everything for the form. Now let's test this. So how we test this? Well, let's just see what happens. Hello there. We post that and we can see that there's an error. So let's check that error. Okay, so I think that's the issue for me. Hopefully you don't have this issue, but because I used some weird characters in the password, like these ones. Like this. It's not being parsed correctly. I'm getting an authentication error with the database. So I'm just going to change that password. I don't really know where that is, so bear with me. And hopefully you don't have that issue. Password. The password. Reset database password. Yeah. We're just going to generate the default one here, and we can reset the password. Because I copied, I'm just going to replace that in this place. Yeah, this is a better password already because it doesn't have any weird characters. So one thing that I'm noticing with this submit button is that it's getting too big, the spinner, when we submit. And I'm not sure what that is because we are using this custom height. Well, it doesn't matter. Let's just test again and see what happens. And now we can see that the post was created. And how we can validate this? Let's just go to the database. Let's go to the posts. So I created the post before, so don't look at that one. And we can see the content and who created the post. So it's actually working. If we go here in the hashtags, we are not going to see anything because the post doesn't contain any hashtags. So we are going to create a hashtag for this post. Hello. Just like that. And now if we go back here, we can see that the hashtag was created, and this is also linked to the post and the hashtag. And the reason why we have this huge loading here is because these classes are not being overridden in the submit button. So I'm just going to use important thing here, and that's going to take care of showing a good spinner. Yeah, so now it's better. Now it's better, and the post was created. Okay, now we are going to update this bar here, so it's going to show the real hashtags and the real data for the people to follow. So remember that this is in the right sidebar, and we have this mock data, and we are going to now have two functions, and this is also a server rendered component. So because of that, we are going to call directly here into the database using async function get top hashtags, and this is it's going to be a very simple query. We're going to return, then we call the DB, and we are going to select. That's how we do a select in Drizzle. We can pass, if we don't pass anything, it's going to do select all, but we can pass an object, and it's going to have a name for the hashtag, and that's from the hashtags table. So that's how we define the selected values. So there are two ways to query in Drizzle. One is using this SQL-like syntax, which is the one that I like. And then we can also use other abstractions to select data. I just prefer to do it this way because we have way more flexibility, and it just looks like regular SQL, which is nice. Then we are going to count. So we need the count of hashtags, and for that we are going to use custom SQL, and this is why we use the SQL helper, and this takes a type definition. Because we are going to write custom SQL, we need to tell which type this is. So this is going to be a number like this, and then we can call the function. This is just a shortcut to calling something like this. We can do it like that, and then we are going to say count. We can insert a variable here. So this is what we are going to count, and this is the post hashtags post ID and as count, and we are just counting from the post hashtags that later we're going to join. And this is not a number, so we need to cast this. We need to cast this as a number, and because for that we just use cast like this, and this is just SQL that we can execute in here, and this is going to be cast, and we don't actually need to use an alias here because Drizzle is going to take care to give it the alias that we need. So we just going to use this as cast this as an int, so the result of this count. So we're going to count the hashtags that has that, but for that we first need to actually tell Drizzle where we are going to query this from. So this is going to be from hashtags, but we also need to do an inner join. So the inner join is going to make sure that we select from two tables, from hashtags and from the post hashtags, but the inner join is just going to return the values that the post hashtags that actually have a hashtag. And to join this, we need to use to join them in the foreign key. And for that, we can use an helper from Drizzle. We have this EQ, which is for equality. This EQ utility, and here we can compare two things. So we are going to compare the things that need to be equal. So first we are going to grab the hashtags.id, and then we grab the post hashtags.hashtag ID. So that's how we joined the data that we need for this, and that's why we can actually access the post hashtags here. And then we are going to group this by hashtags.id. We are going to order this and this send order. So again, we use a helper, and here we also going to use SQL like this, and we are going to order them by the count, so how many hashtags they do have, and then we are going to limit this to 5. We don't want all the hashtags, we just want 5, which I'm defining them as the top hashtags. So now I can actually use this function. So I can say const top hashtags equals, and because this is a server component, we can use an async keyword, and this is equals to await get top hashtags. And now we can remove this top hashtags array here, and let's make sure that we top hashtags is actually using this. Then we can actually see that it's working because it's grabbing this hashtag that we created. And now we can do the same for the profiles. And let's test if this revalidation is actually working. So let's say I create another post, and this has the same hashtag like this. So now this hashtag should also be counted here. So let's see if it actually works. And yeah, and you can see that because we are using revalidation, the count actually changes. And if we create a new hashtag world, it should show up here. So before moving on to the followers, I don't really like the styling that we have here, so I'm just going to change it. I'm going to move this inside. I'm going to change this as a flex. Oops. I'm going to change this as flex, and I'm going to say flex wrap and gap 2. So now it actually is displayed here, and if it overlaps, it's going to go below. Let's do the same for the profile. So now we have the same styling, and let's define the function for the top profiles. So this is kind of similar, so I'm going to copy, but then we can replace what we actually need. So get top profiles, then we are going to select a username, that's going to come from profiles from the DB, that username, and here we are going to have a follower count, which again here we are going to use the count the follows table, and here we count the follower ID. That's how we count the profiles, and we're also going to grab the ID from profiles.id. So here we change the from to profiles, and the inner join, and for this we are going to use the left join on the follows, just to show some, even though some users might have 0 followers, we still want to show them, so that's why we use a left join. So the left join doesn't really matter if the user has followers or not. And then we can use the follows here, and then we are going to join them in the profiles.id, and on the follows that follow with ID. That's how we join this, and here we are going to group them by the profiles.id, and the count is going to, the order is going to be on the follower count. That's how we get our profiles. Now for this we are going to call these two functions at the same time, because we don't need to wait for this to call the other. So for that we can use promise.all. This receives an array, and we can grab this like this. And now this is incorrect because we have to deconstruct this like this. And now we can also read the top profiles. And we are going to remove this mock data. And we have an error because we haven't passed our get top profiles function yet. So now we have an error because this is not present. So we're just going to graph everything here, and we are going to use an alias. And now it works. We're just giving an alias to all of this because we're using a different name. We need to have a different name here. That's how we cast this to a different name, and that's how we can actually select and order by that. And now we have the followers. We only have one user in the system, which is Elon, that actually has 0 followers. So now that we have a bunch of changes, and again, don't forget to commit those changes. So we have another checkpoint. So let's add all the files and then add a message for this. I'm gonna say that this is the step 4, which is create post, and also we updated the right sidebar. Right sidebar. Now we're going to have a route for every post. So every post is going to have a route like this. We're going to have the post and the post ID, which can be wherever. That's the URL structure. For that, we can create a new folder in the app directory. We're going to name the folder post, and another folder inside this, and it's going to have brackets, and it's going to be post ID. So this is the way to tell Next.js that this is a dynamic route, which means every route is going to render a different post ID. And inside this route, this folder, we're going to create a file called page.tsx, and this is where we're going to have for server component. So we are going to export the default and async function called post page, like that. And let me disable this, and now this post page is going to return JSX. But how do we read this post ID? Because we have to read it in order to display the dynamic data. So this post page returns by default, it has certain properties that we can access. So we can define those properties in an interface, and these are passed by Next.js. We don't have to do anything, so we can say post page props, and this is going to have params, and these params are going to have a post ID, which is a string. So that's how we can read from the params, like that. And this post ID is the same name that we give it to the folder. And now we can read the params from the post page props, and that's how we can read the post ID. But now we need to fetch the post, right? So for that, let's do this. We can go to the Supabase, and in here, if we go to table editor, we go to the posts, we are going to have all the posts that we have created. So here we can see them. And if you haven't created a post, make sure you post something here. And now you can grab the ID like this. And now we can pass it in here in the posts, and then post like this, and then we can have it like this. We're doing this because we don't have a direct route yet for it, like a link. So that's how we can access and test what we are doing. And now we can return, let's just return the post ID like this. Oops. Here. And then let's see if it works by passing params that post ID. Now we can see that we actually are reading from here. Okay, but of course we need to fetch the data for this. So we are going to define a function in here. You can have it in another place, but let's just have it in here, which is going to say get post details, and this is going to take a post ID, which is a string. And now guess what, we are going to query our database. So we are going to say const post equals await db, import the db, and we are going to select from the database some different properties. So first we're going to select the ID, and for that we grab our post schema. We say this is post ID. Then we are going to have a content, which is post.content. Then we are going to have a created add, which is from post created add, a profile ID, which is post.profile ID, and also the username. And this is not going to be from the post, it's going to be from the profiles table. So make sure you import that, and then we have the username. And because we are selecting another table, this means we're going to join the username from the profiles. And then we are also going to query some like count. And for this, we are going to use raw SQL. And then we are going to say that this is a number. And then we pass the parameters. So for this, we are going to cast and count this thing from likes that, and make sure to import this as ID, and this is asked int. So that's how we are going to count this. We are querying the likes table, and distinct, this means that we only going to count one per ID. So that's how we make sure we are not double counting anything. And we use cast because we're going to cast this result as an integer, because this by default is a string. So because we're selecting from the likes table, that means we're going to join the likes table. But now let's say where is the main table for this, and that's the post table. And then we are going to do a inner join like this, and then we are joining the profiles table, and we say equal. We're going to use the equal helper from Drizzle, and here what we are going to compare to get join the profiles is the post.profile ID, and then we use the profiles.id. That's how we join the profiles. And now we also need to left. For this, we're going to do a left join. So we do an inner join for profiles because we don't want to select any post that doesn't have profile information. And for this, we use a left join for likes because we don't care if there's actually likes or not, because it's possible that we don't have likes for this post. So here we do likes post ID equals post.id. That's how we join them. We use the post ID in the likes table, and we use the ID in the post main table. Then we need a where clause. So this is just going to use equals. So what we are going to compare is that the post.id equals our parameter, the post ID. We are just comparing this to get a where, and then we are going to group by post ID and profiles.id. So this actually is going to be an array because we're using where. So we only need the first item. We can construct that from here like this, and then we can return the post. So we have our function, but we're not calling the function. So let's make sure we do that. We are going to say post equals a way to get post details. We pass the params that post ID. Now, this is possible that's undefined, right? Because we can use, it could be undefined. So if that's the case, if there is not a post, we are going to call this not found function, and this is a function from Next.js navigation, which is going to return a not found page. And otherwise, we continue with our normal markup. And for this, we can make sure this is working by calling JSON stringify post like this. Now if we go here, we can see that we have our data. We have the ID, we have the content, we have the created ad, the profile ID, the username, and the like count. So now let's actually return something useful. So first, we're going to define a header like this using our header. And this header is going to have an h1 that says post. And this one actually has a back button. So we are going to add that. We now see that we have our nice header. And now we are going to create a new component in the post folder. It's just going to be post.tsx. And this is the component that we are going to use for all the places where we display our posts. So let's start with the template like this. And what are the properties that this is going to take? So let's define this in an interface, which is going to be post props. And here we're going to have a profile ID, which is a string, then a username, which is also string, content, we need the content, we need a comment count. So we are not querying the comment count yet, but we are going to do it once we support actually replies for this. Then we do have the like count, which is a number. Then we have a post ID. Then we have the parent ID. So again, we are not selecting yet the parent ID, but this is just the link. If this happens to be a reply, we are going to have the parent ID of that reply. And now let's add some other properties that we are not going to manage yet, but we are going to add them just to have them in the future. So we have the liked by user property, and this is optional, and this is going to be a boolean. So what this means is we're going to pass a boolean if the user actually liked the comment, the post, and this is to display some state. So if the user liked, they're going to see a different UI. If they haven't liked the post, then we are going to have a property that's going to say has link, and this is going to be a boolean. So most of the posts are going to have a link, which means if you see a post and you click it, it's going to link to that post. But for example, in this case where we display this post right here, this one is not going to have a link because we don't want to link something that's already linked. It's going to make sense once we have some UI for it. And then we are also going to add another property called links to parent, which is a boolean. And now let's continue with the post component content. So for this, we actually going to have another component, and it's going to be post item content, which this also takes the same properties that we have defined here, post props. And for this main component, we're going to pass the props. We're going to use the type for this. And what we are going to do is we are going to render two different kind of posts. So first we are going to check that if props that has link, so if this is true, we are going to return a link object, a link component that has an href, and this is going to have the post slash $, props post id. So this is where this points, and then we have our post item content, and here we are just going to spread all of these props so we don't have to pass them one by one. And this is if this has a link. Otherwise, so I remember to return this. So for returning, we use JSX like this, and for the other cases, we just return this with all of our properties. And remember to return something from here like this. And now we're checking if this post has a link, we link them using this link from Next like this. And this is what is actually going to be used to render the post. So we're going to deconstruct all of the properties. We have the username, the comment count, the content, the like count, the likes by user. We have the profile ID. We have the has link property, the parent ID, the links to parent property. And yeah, we have everything deconstruct. So then we can use all of these properties in the component. And let's start with a simple div. And here we are going to have some styles for let's start with the avatar. So we already have the component for the avatar, and here we can pass the username that we do have from this, and we can also have the profile ID. So now, and let's make sure we are actually using this component. So let's go back to the page component, and here we are going to render that post like this, and we are going to spread all of these properties here. And don't forget to close this. So now we are passing all the properties for this, but actually we are missing some of these properties, and that's why it's complaining. So whether we are missing the comment count, and we are also missing the post ID. And yeah, let's rename this to post ID. So we are renaming this, and now we are just missing the comment count. And the comment count we are going to pass as 0 for now. Comment count, and this needs to be a number. So now we are passing all of the properties. So this is still complaining for some reason. Let's see what's complaining about. Post ID are incompatible. So this is a string. Post ID is a string, not a number. So now it's good. Yeah, this is a string. So we are passing everything, and we just see the avatar because that's the only thing that we have for now. And now let's continue with the component definition, and for this we are going to add some class name, and this is going to be dynamic. That's why we add that syntax. It's going to be type of flex with border at the bottom. The border is going to be grade 200 with some padding. And now we are going to have, if it has a link, when we hover, if this has a link, when we hover, we're going to change the background to be background gray 100. Otherwise, we don't display anything. So now, well, we have the spacing that we needed, and then we are going to have another div inside this that's going to be of type flex1, and here we are going to have another div that has a margin in the bottom of 1. This flex has a gap of 2 for some spacing. So this is going to be a span that has the username, like this username. We have the username, but let's give it this some styling. So this is going to be text gray 500, like this. Now we are going to link this to a profile. So when you click this, you're linked to a profile, and for that we are going to use another component that we haven't created yet, and this is going to be in the components. Then we are going to create a folder called components, new folder called profile, and in here we are going to have a profile link.tsx, and this we want to have it as a shared component because these can be linked and also this can be linked. That's why we want to have a shared component for this. And this is going, let's define the properties first. Profile link props, and this is going to have some children, which is the type React node. Then it's going to have a username, which is a string, and then it's going to have the class name in case we want to style this differently. So that's how we are going to define this. Then we are going to have a router because that's how we can navigate here. So for that, let's export this from Next Navigation. And now we are going to start with the styling of this, the functionality. So first on click, we are going to have a handle click function. Let's define that function, which is handle click, and this is going to take an event, which is the type of React node. And here we're going to first prevent from using the event. We're going to prevent the default. And there's an error somewhere here. Oops, this is not this type. So the type for this is React.mouse event. So we are going to prevent the default and also stop the propagation of this click. And why we do that? We do that because this is going to be inside another link, because this whole post is a link. If we don't stop the propagation, when you click here, you're not going to be redirected to the profile page. You're actually going to be redirected to the post page. So that's why we do this. And then we are going to alter that push for navigation. This is dynamic, and the route is going to be profile. And here we insert the username. And we also have to assign these properties here, like this. So we have children, we have the username, and we have a class name. So that's what's going to happen once we click. Here we are just going to have the children, and now we are going to have the following. So we're just, for accessibility, we can say that this is a button like this, roll button, and then we are going to add a class name, which is the type class name. And this is optional. So we have our profile link, and now we can wrap this into the profile link. Profile link. This is on the post component, and here we are missing some things. So first we are going to say that the username is the type of username, like this. And now we also going to add a class name, and this is going to be the flex items center. And if you hover into this, you're going to have an underline indicator. So we are using client components, so that's why we need here to use our router, use client. And now it works. So if we click here, we are redirected to this page that doesn't exist yet. That's why we have this page. So now, but at least we know it's working. And now we are also going to do the following. Since we have our avatar component in here, we are going to change it a bit. So we are going to also add another property called link, which is a boolean, and this one is also optional, and by default it's going to be true. Link equals true. That's how we assign a default value, and we're going to do kind of the same here. So we have our return value, but here we're going to say that if it has a link, so then we are going to have a profile link which has a username like this, and then we are going to pass this, and don't forget to return this. So that's in case this has a link, we are going to return a link for the avatar. So now if you click here, you can see that this also links to the avatar. So that's how we defined this as well. And let's go back to the post. So if we go to the post, we have the first part right here, and here we are also, as a sibling of this, we are going to check that if links to parent, and if there is a parent ID, then we are going to return some markup here. And this is, for example, if we are displaying a reply, we might actually want to link this to the original post. So that's why we have this right here. So now we're going to use a div like this, a div, and here we are going to have a span, which is going to contain something like this, replied, and on click we are going to handle this event, handle parent link click. Let's define that function. So here we can say handle parent link click. This also takes an event, which is React mouse event. And now, because we are going to use the router, let's define the router equals use router from next navigation. And because we are using the router, we are going to declare this as a use client, as a client component. Now we are going to kind of do the same that we did for the link, profile link. I'm going to copy this from the profile link, but the difference here is that we are going to link to the post, and here we are going to link to the parent ID. So that's what's going to happen. If someone clicks here, we can say that this is also a button or a link, and then we can give it some class name to it, and this is going to have a different style. It's going to have text small, and it's also going to be italic. That's how we can differentiate that from the rest. Then we, and in this part, like as a sibling of this component, so we have this parent, which is flex1, as a sibling of the component, of the main component. We are going to have a component called post content, which we are going to pass a content or content. And we want to have another component because this is going to have special logic that we are going to review now. So let's go to post folder and create a new file, which is going to be post content.tsx. Let's set up the boilerplate, and this is going to have an interface for the post content props, which is going to have a content, which is a string. Then we can have passed as content here, and define this like this, and then we are going to actually import the component from post content. And in here we are going to do a couple of things. So because our content can have hashtags, so let's actually find a content that has hashtags. So if you don't have content that has a hashtag, just create one that has it. And I'm going to change the URL to this content. And now we're going to do the following. So we're going to have a function that's going to say parse content, and this is going to have a text as a string, and this is going to do the following. So first we're going to have some parts that we are going to use from splitting the text, and here we are going to use our hash tag regex. That's why we define this as a context. So this split function takes also a regex, and given this regex, here we are going to have an array of strings, and each string is going to have a part of the content that has a hashtag. Then we can do the following for every part. So we are going to map these parts, and then we have a part and we have an index. We are going to say that if the index and the module of index by 2 equals 1, if this is true, then we actually found a part that has a hashtag. So let's review this so it's more clear. So let's log this like this, and let's return this as a P, and here we are going to pass our function parse content. We passed the content like this, and let's just return the parts for now. For now, we are going to return the parts. And if we take a look at the console, we will see what's happening. So the hello, here we have an empty string, and that's the part of the string that doesn't have a hashtag. Then we have the hashtag, and then we have another empty string. So let's actually use this, or find a content that has a hashtag and some regular text to see what actually happens there. So in this case, we again see that the content that has the hashtag is the one in the middle. And let's change it a bit. I'm going to update this into the database. Hi there. This does not have a regex. Hello. Hello. So if we update this record, we are now going to see every part that has been splitted. So we can see, like here, this is a hashtag, this is not a hashtag, this is a hashtag, and all of this is not a hashtag. So every auth index is a hashtag, and that's why we're using this module here to tell what is a hashtag. So if this is a hashtag, then we are going to return an span element, and this is going to have a dynamic text like this, which has the part, and here we can return it like this, and here we need a key because we are using map. The key is the index. The role of this is a link, and we are going to also give it some class name here, which is going to be the cursor pointer, because by default this doesn't have a pointer. The text is going to be blue 500, and once we hover, this is going to be underlined. So yep, you can see that, like how it looks. And I'm going to remove this. but we are missing the parts that are not a hashtag. So we're missing an else condition here, and otherwise we are just going to return that part. And you can see that now we have a mixture between hashtags and no hashtags. So I'm going to remove these hashtags because they're not showing here, and that's because we have edited this directly in here, and because we're not using our custom function, it didn't create the hashtags for us. So now if I refresh, we only see what's actually real. And the other thing that we are missing is that we need, if we click, we actually want to link to the hashtag. So for that, we are going to add an event listener. And here we are going to prevent the default because we are inside a link. And here we are going to first define this as a client component, use client, and then we are going to have the router. Again, router equals use router from next navigation, and here we're going to push that to explore, and here we're going to pass the hashtag like this. We're going to encode this because it can actually have special characters, so we encode this in the URL, and then we keep the same. So here I'm going to add some styling to the contents, just going to have some margin at the bottom. And now if we click here, we can see that we are redirected to this page, which is the same one that we have here, and we are going to fill this later, this URL. So we have the main content of the post, but now we are missing a couple of things that we are going to add now. So the other things are, give me a second. So we need a count for the comments, the replies. We need the like count, and we also need the share post functionality. So let's add that. We're going to add this as a sibling of this component, and this is going to have a div, and here we're going to have a button, and here we are going to have an icon that says low message circle, and below that we're going to have a span component that shows the comment count, so we can see more or less how it looks like, but we are going to add some styling, of course. So first we need a class name, and this is going to be flex, justify items at the center. No, this is going to be between, because we want to, every part of this is going to have be separated by an even space, and then we are going to have a text gray of 500 for this whole row of buttons. Then for the button itself, it's going to be a flex, but with items in the center. And for the message, we are going to have a margin on the right of 1, and a height of 5, and a width of 5. So now it looks better. So this is the comment count. So now let's move to the like count. For this, we are going to have another component, because this actually is going to have some logic to update and show the likes. So we are going to pass a like count. This component doesn't exist yet, but we are going to create it. And this is equals to like count, and then the liked by user, which is equals to liked by user. And now let's actually create this component in the post directory, like count.tsx, and this is going to have the following props. So it's going to say interface like count props, and here we are going to have a like count of number and also a liked by user boolean. We read that from here, and or liked by user, and here we are going to assign this to our properties like this. And let's start with this div. We are going to have a class of flex, and now we actually going to use our, remember that we have our requires out component, so we are going to wrap this into that, because if someone wants to click that, it actually needs to be authenticated if someone wants to like something. That's why we use that. And here we are going to have a low heart icon for the actual like icon. The class name is going to be of margin right 1, and then a height of 5 and a width of 5 for this heart. And then below that we are going to have a span component that's going to display the like count. So now we can actually import this in the post component, and we can kind of see what's going on here. So yeah, if clicks, it actually does what it needs. It doesn't require for authorization because I'm already logged in. Now we are going to do something else, and I added braces here because I'm going to do some dynamic rendering of the styles, and that's because if this is actually liked by the user, if this is true, we are going to have a field of red 400, and this is not true. We are just going to hover with a field of red 300. So what this means is once we hover, because we haven't liked this, it's going to fill this with red. But let's see what happens if we pass this liked by user as true. We see that by default has a red field, and this is complaining because liked by user is boolean or undefined, and this expects boolean. So for that we are just going to use this to cast this as a boolean, and now it doesn't complain about that. So we have the like icon, and now we are going to add the share post component, and later we're going to create that component, but for now it's going to have a post ID. And now let's create that component, share post.tsx. It's going to be a React functional component, and here this component it's going to take the post ID as a property. So let's define that. Interface share post props. And here we're going to take a post ID, which is a string. Then we can read that from here. And then we can assign the type for it. And now we are going to return a button. A button like this, and here we are going to have an icon which is low share like this. Let's import that component into the post from the post directory, so we actually see the icon, but let's give it some styling. So the class name is height of 5 and width of 5. And once the user clicks on here, what's actually going to happen is we're going to copy the link to the clipboard. So let's make sure that this is a client component, this client, and we are going to define this function, copy permalink, and we are going to have the event as a React mouse event, and then we are going to again prevent the default and also stop the propagation, because this can be a link. And now we are going to define this link. So we are going to say that the link depends on the window, because we want to make sure that we use a dynamic link, not a hard-coded link, because we might be running this into different environments. So that's why we use the window location.origin plus the post like this, and plus the post ID. That's the link. Now we are going to, we can use a try catch, but yeah, we want to use the try catch because before not every navigator has this, but now most have them, which is the navigator that clipboard that write text function, and then we pass the permalink here, and here we can say console.error failed to copy the link, but it's not going to really happen. So we are copying that to the clipboard, but maybe we also want to add a toast so they know what happened. And the toast is going to say link go to clipboard. So let's test this. We see this indication, and now if we click here, we can see that we're actually copying that into the clipboard. So that's how we are linking this, how we are sharing this to other users. So now that we have all of these changes, I'm going to commit them. So this is, I'm going to name this as 5 and post page. And I'm going to first git add everything and git commit with a message that's going to say 5 post page. Okay, now we're actually going to add the functionality to like a post. And for that, we are going to go to the liked count component. And first, we're going to add a post ID parameter, which is a string. And this needs to be passed from the post component. So we go back here and then we add post ID equals post ID. We are passing that here, then we can use it in the component like this. And now let's explore how we are going to do this. So we are going to have a server action. So every time we click or unclick, we are going to create a new record in the database for the likes like this right here. But before doing that, we actually need to know if the user is logged into the system and it has a like here, because if he already liked, we are going to remove the row here, and if they haven't liked the post, we are going to add the row. So first we need to go to the post page component, and here we are going to change this a little bit, and we are going to first grab the user like this, user ID equals await get server user ID. We are going to have an ID which is a string or undefined, and then we are going to pass this to this function. Then let's go to the function and add the parameter, which is the user ID, which can be undefined. And now in here we are going to use that to determine if we need to query or not the user like. So if there's a user, we are going to query the user like. If there's not a user, we don't need to do that. So for that, we are going to have a special, well, not special, we're going to have a condition here. And for that, we are going to use the spread operation. Then we add parentheses here to have like an expression that we can evaluate for this spread operation. And then we are going to check if there's an user ID. Then in this is the select of the get post details. And if there's an user ID, we are going to have an object that selects the liked by user property, like this, liked by user. And this is going to be an SQL expression like this, which returns a boolean. This is going to be a boolean, and the actual expression is going to be that we are going to take the count of the user. Here we are going to add some dynamic variables, and we are going to have a user likes that ID, and this is going to be greater than 0. So we are going to, if we have a user, we are going to query into a user likes expression that this count needs to be greater than 0. So how we get this user likes? So here we're just going to have an alias for our table. So we are going to say user likes equals alias from Drizzle PG core, and then here is the name of the table, and then we are going to say user likes. So this is just to give it this table an alias, so we can actually select that right here. And here, if this is not true, I mean this is not true, this is not present, we are going to return an empty object, which is not going to affect anything. So that's how we select these user likes. But now we actually need to join this table here. And for that, we are going to create another join. And how we do that is like, first we are going to, instead of awaiting directly this query, we are going to remove the await, and we are going to say that this is the post query, like this. This is just the query. It's not the result yet. And now we are going to have a condition, and we are going to say if there's an user ID, we are going to change the parent query like this. The post query, and then we are going to add a left join property. And this is where we are going to query the same table. This is the same table, but this one is going to have a different condition to be joined. So this one here, we are just joining by post ID, but here we can actually use something else. We are going to use an equality from this equality right here. And here we are going to compare like the user likes profile ID equals the user ID. That's one condition, but we need two conditions. We need one for the post and one for the user. So that's for the user. But for adding another condition, we're going to use the AND operator. So this makes sure that we can compare two things that have to be true. So that's one of the condition, and the other condition is going to be user likes that profile ID, that user likes post ID equals or post that ID. And this needs to be inside the end, like this. Now we can say post equals await, like this, and we await our post query. We don't need to call this because that's not necessary in this step. We just await the result, and now we are querying the liked by user property. So this is one way of doing it, but there's also another way, and that will be because we are already querying the likes, right? So we can select the like profile ID, and then based on that select, we can determine that the user is present or the user liked or not this post. I just prefer this way of doing it because I think it's simpler. We just do a select, and because if we have more posts, like we are querying many posts at the same time, this can get a bit complicated if we try to do that validation inside the select. So yeah, this is just one way of doing this. And yeah, nothing happens because no one has liked this. But now we are actually getting this from the database. And this is going to have now the like by user property. And let's make sure that we are passing the liked by user to the like count. And now we know these two actually come from the database. And here we are going to continue with this function. And now we are going to do the following. Because we are using a server action, if we only rely into the revalidation to get the latest data, this is going to take a while. So the user is going to click, it's going to happen like a second or something, and then they're going to see that it becomes 1. And that's not good to user experience, because we want to make sure that as soon as they click, they see the feedback. So for that, we are going to use some feature from React called use optimistic. And this is just takes of optimistic updates. That's what we want. So an optimistic update lets you update the UI right away. So as soon as they click, we can update the UI. And if something fails, this is automatically going to take care or reverting this to the previous state. So because of that, we are going to have this like this, which is going to be optimistic like count, and set optimistic like count equals use optimistic from React, and this receives so in the examples here we can have a state, and we can also have a reducer. So a reducer is useful if you want to keep track of pending states, but we are not going to actually do that. We are just going to pass the state, the initial state, which is going to be the initial like count, like this. So it looks very similar to React state, because it is React state, but it has extra logic to handle the failure of any asynchronous function. So we are going to do the same from the liked by user, optimistic liked by user, and set optimistic like by user. And again, we are going to use optimistic with the liked by user property. And now we are keeping track of this optimistic state, but now we actually need to handle the optimistic update. And before doing that, we are going to read. So now, instead of reading directly from this property, we're going to read from our state. So this is going to be optimistic like count and optimistic like by user. So we are making sure that we are actually using the optimistic state there. Now let's have a handler for this function. So I forgot to add some styles here. So this is going to be flex of items center, and then we're going to have an onClick function that's going to say like or this like post. We're going to pass the function, and this is going to be defined here, like or this like post. This is going to take an event, which is React node, React mouse event. That's the event that we want. And because again we are inside a link, this can be a link, we are going to prevent the propagation, and we are going to prevent the default. Now we are going to use server actions, but this is not a form element, and because of that we are actually need to use to trigger server action. We need to use something called use transition, and this comes from React, and this is just to keep track of the pending states, because we are not using a form action or a submit action, we need to use this use transition. And the first item is a pending boolean, and then the second one is a function that we can start a transition. So this is just going to take care or actually executing the server action for us. So start transition, and then it takes a callback. So this is where we are going to execute the server action, and we are going to define this as an async function, and we are going to say if optimistic liked by user. So if the user already has liked the post, we are going to wait, and we are going to unlike the post with the post ID. So we don't have this function yet, so we are going to define it. And else we are going to have a function that's a like post, and we also pass the post ID like post. And these are going to be this is going to be a server action. But then we need to actually make the optimistic update. So the optimistic update is going to happen before this. So it's just basically updating the local state, which is going to say optimistic like by user. It's going to be false because the previous value was true. We set that to false, and the optimistic like count is going to be reduced by 1. So we are going to say optimistic like count -1. That's going to be the new value, and this is going to be the opposite right here. So we're just basically updating the state internally so the user sees the feedback right away, but because we're using optimistic instead of state, this actually is going to revert if this doesn't work. So let's do this is going to be true, and in the other case, and here we are going to increase the like count by 1. So now if we click here, we're probably gonna get an error because these functions are not defined yet. So let's define then that in the leave actions folder, we're going to create a new file, which is going to be like post.ts. And here we're going to have two functions, sync function like post, and export async function on like post, which takes a post ID, and this is a string. Let's import that from our actions. So we have it in here, and now if we click, nothing happens because those are not doing anything. So we can test the optimistic rollback like this. For example, we can set we can set a sleep function. This is just for testing. Do not write this into your code base, but we are going to, let's say we are going to await for this sleep function for, I don't know, 20 seconds, for 5 seconds, like this. So now if we go here and we are going to see that it's 1, but then it gets rolled back. And why is that? Because we waited for 3 seconds, but we actually didn't update this state. We didn't create the record. So that's why it automatically rolled back to the previous value without us doing anything. That's how these optimistic updates work. And now let's actually do what we need to do. So we're first going to check the user ID. We're going to get that from the server user ID helper. And this is important because these are just endpoints. Like, you can think them as endpoints. We need to secure them. It's very important that we secure the endpoint. That's why we grab the user ID. And if there's a user ID, only if there's a user ID, we're going to perform what we need to do. If there's not a user ID, we are not going to do anything. And we're already checking for authorization. But this is just client-side checking. This is not secure. We actually also need to do it in the backend. So we are going to say if there's an existing like, we are going to query for that like, await db select from likes, where we are going to check 2 conditions. That's why we use end. So we are going to check first from that the likes profile ID equals or user ID. That's one of the conditions. And the other condition is that the likes that post ID equals the post ID that we are providing. So that's how we know if this was already liked. So if we have an existing like, we're just going to return into nothing because we don't want to duplicate the record, right? If there's already a like for that, we don't want to replicate that. Otherwise, we're going to insert a new like into the database, like this, into the likes table using values post ID and using values profile ID, which is the user ID. We're getting an error, and that's because we need to use server here. Use server. Now we're using the server, and we need to revalidate the path. And the path is going to be post ID. So now if we like, this is going to remain because we used optimistic, the update was made, so the state matches what we did with the optimistic update. And if we refresh, we can see that now this also remains because we already have the query to checking if the user did a like. So here we are actually going, the revalidation path is going to be passed from the function, because this like post is not going to only be done in this page. It's going to be also be done in the profile page, in the home page. So that's why we pass the like post like with the path. And how do we can pass the path? We can say path name equals use path name. That's a hook that we have from next navigation. This is just going to give us the path, and then we can pass that here. Now we need to also do the onLike, And for that, we are also going to pass the path name. And what we do here is just the opposite, but let's check. Let's copy what we have here, and here is the opposite. We again are checking for an existing like, but if there's not an existing like, we are going to return, because it means that the like was already removed. And then here we are going to delete from the likes table where, and we are going to take this condition and just copy this here. So we are delete the like where it equals the likes profile ID equals the user ID, and the likes post ID equals our post ID. We remove that like. Let's test that out, and we see that it actually remains. If we refresh, it works. So that's how we do likes. It was pretty simple implementation. Just keep in mind that we have to do these optimistic updates here. So now that we have the likes, we are also going to have the replies. So we can reply to this post, and locally for us, locally, we already have a component for that, right? So we have the new post form, and this takes the parent ID, and the parent ID equals the params that post ID. So why do we need the parent ID? Because when we do the insert of the post, if we have a parent ID, we are going to add that to the record, so we know what is the post that we are replying to. That's why we need the parent ID, and we can see that now we have the form. We are replying to ourselves, but it doesn't matter. So this is going to work. So hi, this is a reply. We post that, and it worked, but it didn't show anywhere here. That's because we need to extend this query to actually query the replies. So let's do that now. So we have the post query. We are not going to await for the post, but we're going to say replies query equals, and this is going to be kind of similar from this. So I'm going to copy all of this, and then we are going to change some things here. So the select is the same. So we have the post ID, we have the content, the created, but here we also need to query the comment count, because the comment count is, why don't we have a comment count here? Because we're just going to count this replies query. So that's why we don't have that here, but we also can do the same in here. So how do we count the comments? So first, let's add a comment count select, and then we need an SQL expression, and this is going to be a number, and this expression is going to be cast. We again cast the count of this distinct, and what are we going to count? The child post.id, and here we have this as an integer. So you might be wondering, what is this child post table? Again, we are going to create another alias, child post equals alias, and this is going to be of the post table. And here we can say child posts. And why do we need an alias for this? Where are we? Right here. Don't forget to add a comma here. So why do we need an alias? Because this is going to be a self query, and using Drizzle we cannot target the same posts for doing a self query. We just give it an alias, and that's how we know we are going to query inside the same. And why do we need a self query? Because remember, in our schema database schema visualizer, a post ID links to the parent ID. So we need to query inside the same table. We need to join that. And how do we join? That is by doing just a join. We're going to do it here, and we're going to say left join. And this is going to be from the child post table, which is the same table, but here the condition is going to change. And here we are going to compare the child post that ID, that parent ID, like this, and we are going to grab the posts that ID. That's how we join them, using the child post with the post ID and the parent ID property. So that's just the query, but we also need this, because if there's a user ID, now we are going to grab the replies query, and we are going to join the user likes on the profile ID with the user ID and the post ID with the ID. We're just doing the same. The only difference between those two is that in here we are querying for a single post ID, and in here this is going to be different, because here we are going to check for the parent ID. The parent ID, this is very important, that the parent ID equals the post ID, because this is for the replies. This is not for the main query. That's why we need it like this. I hope it makes sense. we're just querying the replies, so that's why we have it slightly different. Now we have the two queries, one for the post and one for the replies. So we execute them in parallel. So for that, we're going to say result equals await promise that all. That's how we can execute these two queries at the same time. This takes an array, and first we're going to pass the post query and then the replies query. And because this also returns an array, we can deconstruct that, and we can say that this is a post result and a replies result. And this is going to be an array that has all the things that we have queried for. And then we actually going to return what we need. So the post is going to be post equals post result, like this. We're just deconstructing this array, because this is also an array, and we only need the first item. And the replies are the same. And now we can say return, and we are going to return an object. And the object is going to have a post and a replies, which is the replies result, like this. So now this is an object, so we need to deconstruct that object and the replies. And guess what? We already have our post component, so we just will have to reuse that component to render all of the replies. We don't have to write anything else. And for that, we're going to use a map because that's an array. Then we are going to have a reply. And for each reply, we are going to return our post component like this. And then we can spread all the properties from that reply. And we also need a key. And the key is going to be reply.post ID. So that's great. Now let's see if it works. And we can see that it actually works. It's just the same component, but now this is a reply that we did for this component. And we can like the reply as well as the main component. And let's test another reply. This is another reply. And we can see that's right here. So we actually need to sort this by the latest one, right? We want the latest reply. So we are going to change our replies query, and we are going to add another property to it, and that's going to be order by. That's how we can order. We can import this function, this desk function from Drizzle, and what we are going to order by is posts created at in the send order posts. So now we have the first, the latest first. That's what we want. And we might also want to click in this and open another post page and reply to this. And yeah, the other thing that we are missing is that we don't have the count for the replies. So let's do that. So for this, the comment count is just going to be the replies that length. And we now see that this has 2 replies. And remember that this post component can take a has link property like this. We don't do it here because we don't want to link the main post, but we do want to link this one. So now if we hover, we can see the feedback, and if we click, we are going to be redirected to that post that we can also reply. Hi, this is another reply. We post to this, the count is going to increase, and if we go back to the previous page, we can see that now this also has a comment, and this is using our custom query for the comment count to count all of the comments. We can also like or dislike every post, and that's how we can render this page. And now that we have good progress, I'm going to commit this into Git. And this is going to be git add everything, git commit with a message of 6, and it's going to say replies and likes, which is what we did. So now if we take a look at our page on the post ID route, we can see that we have the function to query the data in this file and the component itself, which is not bad. it works, is secure because we're using the user ID, but actually Next.js recommends that we separate concerns in that sense. So we move everything that's actually getting data and using security, we move it to something that they call that data access layer. So the idea behind this is that we have everything in a place where we can easily catch bugs, or and especially authorization bugs. That's the goal of this layer, is how to think about security. And here we can see that we have many things of doing this, and the other approach is the one that we actually have, is component level data access, which is what we are doing. But this is only recommended for prototyping and learning. So because we're building as close as we can as a real production application, we're going to use the data access layer, which is just moving this to a different place. And the key thing here is that we actually want to perform the authentication in the functions that we're going to call. So the idea is that we know for sure that every function is going to get authorized data for the resources that we need. So we don't have to worry about authorization bugs. So let's do that. We're going to go to the leaf directory, and here we're going to create a folder called data, and here we're going to have some different functions, different folders. We're going to go by domain like we have been doing, and this is going to be posts. For posts, we are going to have a file that's going to be called getPostDetails.ts. So here we are just going to copy all of our function that gets the data, and I'm also going to copy all of the import statements, and then I can paste it, and I don't have to worry about unused imports because I have the authorization, the snippet that removes them. Then I'm going to export this function, and I'm going to remove the user ID because we want this function to be secure by default. So the user ID is going to come directly from this function. So we're going to say user ID equals await get server user ID, like this. And then we are going to remove the function from here. We remove the function, and we also remove this call because we are not calling the user ID here. We are removing that from here, and we are going to import this from the folder that we just created, get post details. And now we have all of the logic and also the authorization inside here. The other thing that is recommended is that we use this server only import. And the reason for that is because we're creating a function that by mistake could be used in the front end. Like, we don't want to allow that possibility. It's not going to happen, but we just want to make sure that doesn't happen. So we are going to install a package called server only, and this package is the one is a package that we just imported like this. Import server only. We're not going to consume anything from this package, but what's going to do, it's going to make sure that all the functions and all the code that's inside this file is only meant to be used in server components, in server actions, and API routes. So that's the purpose of this. So by mistake, we cannot use this in the client component. If we do that, then we're going to get an error. Okay, now let's implement the profile page. So in the app folder, we're going to create another folder called profile. And here we are going to create a page. So we're going to do the following, like here, if it's just going to be like, if you go to the profile page in here, like this, you're going to be redirected to your own profile page. So for that, we are going to create that in here in the profile page, and yeah, it's going to be let's call it profile page. And here we are going to have another function in the data layer that's going to be in a new folder called profile. And here we are going to have something that's going to say get profile.ts. And this is the function that we are going to use to get the profile record from the database. So again, we're going to import the server only helper. Then we are going to export an async function that's going to be get profile. And here we're going to take an username as a parameter. And this function is going to get the username by get the profile by username. So let's call it like that, by username. And let's have another function, that's the one that we need, that's going to be export sync function get current profile. And this one doesn't take anything, but what we are going to do here is we are going to get the user ID from the database, from the or helper, get server user ID. And then with this data, we are going to check if we actually have a profile with this user. So then we can say const, and this is just going to be the profile name. That's the only thing that we're going to get from this function, because here we want to redirect them to the profile ID page. That's where we want to redirect them to once they reach this part of the app. So let's go back to the get profile, and here we are going to check in the database like this, await db from users, from profiles, from profiles we are going to select, and here we are just going to select the profiles that username. That's the only thing that we are going to select here. Get profile username. Let's change it like that. And we need a condition, and the condition is where equals the profiles that ID equals our user ID, like this. And we get an error. because this can be undefined. So if user ID is, if we don't have a user ID, we are going to return null from this function. Otherwise, we query and then we return the profile. So again, here we are going to check if there is a profile. We return the profile. Otherwise, we return null. Because this could also be null, right? Because it's possible that for some reason there's a user ID that doesn't have a profile, and here we only want the username. So we are going to check for the profile, that username, and then we are going to return that. Otherwise, it's just going to return null. And now the return value of this is a string or is null. So get current profile username, it's what's going to be called in this server component, full async function. So let's do that. Current username equals await get current profile username. We import that function. It doesn't take any parameters. And now we are going to check if there is a current username. We are going to use the redirect function from next navigation. And if there's one, we are going to redirect the user to the profile slash current username, like this. And if there's not a current username, we are going to redirect them to the login page, because it means they are not logging into the system. So now let's do this. This is also a profile, and this is not a profile ID. This will be profile username. Let's call that profile username page. This will be the page for the username, and here this takes a parameter which is going to be profile username, which is the type. Let's type the parameters here. So it's going to be interface profile username page props, and this is going to have an object with params, and this object is going to have the profile username string. Then we can assign this here, and remember this is injected or populated by Next.js, and it's just the path parameter, and here we can displace that to the user. And this is an error because the actual thing that we have here is this params. Params, like this. Let me double check with the post. Yeah, it is params, like that. And here we can access the profile username like this, deconstructing the params 2 times. And then we are going to display that in a div. So now, because we are logged in, so now if we click here in profile, we are going to be redirected to this profile slash elon route, and this is what's going to be displayed there. So we remember that we have our profile function, get profile by username. So now we are going to use this one. This takes a username, and we are going to parse this username. So the thing here is that this can have special characters. So we are going to decode that, like then going to do username parsed or parsed username equals, and here we can use the code URI component. It takes a string, which is this one, and now this is going to be parsed. And yeah, that's because we can have weird characters here, like, and we're just making sure that we decode those parameters there, and then we can actually call this with the parameter that we need. And let's implement this function. So first we are going to check for the user ID again, because remember, every function in our data layer needs to check for authorization. And then we are going to define a profile query, which is going to be the DB that selects, and what's going to select? Select. It's going to select an ID, which is going to be the profiles.id. It's also going to select a username, which is profiles.username. And here we are also doing a conditional select. So this is going to check, again, we are going to use the spread operation. We open parentheses and we check if there's a user ID. We are going to return the followed by user. So this is going to be a boolean that it says that the user is being followed by the user or not. And here we are going to use the follows table, and we are going to select the follower ID. So followed by user is going to be the string or null. Otherwise, if there's not a user, we don't spread anything, so we open a empty object. So this is just to tell if this is actually the followed by the user. Then we query this from profiles, and we have our condition where equals, what equals here. So here it needs to not take the username, the user ID. So we are going to equal the profile's username with our username parameter, like this. So that's how we can check for the profile. And then we also going to check if the user ID, if there's a user ID, we are going to join in the follows column, follows table. So we are going to take the query, and we are going to say left join on the follows table. And here we're going to have two conditions. That was why we import the AND operator. So here we are going to check if equals follows that followed ID equals profiles that ID. That's our first condition. If the followed ID equals the profile ID, and the second condition is going to be if the equals follows follower ID, follower and this is going to equals the user ID. Those are the two conditions. So we are checking that the follow with ID equals the profile ID. That's how we join this. And the follower ID, so the person which is following that profile, equals the current logged in user ID. That's how we know if this logged in user is following the username that it's being queried. So again, this is going to make more sense once we have the UI and we run some examples. But basically we want to know if, let's say we're in the Elon profile and we have another profile called, I don't know, whatever, both. And if we are logged as both, as Elon, we want to know if we are following both. That's what basically we're doing. We're joining in the follows and checking if the current logged in user follows the user that's been requested, because we can access any profile and we just want to make sure that we are following or not. Then after doing this check, we are actually going to perform the query profile equals await profile query, and then we are also going to check if this is the own profile, because it could be the case, like in this case we are visiting our own profile, and this is going to be useful because if it's our own profile, first we cannot follow ourselves, and secondly we can't edit the profile because it's our own profile. So this is going to be like true if the profile ID equals the current user ID. We use this because the profile could be undefined, and then we return the profile and this property. And here we have an error. Yeah, this is not right. So this is not a single equals. It has to be 3 equals because we're doing a comparison, and this is a boolean. And then we are going to consume this here like this, and we need to await this. So for that we need to also declare this as a sync function, and then we are checking the profile and its own profile. So if there's not a profile, if there's not a profile, then we are going to call the not found function from next navigation, and just to make sure that this actually returns null or something else, we are going, because by default this is not been, by TypeScript is not been defined as undefined, but we are going to say profile. If there's a profile, we return the profile, otherwise we return null. And now this can be profile or null, or just being explicit, because we know this can be, because if the user types like whatever they want here, then we're going to have a non-found error because that user doesn't exist. So we have this right here. We're using that in the page. So now we actually need to display something useful. So let's start with a header. This is our header. This also has a back button, and here we are going to have the avatar component, and here we can pass the username, which is profile.username. We also have the profile ID, which is profile.id. And in this case, we don't want to link this avatar because we are already in the page that's been linked to. So we don't want to add a link to this because it's going to point to the same place. And this is going to be inside a container like this. And this container is going to have a class name of flex with a width of full, and the items are going to be in the center, and there's going to be a gap of 2 between elements, because now we are going to add another div in here, and here we are going to check if it's not my profile. So if it's not my own profile, we are going to display the following. It's going to be a div that has an h1, and this one is going to have the parsed username like this. So in this case, it didn't show up because it's my own profile. And then I'm going to add some styling. This is going to be flex with a full. It's going to have the items on the center, and it's going to be justify between, because we want this to be one thing is going to be here and the other thing is going to be over here. Here we are going to have a button. So let's actually create another user so we can actually see what's going on there. And because we're logged out, we now see that this actually displays what we want. And then we are going to add that follow button. And for that, we're going to go to the components folder, to the profile, and here we are going to have a follow button.tsx. So here we are going to set up our boilerplate. We are going to display that here follow button. We import the follow button, and here we are going to return what we need. So first, this is going to require authorization, because in order to follow someone, you need to be authenticated. Then we are going to display a span element, and this is going to check. So we need to check if this actually being followed by someone. So here we declare an interface to having the props. So we are going to say follow button and props, and this is going to take a follow with by user boolean, and it's also going to take a profile ID string. Now we can assign those properties here like this. We define the types, and then we can deconstruct the properties. So we have followed by user, and then we have the profile ID. So now we are going to check if the user is followed by the current user. It's going to say unfollow, otherwise it's going to say follow. So for now, for us, it's going to say follow, but first this needs to be a client component. Use client, and then we can see that it says follow. But let's give this some style. So first we are going to add a class name to this, because this can be a button, right? So it's going to take the class name. Then we are going to say that this is flex with items at the center, rounded 3 times, that's very rounded, with a padding of in the xy's of 4 and on the y-axis of 2, and the text is going to be base. This is just the font size, so it's the base font size, because it was too big before. It was inheriting the other styles. So now we are going to define a dynamic class, and we are going to check if this is followed by the user. Then we are going to have a background of blue 500, and once we hover, this is going to be of big G gray 400. And if it's not followed by the user, so this is going to be the opposite. The BG is going to be gray first, yeah, this has to be a single string, and once we hover, it's going to be blue. So now if we check, this is gray, and if we hover, then it becomes blue. And also we want to make the text white, like this. So now if we hover into it, it becomes blue, and we can follow the user. But because this is a required authorization, we get this login page. And now I'm just going to create a new username. So this is going to be Bob, and bob.x.com, then the very secure password. And now if we go to the Elon page, we actually can follow or unfollow this user. But as you can see, this is not working because we're not executing anything. So we need to create some server actions for this. Let's create those server actions. And also we need to go to the profile username page, and here we are going to pass the profile ID, which is profile.id, and then we need to pass the followed by user, and this is profile that followed by user. We get an error because this is not a boolean. We can transform this to a boolean like this, adding these 2 exclamations. Now this becomes a boolean, and we can actually use it as a boolean. So now we're going to create the actions for this, and this is going to be called follows because it's going to be for following or unfollowing. And this is going to be kind of similar to the likes. So I'm just going to reuse this and then change the code a little bit. So first we're going to change the naming. So of course it's follow profile, and this is just going to take the profile ID, which is string, and then we need to get the server user ID. If there's an user ID, again, we're only going to perform this in the server, and in the server if there's an user ID. So Then we're going to check if there's an existing follow. If there's an existing follow, we check on the follows table and we compare the follow. We compare, let me rename everything, and we compare the follows that follower ID with the current user ID and the followed ID with the profile ID, which is coming from the parameter. So that's how we are checking if there's an existing follower by comparing the current user ID with the follower ID and the followed ID with the profile ID. If there's an existing follow, we return. Otherwise, we are going to insert into the follows table. We are going to insert the follower ID and the followed ID, and these values are going to be the follower. The follower ID is our user ID, right? The logged in user ID. And the followed, the person which has been followed, is the profile ID that we read from here. That's how we are inserting this follow action into the database. And what we are going to revalidate here, we know we only can follow for now. We can only follow in the profile page. So that's what we are going to invalidate, the profile page, like this. And now I'm just going to copy all of this. I'm going to replace everything that's in here. I'm going to change the name. So in this case, it's going to be on follow profile, and this takes the profile ID again. And in this case, it's the opposite. So if there's not an existing follow, that length we return, because it means the user is not following anything. And here, the thing we do is we delete. So we are going to delete from the follows table, and here we need a condition. The condition is where, and we import that from Drizzle, like that. And the condition that we need is we need to compare if equals the follows that follower ID needs to equals the user ID, and it also needs to equals the follows that followed ID, the person who's been followed, it needs to equal the profile ID. That's how we, and don't forget to make sure that we are using this use server, and that's how we can follow or unfollow people into the app. So now we are going back to the follow button, and here we are again going to use optimistic updates. So we are going to change this a little bit. We are going to create that optimistic state, optimistic followed by user, and set optimistic followed by user. this equals use optimistic, and the default value, the initial value, is the property that we have here. So now we are going to rename, we are going to use this instead of this in here. So we need to rename this in here and in here. And now we actually need to execute this. So again, because we are not using a form, we need to start a new transition. So we have pending and start transition, and this equals use transition like this. And now we are going to declare a function that's going to say handle follow or unfollow. And here we are going to start that transition with have for callback. And here we check if optimistic follower by user. So if the user is already following the user, we are going to set the optimistic follower by user to false, and then we are going to await. So let's make sure that this is an async function, and we are going to await the unfollow profile with the profile ID. And this also needs to be an async. So we are using the profile ID for this, not the profile username, which means this is not right, because for the route we are using the username. So let's do the following. Instead of using the profile ID, we're going to use the username, which works the same because the username is also unique. So then we are just going to check for all, or let's do the following, because here we are inserting into the database. We can return the thing that we are inserting into, and okay, we're just going to do the following, because we know the profile, the username. We're just going to pass that in here in our function, and this is in a string, and here we're going to invalidate that username, and here we're also going to do that username, which is a string, and we are going to invalidate that. So now it actually invalidates the right thing. And here we're also going to define the username as a property in our follow button, and then we can pass this in here. And else, in this case, we're going to set the optimistic follow by user to true, and then we are going to await follow profile. We pass the profile ID, and we pass the username. So now we only need to pass this on here on the onClick event, and now we have our follow or unfollow button. And don't forget to pass the username, which is going to be profile.username, like this. So now we can actually follow this user. And if we refresh, we see that we are following the user. And if we click again, we are on follow. And this also updates, because now we can see that the count is 1, so this user has 1 follower. And that's one part of the profile page. We still need more things. So if we are our own user, so let's go back to our own user. This is our own user. We are now Bob because we're logged in as Bob. We need to be able to edit this profile. So we are going to go to the page, and here, if we are going to have a different logic for that, we are going to check if it's on profile. Then we are going to have a component called profile form. This component doesn't exist yet, but we are going to create it. And this is going to take a username. And the username is going to come from the profile.username. Let's create this component in the profile components folder. It's going to be profile form.tsx. And let's define that profile form. And this is going to have an interface, which is profile form props. And this is going to take a username, which is the type of string. Then we are going to read from those properties. Let's assign the types. Then now we can read the username. And so here we're just going to, by default, let's import this. So by default, it's going to display the username. But here, instead of a follow button, we are going to have an edit button. So we can click that, and then this is going to transform into a form that we can change. So for that, we need state. And let's define that state. And here we are going to have a state called editable username. So this is the username that we are going to modify, and then we can say set editable username, and this equals use state. And because we are using use state, we need to declare this as a client component with use client, and the default value is going to be this username. Now we are going to define an edit mode and a set edit mode, and this equals use state, and by default it's going to be false. So now let's have some markup. We're going to use a React fragment, and here we are going to check if there's edit mode is enabled. We are going to return the following, and let's also add something in here so we don't have like an error. And this is going to be a form. So if we have an edit mode, we're going to have a form. Otherwise, we are going to display something else. So this form, we actually going to use an action. So let's define that action, and it's going to be handle form action. This takes form data as form data, and here we can pass this here. So it doesn't really matter in this case if we use an action or not, because at the end of the day we're going to use our client method. We're not going to call a server an action, but we can do it in this way just to be consistent with the other forms. And let's start with an input. this input is going to be autofocused, but it's going to be autofocused. So every time we open this, it's going to autofocus. Then we are going to give it the names, that's username, then a required value, because it's required a max length of 20. And we are going to give it a class name with a width of full, some padding in the x-axis. It's going to have a border and a border gray 300, and it's going to be rounded 3 times. The value is going to be the editable username, and on change we are going to take the event and update or state set editable username with event that target that value. We have our form, but now we actually need something to trigger this form. And before that, let's also add some spacing here, some styling here. So we need a class name. It's going to be flex, and it's also going to be justified between, because we are going to have the text and something else here, and then we are going to give also this a width of full, and the items are in this in the center, and then we have a gap of 2 between elements. And let's define the other element. So this is going to be a div that has 2 elements. So one is going to be a liu.x icon, and this is going to be if we want to cancel the form. So it's going to be a role button for accessibility. On click, we are going to have a handle cancel function, and here we are also going to have some styling. Let's close this tag, and the height is going to be 8, the width is going to be 8, the text is going to be gray 500, and if we hover, it's going to be text gray 400, and the cursor is going to be a pointer. Let's define this handle cancel function. And what we do for cancel is we just set edit mode to false, and we reset the form, set editable username to an empty string. That's what we do in cancel. So let's we also need a submit button, but let's now focus on the button that's actually going to trigger this edit mode, so we can actually see something. So first we're going to have an h1 with a current username like this. Let's also add the classes for this. So it's going to be flex, justify between, the width it's going to be full, and the items are in the center. Then we are going to have a button, and this is going to say edit. And if we click this button on click, we are going to trigger the edit mode. Set edit mode to true. That's what it triggers, the edit mode, and we can see now this in action. So we click the value and it shows the form. So we have an issue because by default it needs to propagate the current username. So let's see why that's not happening. So this is reading the editable username, and it should say Bob. So it works the first time, but the second time it doesn't, which makes sense because we removed this, but here we actually just need to default to the username. So that's better. So now it just defaults to the username, and that's what we want. So now let's style this button because it looks very bad. So we're going to say class name BG Blue 500, and once we hover, it's going to be BG Blue 400. The text is going to be white. The text is also going to be base. The font is normal. We have some padding in the y-axis and in the x-axis, and it's also rounded 3 times like this. And now it should look a bit better. So it looks better. So we also need our submit button. For that, we can just use our submit button like this. Submit button. And we are just going to change some styles. Like it's going to be rounded 3XL with the text base and font normal. And here it's going to say save. So this is our default submit button. Remember that we already defined that. So now we can actually save what we change. But we need to trigger this. We actually need to do something here. And that something is going to be very simple. We are going to grab the username from the form data. We could also grab this. So let's do that. Let's grab that one. So it's going to, and this just not going to take anything. So here we have our username. So are first going to set the edit mode to false. Then we are going to check if we actually got success from update user with the editable username. And where let's define this as an async function. And where this update user comes from, so it comes from our custom provider. Use auth. Here we have this update user function, and this comes from the provider. So we can see the function here, update user. We defined it this way some time ago. Here we can check if we have success, and if we have success, we are actually going to redirect their user. Why do we want to redirect the user? Because if they change this, it means that this page no longer exists. So we want to redirect them to their new profile. So let's do that. We are going to use the router for that. So router equals use router from next navigation, and here we call router.push, and here we push to the profile page with that new username, like that. So let's check it out. Both 2. It's going to save, and now we are in both 2. And we can see now that we are here, and that's what we wanted. All right, that's everything for this part. of the profile. But now we also want to display the posts of every user. So let's go to the page here, and in here we are going to add that. So we are going to implement this as tabs, and let's declare those tabs. So now if we go below the header, this is where our tabs are going to be. We're going to have a div. Okay, let's define first how we are going to get this data. So for that, we're going to go to our data folder, and here in profile, we're going to define a new function and called get profile posts.ts. So first, let's import the server only helper, server only. And now let's define this function. So this is going to be kind of similar to this get post details, but it's going to be different in some things. So let's start with the function declaration. Export async function get profile posts, and this is going to take a username, which is a string, the initial username, and then we are going to have a type, and this type is going to be either posts or replies. And why do we need a type? Because we are going to have two tabs, one for the posts and one for the replies. So every time we visit any of those tabs, we only get that type of posts. Remember that we have posts or replies. So that's why we have this here. So I'll just copy, I'm going to copy all of this, and then I'm going to change this a little bit. So it's going to be this query, the replies query. That's the one that I want to copy. And we are going to change it. So first import what we need. So I'm just going to copy all of this from the other file, and I'm going to paste that in here. So now we don't have those errors. We need to grab the user ID. So we say user ID equals await get server user ID. And now that we're here, we are also going to label this as import server only. So we know we only can call this from the server. And let's start. We're also missing this child post reference. So let's go out to get post details and also import this or copy this. So we have the alias that we need. We import that from pgcore alias. And now we have all that we need. So first we are just going to say that this is going to be for renaming, just type F2 and then you can rename this. So this is going to be profile posts query. That's what we are querying. And here, well, then we are going to change this. So first we need the post ID, which is right. We need the content, that's right. We need the created ad. Everything of this is right. We need the comment count. We also check if the user ID is present. Then we check If that's true, we check for the liked by user. Then we get this from posts. Then we join in profiles, and then we left join in likes. We also left join in child posts. And we are going to remove this where, because this is going to be different depending on the case. We are going to group by posts and profiles ID, and we order by created that. We also have this user ID check is the same in user likes, so everything is almost the same. But what changes is the type of query that we're going to do. So if the type equals replies, and we also need to make sure that we query the username. Yeah, we are going to do that. So if the type is replies, let's start with the default, with the posts. If the type is posts, so the type of query is posts, we're going to graph our profile post query, and we are going to add a where condition, and the where condition is going to be very simple. So here we need an end, and here we need two conditions. And the first condition is going to be that is not null the post, that is null the post that parent ID. So only root posts, this is going to be true, because only in that case it's going to be null that the parent ID is null, because they don't have parents, they are the main post. And the other condition that we need is that the profiles that username equals our username, because we only want username posts that belong to this profile, this username. So it's complaining because we haven't imported this, so we need to import this from Drizzle. And for the replies, we are going to do the following. We are going to add the where condition. We also need an end condition, and here we are going to check that is not null, so it's just the opposite. And what's not null? If this is a reply, the parent ID, that's the thing that's not null. And that's one of the condition, and the other condition is that is the same condition, that the profiles that username equals our username. And we're missing a parenthesis here. So that's how we define our query. We just took the other query and changed it a little bit, and we're already joining in profiles. That's why we can have this condition. That's how we make sure that these posts or replies are only from the thing that we want. So now we just need to call this. So it's going to be profile posts equals await profile post query, and then we return this profile. So we have our query. Now let's go back to the page, this one, and here we are going to do the following. So how we are going to be able to access every tab, we're going to use search parameters. So that's a really simple way to handle this, is just to having search parameters. So if we are in the post tab, this is going to be like this: posts, tab equals posts, and otherwise we are in the replies. So search parameters are just parameters that we can read from the URL. It's just basically state that we can read from the URL, and based on that we can render what we need, and we can access those parameters in Next.js in the properties of the page. That's how we can access. So here we're going to define the search params, and this is going to be an object that has an optional tab, which is string, and this is optional. Now we can read those search params. Oh, and this is not in here, is at this level. It's a sibling or params. Now we can read those search params, and we can read the tab. So let's define that here. So the tab, it's going to be search params dot tab or posts. And we can validate this because the user could enter whatever they want here. So we are going to say const it's valid tab if tab equals posts or tab equals replies. If it's not a valid tab, then we also return not found. And here we are assigning a default value, so the tab is not mandatory in the URL, and if it's not present, it's going to be the tab posts. So we have this. Now we are going to render those tabs, and for that, below the header we are going to have a div, and this div is going to have a link. That's how we are going to define those tabs with links. And the href is going to be equal to a dynamic string, and this string is going to have a profile. It's going to point to profile, to the current profile username, and the tab equals posts. And in here we are going to say posts like this. So we're going to have two of these guys, and the other one is going to say replies like this. I think our validation is not working okay. Yeah, these are the two links. So now when we click, this changes to the thing that we want. Later we're going to check what's going on here. Or we can do the following. We can define a sort schema. So that will be easier, I think. So let's say const tabs, and it's going to be from sod we are going to define an enum, and that enum is going to be either posts or replies, and the default value is going to be posts, and this is optional. And now we can take this and we can say result equals tabs schema that save parse, and here we pass the data that we want to parse, which is going to be search params tab, and if the result is not success, we are going to return the not found function, and then we can grab the tab from result.data. And this tab should be posts or replies. And let's move this here. And we are making sure that we have either posts or replies. So now I think now it works. So now we're just making sure that this is the right value that we actually want to pass to our function. We are not using this tab yet, but we are going to use it now in the styles because this looks very bad. Let's first declare the styling of the container. So this is going to be a grid, and this is going to have 2 columns. It's going to be justified in between. It's going to have a border on the bottom and the border gray of 200, like this. Now let's define a style for every tab. So we're going to say class name, and this is going to be a dynamic class. So it's going to have a padding of 4, text center, and now we check that if the tab equals posts, if the tab equals posts, then we are going to have a border of B2, and the border is going to have a color of blue 500. Otherwise, we don't have anything special there. We're going to do the same for the other link, but here we check for the replies. Let's check it out. So now we are just styling this differently depending if this is active or not. It's just basically an active state. We actually need to render something here. So for that, we are going to declare 2 functions here. We can have many server components in the same file. So that's what we are going to do this here. It's going to have an async function, and this takes a username. And again, this is going to be a server component. That username is going to be a string. And here we're going to grab our posts equals await get profile posts. Here we need a username, and we need the type of post that we want. We want the posts, and here we can just post that map post. We are returning JSX, and the JSX is going to be our beloved post component. And here we need the key, which is post that post ID, and then we spread the posts like this. and we also need the replies. And yeah, I'm also going to add this has link prop because this needs to be linked to the original post. And let's do the same for the replies. So we rename this to replies. Here we change the type, which is going to be replies. And this also is going to have the links to parent property because these are replies, and this one needs to be linking the parent in case we need to. So now we're just going to render dynamically every tab. We're going to check that if the tab equals post, then we are going to render the posts. We need to pass the username, profile username, and then if the tab equals replies, we return the replies. Let's check it out. We have a syntax error. Okay, so the issue is right here that I'm comparing equality, and I shouldn't do that. Is null is already a comparison, and just now make sure that we have proper syntax. So here is null is enough. Like we don't need the equality function. So just in the get profile post query, just make sure that you just have a row is null here, and now it should work. Yeah. So we have the main posts, and now if we go to the replies, we only get the replies from this user. And if we go back here and we click in any post, we should be redirected to that post. And we're missing one thing, is that we also want to return the parent ID. So let's make sure we do that. So for that, we are going to add the parent ID, which is profiles.parent with this posts that parent ID. And we want to do that because we also want to link the parent that this is being linked. That's why we want this. And let's change this link a bit. So if we go to the post page and we go to our function that returns that, we are going to see, yeah, this. I'm going to change this to text extra small, and the text is going to be gray 300 maybe. So it's just a bit smaller, and if we hover, we're going to have a text underline. Hover, it's going to be underlined like this. And that's just another way to link this. And I'm also going to have these items at the end, or at the center, I guess. Yeah, so it just looks better. So now this links to the parent post. So here we can actually see the parent post if we click here. This is the parent post and this is the reply. So we did many changes. So we are going to commit everything. Commit IM with the message. That's going to be 7 post page. Okay, now we are going to build this page. That's the page that you can use to search for hashtags. We're going to call this explore page. So let's create a new route in the app directory. So this is going to be explore. Then we're going to have a page that tsx, and let's start with what this page is going to have as properties. So here we have explore page props, and here we are going to have search params object that takes an h as a search params. So that's how we can interact with this. Like if we click here, you can see that we're going to the explore page, and then we take a search param for the actual query. So that's how we read that. Then we are going to export default async function explore page, and this is going to take our properties like this, and here we are going to read the search params. So now that we have the search params, I'm going to deconstruct that like this, and I'm going to rename this to hashtag so it's more clear what this is, because it's not a good practice to have it just like this as a variable, but because we're using the URL, it makes sense to make it short. So that's why we use this short hashtag name, but in our code base we're going to rename that so it's more clear what this is. Then we're going to return div, and let's give this div a class name of width of full. Then we are going to have a header, and this is from our component, and here we're also going to have another div, and here we are going to render this icon, which is loose search from React icons, with a class name of width of 6 and height of 6, and the text is going to be gray 500. So this is just the basic icon for this. So first also I'm going to change this so we know it has a back button, and I'm going to give it a class of flex with a width of full, and the items are going to be in the center for these items. So we have this search icon here, and inside here we are going to have our hashtag search input, and this is a component that we haven't created yet. And before passing the hashtag there, we're going to say parsed hashtag equals, and because this can have special characters, we want to decode the URI component like this, and then we can pass the hashtag param like this. So we don't have this component yet, so let's make sure. And also this could also be undefined because it's possible that there's not a hashtag, so we are going to check that if there's a hashtag we decode it, otherwise we return undefined for this variable. So now let's create that component. In components, we are going to create a new folder called explore. And here we are going to have the hashtag search input.tsx. And this is going to take some properties. Hashtag search input props. And here we are going to pass the hashtag param like this. And that hashtag param, it can be a string or it can also be undefined. So with that, we pass this here and we give the types for this component, and now we are going to import this in the page component. So now we see that we are rendering the component, but of course this is not this is going to be an input. So let's do that. Input like this, and this is going to have an autofocus property. The type of this input is text. The value is the hashtag, and hashtag like this, hashtag, and we are going to use state to keep track of this hashtag value. So let's define the state. Set hashtag equals use state, because we are using state. The default value is going to be an empty variable, but because we're using a state, we need to define this as a client component like this, and then we can continue with the input. So on change, we're going to take the event, and then we're going to say set hashtag event target that value. That's how we update the state. And then we are also going to have a placeholder that's going to say search hashtags like this, and the styling for this is going to have a margin on the left of 2. The width is going to be full. This is going to be rounded LG. The BG is going to be transparent. The padding in the left is going to be our 2. Once we focus on this, we are going to have an all light of none, but we are going to add a ring of 2, and the color of this ring is going to be blue 500. Now we should have a search input like this, and now we also going to update the hashtag every time this hashtag param changes. So for that we are going to use state. We use effect, and what we are basically doing, we're going to do is we're going to have two-way data binding with the URL. So every time we type here, the URL is going to change. So that's what we are going to do. So because of that, we need to also update this state every time the hashtag param, so the search param changes, we need to update this as well. So we are going to use effect, and this is going to be if the hashtag param changes, we're going to set the hashtag with the hashtag param, and this use effect takes the hashtag param as a dependency. So now we should see hello in here, but if we type, this doesn't update. So for that, we are going to use the router. So let's do that. Let's define the router equals use router from next navigation, and we're also going to use search params from use search params, and this also comes from next navigation. It's a special hook that we can use to read the search params. So what we are going to do is we are going to set up another use effect, and this one is going to be listening or reacting every time we change the hashtag. And we also have the router and the search params as a dependency, these search params. And what's going to happen is we are going to have const new params equals new URL search params. This is a constructor that we can have to create new search params to string, and we pass the default value. So the default value is going to be the current search params, and then we are going to check if we have a hashtag in our local state, or every time the hashtag changes, we are going to set new params, and the params is going to be h, and the value is going to be hashtag. Else, so if we remove the search, we are going to take the new params and we are going to delete that h params from this constructor. So we are just defining the params, what we need to do the navigation. So after all of that, we're going to do router.push, and here we are going to push to the current URL, but we are going to add those new parameters, new params to string. So now if we change, we can see that the URL also changed. We can see how it changes. So we're keeping a state between the two things. So why we do that? Because we want to trigger a new fetch every time this changes. And we also want to preserve the state in case anyone wants to share this URL. And that's how we are doing that here. So now we are going to return to the page component now that we have our search, and below this we are going to have another server component, and this is going to be called post loader. So here's where we actually going to load the current search, and let's define this as an interface, and we are going to say that this interface are the props for this, and here we are going to pass the hashtag, which can be null, and then we load that hashtag here like this, and we assigned the types for this, and let's return now some JSX. So before returning, we actually need to query this right here, and for that we are going to have another function in the data layer, and here we're going to go to data, we're going to add a new folder called explore, and in this right here we are going to have a new file called actually we can create this in the post, because we are going to get post. So we are going to say get posts by hashtag.ts, and here so I'm going to copy the get this right here, the get profile posts, because it's going to be kind of similar but again, we are going to change a bunch of stuff here, but it's just that we don't want to start from scratch. So that's why I'm copying this in this function into the get post by hashtags, by hashtag. So first, let's change the name. So this is going to be get post by hashtag. So this is just going to take a hashtag, which can be undefined, and this is a string. And now, if we don't have a hashtag, we're just going to return an empty array. So if there's not a hashtag present, we're going to return an empty array. So let's continue with the query. We need the user ID, we need this alias, the user likes, and the child posts. And now we are going to rename this. So for that, use F2 to rename it across everything, and this is going to be post records query, just like this. So make sure you change all the names for that reference, and let's continue with the select. We need the post ID, we need the content, we need the created tag, we need the profile ID, we need the username, we also need the parent ID, we need the comment count, we need the like count, we also need this condition, user ID. If liked by user, then we count the likes that has to be greater than 0. From post, that's correct. Inner join profiles, because we are joining the profiles. We also need to left join the likes. We also need to left join the child posts. And here we need to join two more things. We need to join the post hashtags table, and here we are going to join them in the post hashtags that post ID has to be equal the post ID. That's how we join the post hashtags, and we also need to join the hashtag table. So we're going to say left join, and here we are going to join the hashtags table from DB. Oops. Hashtags, like this. We are joining the hashtag table and the post hashtags. And here we are going to compare the hashtag that ID and with the post hashtags from our previous join that hashtag ID. That's how we join the hashtags. And we need another condition. Now that we have joined this, we now can add another condition that's going to be the where. And here we're just going to search for equality. And the equality that we need is that the hashtag that name is equals that, like the hashtag that we are passing to this function. So that's how we can match the thing that we want. That's the filter that we want. So we want the posts where the hashtag matches what we are querying for, and that's why we need to join the hashtags and the post hashtags. So we can get rid of this because we don't need that, and that's basically what we want. So I'm going to rename this to post records, and that's how we query. It's very simple query. We're just joining all of the tables that we need. the post hashtags, the hashtags, and we are filtering that by the hashtag name that we are querying. So now if we go to the Explore page, we can actually load some data. So for that, we are going to say that the posts const posts equals await get post by hashtag, and here we only pass the hashtag like this, or hashtag param, and guess what, we already have all that we need for rendering this. We are going to take the post, and here we are going to return our beloved post component. We need a key. The key is going to be post ID, and we are going to spread all the rest of the properties from that post, and we are also going to add this has link property because this post needs to be linked. Now we can just render that here. It's going to say post loader. We need to pass the hashtag, and the hashtag is the parsed hashtag like this. So that's how we are going to display. So now if we actually search for something that we know there is records like hello, this should render what we need. So yeah, if we go back to the home page and we type any of the hashtags that we have, so now it should redirect to the query, and it actually finds the hashtag that we are looking for. And if we change this, we can see that it works. So if nothing matches, we have an empty result because we didn't find anything here. And let's also test the hashtags that are in the profile. Like if we go to a profile that has posts and we click it right into the post, we should be redirected to the place where we have the hashtags. Let's test another hashtag. Programming is amazing. And let's add 2 hashtags to this. So now we have those right here, and if we search for them, amazing, we see the post that we just created. So let's commit these changes. So I like to commit everything. So we are going to say git, and we're going to say git add everything, and git commit, and the message is going to be the 8th step, that's explore page. Now we are going to implement the main page, the home page feed, and this is going to display the posts that the user posts, and also the posts of the people that the current user is following. So for that, we're going to go to the data layer in leave, auth, and posts, and here we're going to create a new file called getFeed.ts like this, and this one is going to be very similar to the other ones, but again it has some slightly differences. So let's take which one we use. We can use this one as an example, the get post by hashtags. hashtag, and then we are going to paste that, and we are going to change first the name. So this is going to be get feed, and this one doesn't take anything as a parameter. So now we are going to check first if there's an user. So we are going to grab the user. We already doing that. So now this feed only works if you're logged in. If you're not logged in, it doesn't work for you. So in that case, we're going to say if there's not an user ID, we're going to return an empty array, because this is going to return an array of posts. And if there's not a user ID, we are going to return this empty array. Now, for the query itself, we are going to select the post ID, the content, the created tab, the profile ID, the username, parent ID. That's everything's correct here. The like count, the comment count, and here we don't need this condition. We can always return liked by user, because we know that this user ID is going to be present, because if it's not present, we return this empty array. So this query is only going to run for logged in users. Now let's continue with the joins and everything. So we have from post, that's right, we inner join in profiles, we inner join in likes, but we don't need this post hashtags or hashtags join. Instead, we're going to do a left join on follows, because that's what we want to check, if we are following that user or not. And here we check the quality, and the quality is going to be follows that followed ID equals the profiles that ID. So we take the join in the profiles to filter the follows relationship, and then we also going to always query the user likes, because we know we always have the user. So I'm just going to copy this and paste it in here like this. I'm going to remove this. So now we always let join the user likes, and the work condition is going to be slightly different. So here we're going to use an end to compare two conditions that have to be true. And the first condition is going to be an OR condition. So in this first condition, one of the following has to be true, and that's going to be the equality of follows that follower ID equals user ID. So that's how we can filter that we are getting the posts that from the users that the current user is following. That's how we query them. Or it can also query the posts where profile ID equals my user ID. So this is going to also query for my own posts. So in the timeline, I want to see the posts of the people that I follow and my own personal posts. Then the other condition that I want to check is that it's null from Drizzle ORM. And what I want to be null is the posts that parent ID. So why is that null? That's because we only want the main posts. We don't want to show the replies here. So that's how we filter those replies. Then we group by post ID and profiles ID, and we order by created add. So since here we are not changing this query in any sense, we are going to return the query directory. So it returns right away the promise with all of the posts that we need. So we have our feed query, but now we need to actually use it. So for that, we are going to jump into the page component, into app page, and here we are going to make this first an async function, so we know it's an async component, and then we're going to say post or feed. We can say feed equals await get feed. We auto import from our helper function, and here we are going to have an array, and for that array we're just going to map feed that map, and for each post we are going to return our post component, our beloved post component. Here we're going to define the key, which is post ID. Then we can say that this has a link, and then we are going to spread all of the rest of the properties of that post. So now if we go back, we're going to see my own posts and also the posts of the people that I follow, because I'm following Elon. So if we click here, we can see that we are following him. If we unfollow and we go back to the home, so now we don't see those posts, but let's follow that so we actually have something to see in here. So that's how we are displaying this right here. And the next thing that we are going to do is we are also going to add another post button here, and this post button is going to open a modal that we can post from there. So the idea is to post from any part of the app, not only in here. So if you're in the Explore page, you can also post from there. So let's do that. Let's go ahead to the left sidebar. That's the component that we have to render that. And here we are going to have a component called post model. So this component does not exist yet. So let's create that in components post model.tsx. We set up the boilerplate, and then I'm going to add an import for this, like this, and we can see our post model, and here we are going to have our button component for creating that post. And here we first are going to define that button like this. Also, I'm going to wrap this into a React fragment like this, because we're going to have many components inside. Oops, just make sure that this is inside this, and we're going to have very siblings that doesn't necessarily have a component inside here, that a div here. So first we're going to start with the button. So this is going to be a post, and then we are going to give it some class. So it's going to have a margin at the top of 4, width of full, rounded 3 XL, BG, blue 500, PX8, PG3, text, LG, font, bold, text, white, and when you hover, the BG is going to be blue 400. Like this. So that's our button. And now we actually have to trigger the model. So for that, we are going to use the dialog component, and this is a relatively new component. HTML tag is really cool. It has native support for models, so we don't have to create a backdrop, and has many cool things. So this is what we are going to use, and this is going to have our inside here. We are going to use our new post form, so we don't have to write anything new. We already have the markup to create it and creating a new post. So nothing happens because we have to trigger this to be open. So for that, we're going to create a reference for that dialog. Dialog ref equals use ref from React. And we are going to add the type for it, which is HTML dialog element. We are going to assign that ref here, which is going to be dialog ref. And now, once we click on the button, we are going to have a listener. And once we click on our button, we're going to graph our ref. We're checking if it's already there. Then we are going to call the show model method. So this is a method that exists into this HTML dialog element, and we use the nullish operation because this can be null. So now if we click, and because we're using ref, we need to have this as a client component. So we say use client. Now if we click here, we can see our dialog. Yep. But there's no way to close it, so let's add that. And also we're going to add some additional styling to the dialog itself. Dialog. Class name equals rounded XL, extra large with a padding of 8, and the width on the medium viewport is going to be of 600 pixels. So that's how we can define a width for it. And now we are going to have a button that's going to be our close button, which is going to have a new X icon from Lucid icons, and then we're going to define a class name with a height of 8 and a width of 8. It's going to have a cursor. Well, yeah, that's all that we need, but we also need text gray 500 for it. And once we hover, we can actually add this in the button itself. So I'm going to say class name text gray 500, and if we hover, the text it's going to be gray 400. But this button doesn't look correctly, like it's way below here. So then we are going to say that this dialog is relative, position relative, but the button is position absolute, like this. And then we place that on right 0, top 0. It's going to have a padding of 4. So now it looks something like this, which is much better. And if we click, nothing happens because we have to trigger an action, and that action is going to be very similar to this one. But instead of showing the model, we call the close method. So now we can close and we can open the model. And then here we can see that we have this border, but we probably don't want this border. So we are going to have some class name for this form, and we are going to say border button equals 0. So we can add a class name because we added that property and we are merging that here. That's why we can have a class name. And also this form is going to be out of focus because once we open, if we refresh the page, we want the user to start typing right away. So that's why we define that out of focus. And then we also going to say that remember that we have this on post created. So once the post is created here, we are going to call that function. And what we are going to do, can you guess what we're going to do? We're just going to close the model like this. Because we are calling this twice, it would be good to have this as a function. So we can say close dialog function, close dialog, and this is going to call this, and then we can use this in here like this, and we can also add a open dialog function open dialog equals dialog that current, and we use that inside here. So now we can test this hello from the dialog. So this is going to trigger, and we can see that we see it right there because we are using our invalidation, so it refreshes right away. Okay, so we have this, and I'm going to open the terminal and commit these changes. Git add everything. I'm going to check what number we are, and this is going to be the step 9, which is feed and post dialog. And we need to actually commit git commit with a message of this. And now we have created a checkpoint that we can actually go back if we need to. So now we are going to implement some loading states, because if you click in anything really, like you click here, there is a delay because this is loading the data, but there's no user feedback, which is bad user experience. Like if you go to anything, like you click and then it redirects you to the page. So we need to display some feedback for the user, and that's really simple to do in Next.js. So first we are going to go to the components folder in the UI folder. Here we're going to create a full page spinner component, and this is going to use our previous spinner component that we have here, but let's render that. So we are going to import the spinner like this. Spinner. But we are going to add some extra styles. So it's going to have a flex, and the height is going to be by the screen like this. Then it's going to have the items at the center, and it's also justified at the center. So that's one spinner that we're going to have, but we're also going to have a blog spinner, the CSS, and this also is very similar to this one. So I'm going to copy the full page spinner, but here I'm going to change the name to blog spinner, and the styling is going to be slightly different. So it's not going to have a height of a screen, but it's going to be justified at the center, but here we're going to have a padding of on the y-axis of 4. So that's the only difference. And this is what we are going to use for display inline spinner loading state. So how do we add loading states? And yeah, it's very simple. We just need to add a loading file in the route that we need to have a loading state. For example, if we are in the post ID, here we can create a loading.tsx file, and this is going to be triggered by Next.js rendered while we are loading from one page to another. So this is scoped by the layout. So because we have a layout that has these static sidebars, so now if we have a loading component, it's just going to be rendered in here in the body of the layout. So that's how this works. So let's do that. So we're going to create a component that's going to say a post loading component, and here we return our full page spinner. That's all that we need for this. So now if we click in anything, we should see that loading state. Yeah, we can see it there, but it's not rendering in full page. So let's check why that is. So we are saying flex hide the screen, items center. That's the issue. So this needs to be at the center. So now let's try that again. So now if we go to here, we can see the loading, and now we are in the page. So it's pretty simple. We're going to do the same for the profile page. Here we're going to create a loading.tsx. I'm going to copy the exact same code from the loading from the posts. So now if I go to the loading of the profile user, I can just change the name. I'm going to say profile loading. Now we have, if we click here, we should see that loader. So we also want for these tabs a loading state, because we're loading data every time we click, we change the route, even though it's internal. So how we can do that is slightly different there, because if we go to the page, we can see that we have different components that render based on the tab. So for that, we are going to use something called suspense. Suspense is a special component that lets you display a fallback until the children have finished loading. So the suspense just wraps this component, and that's actually what's happening behind the scenes for the Next.js app. But we can also do it explicitly, because every children here is loading data. It's an async component. So we can use suspense like this, suspense. We import that from React, and by default it doesn't do anything. So we have to add a fallback, and this is a component that's going to be rendered while this is loading. So the fallback is going to be our blog spinner component, and we pass the component like this. Now we also need to pass a key for this, so it knows when to trigger the loading. So the key is going to be very simple. It's just going to be the tab. So that's what's triggering the loading. And every time the tab changes, this blog spinner is going to trigger. So now if we go back to the app and we click here, we can see that the spinner is triggering. And if we click many times, that doesn't trigger, because the response has been cached by default by Next.js. So let's try that again. You can see the loading there, and we click here and we see the loading. Okay, so it's working, and we need to do that the same thing for the Explore page, because here if we click something, it also lags. And for there, because we're also using search params, we're also going to use suspense. So let's go to the Explore page, and we have this post loader. So here we call suspense from React. We wrap this into our child component, and I'm going to just copy this from the other component like this. The fallback, we import our blog spinner, and the key in this case is going to be the hashtag, because that's what's triggering the change, the hashtag change. And so now if we click something, we can see the loader. Also, if we type something here, we can see the loading. So that is working. And finally, we're also going to add that loading state to the root home page. This is the home page. So here we are going to add in the app directory a loading.tsx component. I'm going to also copy this from the post loading, and now I'm just going to name this to home loading. And that's how we have loading states for the app. Again, this was a small change, but I'm going to commit those changes. So let's do that. And here we are going to add everything to staged changes. And then I'm going to check what's the latest commit. And I'm going to say git commit with message 10. And this is loading states. Okay, now we are going to deploy our application to the internet. And how we are going to do that is using a service called Vercel. So Vercel is a very popular platform where you can deploy front-end full stack applications. And it's great because it's basically the company that created Next.js. So it's the simplest, easier, and also free way to deploy your site. You can also use other providers, but I think this is the easier one, and you can see that it's free, so we don't have to pay anything or add a credit card to deployment, and we have many features built into the plan. So how this works is that we have to you make sure you sign up into Vercel, and for signing up, select your name, your name, and then you have to use GitHub. So in that way, it's easier to sync your projects with Vercel. And we use GitHub because in GitHub we can commit, and every time we do a commit, that new version is going to be published. So now let's go to GitHub. Let's make sure you have an account, and then here we are going to create a new repo for this. So I'm just going to call it Next in my own space, and you can make it public or private. I'm going to make it private, doesn't really matter. And we don't want a README, so now we just create the repository, and then we are going to import that repository in here. So for that, you have to make sure that you have set up GitHub locally, and you can use this SSH or HTTPS for this. I think if you haven't done this before, HTTPS is easier. So it's going to prompt you to log in the terminal. But if you already have SSH keys, I think is the better way to do it. Here to have two options, so we can create a new repository or push an existing repository. That's what we are going to do because we already have a repository. So let's copy all of this, and then I'm going to go to my code. I'm going to open and close this and open my terminal. In the root of my directory, make sure I have a clean git 3. So it means everything has been committed. That's important. And now we can paste the code that we have. So we first add a remote, then let's do it one by one because we don't want everything. We paste the first line, so that's going to add a remote to this repository. And then we already have the main branch, so we are just going to push that main branch to GitHub. And if you haven't authenticated, it's going to prompt you for that. Or if you don't have SSH keys, it's going to throw an error. So just make sure that you are authenticated with Git to GitHub in your terminal. So because I'm authenticated, it just pushed that branch. Now if I refresh, I'm going to see all of the code in here. So that's great. And we don't have the EMB. So that's also great because we don't want to commit the EMB file. So now we go to Vercel and you click Add New Project. You're going to be here in this part. And if you look for your project, you're not going to find it probably because you need to configure the GitHub app. So once you click there, you're going to be in this page. It's going to configure your next Vercel integration. So here you have to check the repository access. So you can either choose all the repositories, which I don't really recommend, or you can choose to only select specific repositories. So that's what we are going to do, and that's the one that we want. So we select that, we save the changes, and now we can see that we have a repository. So we can just click here and that's going to import the repository. So first you have to give it a name. We basically don't have to do anything here. Like the default works. Like it's already knows it's a Next.js project, or already knows the everything that we need. But what we need to do is here we need to add our environment variables, and because those are not included in Git, we need to add them manually. So let's go to emb.local, and here is where we have our variables. Remember that we did it at the very beginning. So now we actually can select everything, Control C or Command C, and paste them. And they're just added like this, which is great. So this is very important because without this, the deployment is not going to work. Now that we have that, we just click deploy, and it's going to be deployed. It's going to take a bit because yeah, it's just building everything, installing everything. So I'm just going to pause the video and we come back once ready. Okay, now once this has been deployed, we can see that it is ready. We even have a preview, and we can just see how this looks like. So by default, it will give you domain. So this is the domain, and there's a deployment domain, and there's the main domain. You can change that if you want. In the settings, it's really easy. And every time you change the main branch, it's going to trigger a new deployment. And let's just check the URL. So if we go here, we can see our app in production. So we are not logged in, but we can explore hashtags, and we can, because this is sharing the same database, we see the data that we already created, which is great. We can open the post, we can open the profile. We try to click here, we need to log in. So let's just sign up, create an account to test this. So we can say that this is team.x.com, and the password. We can sign up, and we already sign in. So now we can actually interact. We can follow people. If we go back to the home page, we can now see the people that we are following, their messages. And there's one, I see now that there's one issue with our code, is that when we scroll, we are scrolling everything, and we really just want to scroll this. So that's a good opportunity to fix that and commit that and see that how that's been deployed. So let's do that. Okay, so we're going to fix the issue. So let's make sure that you are running the local server, so we can preview the changes. And the issue is that these sidebars right here, like these sidebars right here, are sticky, which is what we want. But sticky also requires that specifies that you tell them what's the top value to be sticky to, and we are not doing that. So only in MD screens we're going to say that this is top 0 on the right sidebar component. So this is in the right sidebar component, and also on the left sidebar component. We are going to add MD top 0 like this, and now this actually works, because both of these right here are sticky elements, and because they are sticky, they interrupt the flow of the page, and we can actually scroll only this. So now that we have fixed the issue, we are going to add a commit that let's first add everything with git add that, so we stage all the changes, and then we can commit this with a message that says fix scrolling issue. So we have that, and then we can sync those changes with git push origin, and what's the branch that we are going to push to is the main branch. So that's how we sync the changes to GitHub. So now if we go to the Vercel, we can go to the deployments, and we can see that now a new deployment has been triggered because we have pushed a change to the main branch. So again, it's going to take a while, and I'm going to stop the video. So now this has been deployed. We can see this is the production environment, and if we open the deployment, we can see the URLs for the deployment, but we also see the main domain. So if we click here, we are going to see that now the change has been implemented into our production app, and that's the workflow that you can follow to deploy new changes here. Of course, you can do it, but it's not recommended that you only have one environment in one branch. So you can set up different branches with different environments, so you do not interrupt your production page.